Ladies and gentlemen, can I welcome you to this symposium? Before I start with a general welcome, and I can't stand in place of Professor Brendan Sims, who can't be here sadly because he's got flu, I'm going to ask the Master of the College, Bridget Kendall, if she'd come and say a few words of welcome to the College. Bridget.
Thank you so much, Charles. It's wonderful to be here. So I'm the Master of Peterhouse, the first female master of this college. It's the oldest college in the university, and it was a bit of a revolution for them to have a woman as master. I've been here 5 years, but before that I was a BBC correspondent, so it gives me enormous delight to see you all here today. I can see lots of old friends. I can stand further back from that. I can see a lot of old friends from my former life as correspondent, reporting from Moscow, often from the Baltics as well, in the heady days of the ends of the 1980s and beginnings of the 90s. I just wanted to let you know where you are. So as I said, this is the oldest college in the university, founded in 1284. And this lovely 19th century theatre is part of what was an old warehouse which banked on the river. At a certain point, Peterhouse leased it to the university, to the Department of Classical Archaeology. And this theatre was in fact built in order to parade copies of ancient classical statues to the history of art students and classics students. And then in 1975, the lease ended and the college took it back and turned it into our library, which is behind the wall here. And now we use this theatre for lectures and for concerts. So that's why you're in this lovely space and why it looks as it does, rather old-fashioned. A small word about the Centre for Geopolitics, which was founded by Fellow of the College, Professor Brendan Sims, beginning as a forum for geopolitics, and then it turned into a centre which is now part of the politics department in the university. And more recently, it's developed this Baltic programme. Very timely, I might say, Charles, given where we are now and how timely this event is today. But that is where the Baltic Geopolitics programme fits in the university and in the college. We're very happy to host the Geopolitics Centre here at Peterhouse, given Brendan's its director and my interest in all these subjects. I know we're in for a fascinating day, as I said, very timely, and thank you all so much for being here. And again, welcome.
Bridget, well, many thanks for that. You'll see her again later in the day. She's part of the session in the afternoon dealing with British attitudes to what was going on in 1991. And as she said earlier, she was BBC correspondent, in fact, in Moscow, and had a tremendous vantage point to observe what was happening during that very complicated period. It's a great privilege for us to be in Peterhouse. As Bridget just said, the source of this whole thing is Professor Brendan Sims, who's a fellow of the college, an outstanding professor. And he's been a driving force all the way through, which I appreciate immensely. We've agreed jointly to lead the Baltic Geopolitics programme, but he intellectually provides the firepower for what is an extraordinary capacity to analyse and understand what's happening. It's a real tragedy that today he can't be with us. Day before yesterday, he came down with flu. Not COVID, though his family had had flu. He's tested himself for COVID. It's not COVID, but he's completely wiped out. I spoke to him on the phone this morning. He may look in later in the afternoon, so if you see a rather inspirational figure with a halo around his head floating around in the hall later in the day, that will be Brendan Sims. I'm genuinely upset that he can't be here because he's put so much effort both into this event, but as Bridget just described, into the whole programme to make it happen. But I hope we will see him at some point in the day, and many of you already know him at least through Zoom from our various meetings, but I hope he'll be here. I'm also sorry that a couple of our colleagues who've been working on the preparations for this event, John Freeman and Michelle Houghton, have also gone down with COVID. They've put in an immense amount of work, and a number of you have already said to me they're keen to meet John, who's been trying to help some of you with your various arrangements to get here. And I'm sorry you can't. Because he's got COVID, he can't be with us, and I'm just sorry about that state of affairs. The good news, however, is he passed his Viva yesterday, and so his academic career is made. I don't quite understand how the Cambridge academic system works, but I gather that means he never has to look back for the next 60 years in his life. It's a wonderful moment. But I'm sorry you won't have a chance to meet him, meet either John or Michelle today. I need to say I hope throughout the day the spirit which I've already observed of a great deal of friendship, and I think I can only use the word camaraderie amongst people talking in the good mood. I hope that just continues to move through the day, because it's very important indeed. Now, just a couple of introductory remarks on the history of the Baltic Geopolitics programme. As Bridget said, it forms part of the overall Centre for Geopolitics, which Brendan leads, and Bridget is on the Management Council of, and a number of other people are here as well. We set it up about a year and a half ago. It had its first event was on the 80th anniversary of the Russian intervention in the Baltic states in June 1940, a very symbolic moment in the current circumstances. And then we actually had our formal launch just over a year ago with a very good event with the then President of Estonia, John Bew, the Prime Minister's Foreign Policy Advisor, Edward Lucas, an outstanding, in my opinion, journalist in this field, and a range of different people. Since that time, we've had 19 different events, which is quite a lot, really, most of which were online. I think the average standard of them was pretty good, and we've had a lot of feedback from people that they felt that these were good and worthwhile events. And you can find on our website all the information about what's taken place there, and you can see videos of those online events. Which reminds me, I should just emphasize that we are videoing this event today, and this event is not going out live, but after the event at some point we will be putting it on the website, so please be aware if you contribute in questions or answers or whatever, that it is the case that will be recorded, and your words will go out to a waiting world to see what it is you have to say. The centre was set up really around 5 themes. Theme 1, the whole of the Baltic Sea, though this event is principally about the Baltic states. In fact, it was about the whole of the Baltic Sea, and we've got good participation here from other countries around the Baltic Sea as well. Secondly, about the UK relationship with the Baltic Sea. This is an area of Brendan's particular knowledge, expertise and understanding, the historical importance of the region to the UK, and also the historical importance of the UK to the region. Thirdly, the theme was to try and involve, as this event does, not only academics, but also practitioners, whether diplomats, military, politicians, or whatever, in that field. So it wasn't simply academics talking to themselves, but also a slightly wider group. Fourthly, looking at the history. Now, the history is critically important. Again, it's Brendan's characteristic contribution to the whole programme. He is a historian. He's written, as many of you will know, some wonderful books of history. And his central thesis is that you can't understand current geopolitics, wherever it happens, without understanding the history of what's gone on beforehand. And so you need to understand the history. And I should just say on that particular theme, that we've seen, and we certainly see it in the terrible events in Ukraine at the moment, the way in which history can be distorted by national leaders in various ways to tell an inaccurate and sometimes dangerously misleading story of history. Putin has certainly done that in this particular case. And we see the best way to contest that as not by creating an alternative narrative, as it were, to contest that, but to go down to the roots of history, to really using the academic values which informs this university, to really tell the true story of what's happened. And one of the reasons why we fixed on this event a while ago is getting the true story of 1991, the Baltic states and so on, in the dissolution of the Soviet Union, seems extremely important because there are a number of other narratives which float around and are used by some people to try and justify contemporary action, which is completely significant. So history is the fourth dimension of this programme, and I think the one which Brendan, more than anybody, brings his contribution to. And the fifth and final one is we are about geopolitics. So we are interested in the energy situation, climate change issues, migration and so on, but really from the point of view of what's the geopolitical impact of those questions. And of course, the events of the last couple of months have illustrated more than anything possibly could have done the significance of geopolitics in our time and the need for us to understand geopolitical relationships. So that's what the Centre's been doing. That's how we've operated. We're delighted that we've had a lot of support and encouragement, both from the British Foreign Office and from British embassies in the region. I'm delighted a number of people from there are here, but also from the embassies of countries from the Baltic Sea to this country. And I'm also delighted that a number of key people from those embassies are here as well. We see it as a very important part of the overall dialogue that we have that discussion taking place. We intend to keep going where we are. We've had a good start. This is very exciting because though it's not our first in-person event, we had a very good conference in Gdansk. Thank you to our colleagues in Gdansk that are here. And we've had a number of other events, but it's our first big event, our first big in-person event, so we're delighted it's happening. I should say that we saw a very important part of building the programme was the building of a network of universities in the region. And so for all the countries around the Baltic littoral, except for Russia, we have a university which is a member of our network. And almost all of them are represented in the room today. You've come from all over the region, and we're delighted to welcome you here to Cambridge. We have a meeting tomorrow of our network, to which we will extend our membership to a number of other universities in the region, but also to Iceland and Norway as well, which aren't currently included in our network. We've seen that as essential, and in fact I would say it's been a defining characteristic of the way the programme has developed, constantly having a relationship with other universities in the region, the scholars that you all are and that you are associated with. We intend to develop this work after this. This was to mark the first anniversary of the programme, but we had to delay it because of COVID restrictions. But we intend to build and develop the work that we're doing to try and promote more discussion about these questions, more understanding about these questions, more collaboration in addressing these issues. So that's just a background on our programme. We're very pleased with the programme that is here today. We've had an outstanding range of speakers agreeing to come, and many people have talked to me so very positively. So to you who are speakers, I want to thank you for giving your time today, because you're all distinguished in this field, and I believe and hope we're going to have a great event today. So I'm going to stop now and introduce the first of our speakers to give a keynote, who is Kristina Spohr. She wrote this book, Post-War, Post-Square, a couple of years ago, Rebuilding the World After 1989. And I thought in introducing her, I would just use the quote on the front of her book from the Financial Times. The Financial Times said of her book, "It reminds us of the importance of intelligent, responsible political leadership at critical moments of history. I can't think of anything more relevant about our current times than that message, and we hope that generally we'll be able to take it forward." Kristina, I'm delighted to welcome you to give the keynote today. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, thank you very much for this invitation and warm welcome. And I'm particularly pleased because I'm an alumni of this college, an alumnae of this college. And yes, it's great to be at Peterhouse this morning to talk about, in some ways, about the Baltic context of 1991, but I would quite like to broaden this out. In other words, beyond discussing in the narrowest sense the Baltic context in 1991, I want to invite you to think more broadly about the significance of this region and these countries, namely, how across time, 1917, 1991, and 2022, they have acted as a crucial bellwether for Soviet and Russian developments and Moscow's relations with the Western world. As we meet today at Peterhouse, Europe is at war. How do I move this on? Oh, here. 30 years have passed since the peaceful disintegration of the Soviet Empire. 30 years since the re-establishment of Baltic independence. All round, hope blossomed for a new departure in European and indeed world politics. It seemed that the Cold War had been brought to an end in a genuine spirit of cooperation. Diplomacy and dialogue had triumphed. Russia's new leader, Boris Yeltsin, spoke of America and the West as not merely partners, but even as allies. 3 decades on, all dreams of Russo-Western alliance have long evaporated, and there is no talk of partnership. Far from it. A month ago, Russian military forces invaded Ukraine. This blatant act of aggression marked a major escalation of a conflict that first erupted in 2014 with Russia's annexation of the Crimea and its backing of the separatist territories in the Donbass. Putin's real target, however, is the European order created under American aegis after the end of the Cold War. To Putin, it is an empire of lies, one, so he said last month, that has tried to put the final squeeze on us, finish us off, and utterly destroy us. To countries like Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, Baltic states that struggled for much of the 20th century to escape Russian domination, that European order is a touchstone of their freedom. It was during the hinge years, as I call them, of 1989 to 1991, as the world peacefully exited the Cold War and Mikhail Gorbachev sought to reform the USSR, that the Baltics seized the chance to re-establish their independence. Statehoods, first gained in 1918 after the Russian Revolution, then lost as a consequence of the 1939 Hitler-Stalin Pact. Beyond their legalistic approach to regain statehood, theirs was famously the singing revolution, a non-conflictual political cultural assertion of nationhood and statehood. And after the failed August coup in 1991, they finally regained international recognition as independent state, a couple of months before the USSR disintegrated altogether. In 2004, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania were welcomed into the West, the institutional West, becoming members of the EU and NATO. But now, in 2022, yet again, they fear for their existence because they believe that Ukraine is only a part of Putin's brutal Anschluss agenda. Next might well be other parts of the Russian near abroad, the rim of former Soviet republics with significant Russian minorities, among which Putin counts the Balts. This is something Estonians, Latvians, and Lithuanians have feared for 3 decades, that Russia might again impose its empire by force. And yet, there are 2 key differences compared to 19th and early 20th century imperial power politics. First, that Western umbrella. In the 1930s, the United States refused to get entangled in Europe. Now, its security frontier through NATO is Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Then, Britain recoiled from protecting Czechoslovakia in its struggle against Nazi Germany, described by Neville Chamberlain in September 1938 as a quarrel in a faraway country between people of whom we know nothing. Now, British cabinet ministers can say that his country will go to war if a single Russian tow-cup enters NATO territory. So let me look briefly at what these Baltic contested borderlands have meant and mean for Russia and the West in 1917, 1991, and 2022. For it is here, in the lands of still young nation-states founded just over a century ago, that the age-old question arises, now even more acutely, of where the line is to be drawn between East and West, between Russia's sphere of influence and the space dominated by Western great powers in the past, and more recently, Western institutional structures and values. After all, in the course of the 20th and 21st centuries, they came to epitomize the significance of universal recognition of the equal right and independent agency of small states in the community of nations. The values of the UN Charter of 1945 and the Helsinki Final Act of 1975, will these still be upheld in our troubled successor century? Only 5 years ago, we were fixated not on 1991, but on the centenary of the Russian Revolution of 1917 and ending of the First World War 1980. Ironically, there was very little awareness here of the crucial significance of those years for people in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, as well as Finland and Poland. For these nations, 1917 and 1918 are supremely the years of independence, though not until 1920 did the Soviet Union formally recognize the existence of the three Baltic states de jure by signing peace treaties. Their independence remained tenuous. They faced the challenge of state building, of constructing independent, stable, and prosperous democracies. Yet, their fundamental problem was geopolitics. Their aspirations for neutrality were almost doomed to failure by the 1930s because these were small countries trapped between two assertive and revisionist powers, Nazi Germany and Stalinist Russia, each of whom, for much of the 1930s, seemed on the verge of destroying the other. The fate of the Baltics was eventually determined by great power politics. First, the failure of talks for an Anglo-French alliance with the USSR during the spring and early summer of 1939, and then the surprise conclusions of the Hitler-Stalin Pact in August 1939. The latter crucially handed over the three Baltic states together with Finland and eastern Poland to the Soviets. The Poles were gobbled up by Germany and Russia in September 1939. The Finns, by contrast, managed to resist the USSR in the Winter War of 39-40 and maintained their independent statehood through the continuation war of 41 and 44 and beyond. The three Baltic states, by silently submitting, allowed a swift Soviet annexation in June 1940, but for them, the rest of the Second World War constituted a double occupation. First Soviet rule until June 1941, then German control until spring 1944, when the Red Army's Baltic campaign brought them once more back into the Soviet orbit. The Soviet annexation-occupation, Annexionsbesetzung, of 1945 was never recognized de jure by most Western governments, while the Kremlin treated them as constituent republics of the Soviet Union. As a consequence of war and occupation, the population of the Baltics had shrunk by a quarter. Oops, something funny is going on here. I wanted you to see this slide. And then I'm moving on to say, between 1940 and 1953, some 10% of the native Balts had been deported to the gulags. Meanwhile, in a deliberate strategy to destroy Baltic nations, not just by stealing their statehood, Stalin Russified Baltic lands. Between 1945 and 1991, the Baltic peoples, to survive culturally as much as politically, responded to Soviet occupation by leading double lives. It was a tactic that ultimately played an important role in hastening the Soviet Union's demise and therefore needs some closer examination. To be sure, from the Kremlin's perspective, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania represented a kind of Soviet West, a place of privilege and relative prosperity within the Union. But for Moscow, the Baltic nations also served to demonstrate the richness of Soviet culture, socialist in content and national in form. This was the Union's diversity of folklore, and the Communist Party liked to showcase this, both at home and abroad. So the Soviet system left a strong imprint on daily life in the Baltic republics. Crucially, in the relative privacy of the home, the Baltic peoples kept alive their native languages and traditions and memories of life in the interwar republics. They cherished, even idealized, the concept of independence like a lost paradise. This perspective was enhanced by ties to the outside world. On a human level, there were close contacts to Baltic emigre communities. in North America and Western Europe. What's more, Estonians along the coast could watch Finnish TV, while Latvians held on to their strong cultural ties with German Balts. Likewise, Lithuanians with Poland and the Catholic Church. The Cold War Iron Curtain was distinctly permeable. In the Baltics, this double life played a central role in the unraveling of the Soviet experiment. Gorbachev saw the Baltic Showcase as a prime laboratory for his policy of perestroika, trying out radical economic restructuring and allowing the republics greater autonomy in introducing market reforms. Encouraged by perestroika and glasnost, Baltic intellectuals seized the opportunity to organize themselves politically, and that beyond, single-issue movements and anti-Muscovite protests, for example, over environmental matters. Ironically, Gorbachev's political devolution allowed the burgeoning national independence movements to gain political legitimacy, thereby soon posing a serious challenge to the Kremlin. As in the interwar years of state building, national consciousness was fostered by linguistic reassertion. The new language laws in 1988-1989, giving primacy to Estonian, Latvian, and Lithuanian over Russian. And glasnost also allowed space for memory politics. History wars ensued between Moscow and Tallinn, Riga and Vilnius. Most evident in the massive Baltic chain demonstration of August 1989 to publicly commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Hitler-Stalin Pact and the resulting Soviet annexation of the three republics in 1940. Indeed, their political claims for re-establishing independence were grounded in carefully formulated legal arguments. The central assertion was that despite 1940, the Baltic states had never lost their status as subjects of international law. Theirs was a historical de jure claim that had been rhetorically supported throughout the Cold War by key Western states. Not that Western governments ever proactively pursued a Baltic policy or sought to interfere in intra-Soviet affairs. As in the case of Budapest 56, Berlin 61, Prague 68, Warsaw 80-81, America and its allies focused by and large on Soviet containment. The Baltic question, like the German question, reappeared really in 1989-1990 on the international agenda as an unresolved post-war issue in the turmoil of the Cold War endgame. Unlike his dealings over German reunification, however, Gorbachev did not allow the Baltic states to regain their statehood in a well-managed manner. Instead, independence declarations after the first free elections to the new People's Congresses in these Soviet Socialist republics in the spring of 1990 were followed by an energy boycott. And in early 1991, in Vilnius and Riga, military force was used to crack down. In fact, Soviet tanks and special forces moved in while the West was focused on the UN-sanctioned military campaign to free Kuwait from Iraqi occupation. Gorbachev's inability, even unwillingness, to find a solution to the Baltic problem was one catalyst for the coup against him in August 1991, whose failure in turn precipitated the disintegration of the Soviet Union at the end of 1991. To be sure, the Soviet Union might well have survived without the three small Baltic republics had Gorbachev let them break away earlier on the basis of their special historic position in the Union and the Soviet constitutional right to secede. But he did not, and he was certainly not pressured because the West said fairly little until the bloodshed in Vilnius. Too great was the general fear of Soviet descent into anarchy and inter-ethnic strife, of a military-backed reactionary coup, or of an uncontrolled total collapse in the USSR. In fact, Western leaders clung on to Gorbachev, hoping to hold the Soviet Union together. The Western political focus on peace, stability, and territorial integrity, all embodied by the Soviet leader Gorbachev, then evidently trumped their legalistic rhetoric of upholding the non-recognition policies of Baltic annexation and the UN and CSCE principles of self-determination. As things played out, Gorbachev's problem was not only the loss of the Soviet periphery. The Balts gained Western diplomatic recognition for their independence in late August 1991, but crucially, the danger of losing the heartland itself. There could be no Soviet entity without Russia and Ukraine, and here, in its final consequence, beyond the structural failures of the plan, the strengths of various conservative lobbying groups, agricultural, energy, military-industrial complex, and Gorbachev's partially flawed as well as chaotically implemented reform policies. It was the personal and systemic challenge posed by the separatist Russian Federation, led by Boris Yeltsin, who in winter 1991 sided with the Balts, even more so than, for example, Ukraine's referendum for independence, that was of critical importance for the Soviet Union's death. After the surprisingly quiet and peacefully managed process of the crumbling of the Soviet Empire in 1989-1991, the European mosaic, as in the 1920s, had to be pieced together again. The Baltics now had to find their place in a post-Cold War Europe that was utterly different from the Europe 70 years earlier. Having initially flirted with the idea of neutrality, of becoming three little Finlands, they made a firm decision to openly turn westward. Their goal, to join both the EU and NATO, committing themselves fully to the institutional West. They achieved their goal in 2004. And this was later than they had hoped, but they first had to undertake, of course, a major transformation, economically out of the plan into the market, and politically from the Soviet state structures into the full panoply of parliamentary democracy. They also needed to manage currency reform and new social policies, as well as negotiating with Russia about borders and Red Army withdrawal. Particularly vexed was the issue of citizenship, of how to deal fairly with the large Russian minorities. The Baltic turn west in the 1990s was part of a general integration of East and Central Europe into the post-Cold War West. They steadily followed the pattern of contemporary politics in Germany and the Nordic states, in contrast to the lurch to the populist right as witnessed more recently in Hungary, Poland, and Austria over the past decade. Often overlooked in the West at that time was the situation in Putin's Russia. Putin was no crypto-communist, but he had never accepted the loss of the Soviet near abroad. Indeed, for him, the fall of the Soviet Union was nothing less than the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. Indeed, for Russians left outside the Russian Federation, he said, it was a humanitarian tragedy. And with his hold on domestic power assured after 2012, when he returned to power as president, Putin felt free to concentrate on foreign policy, annexing the Crimea, waging hybrid warfare in eastern Ukraine, intervening in Syria, and mounting cyber campaigns against Western elections. All the while, to justify his actions, he has built a narrative in which he complains about the West, in other words, NATO's betrayal of supposed promises never to enlarge NATO made in 1990, and of the alliance's encirclement of Russia. And he even treated the EU as a challenge, if not an all-out adversary. Among the new NATO members, the Baltics always lay on the front line of his aggressive security policy, plagued by perennial Russian airspace incursions and attempts to hack government networks. Military exercises along Russia's western border, such as Zapad, are commonplace, and Russian propaganda on TV and social media seek to arouse disaffection among the Russian minorities. But to exacerbate the Baltic sense of insecurity, Putin has been building up Russia's post-45 enclave of Kaliningrad as a major military base and home to a new generation of short-range nuclear missiles that have been visibly transported down the Baltic. And to make his point about Russia's global reach and the Baltic Sea's strategic importance, in 2017 he invited the Chinese fleet to join naval exercises right outside Kaliningrad. Finally, history is a vital weapon in Putin's foreign policy agenda. Although he did not make much of the centenary of the Bolshevik Revolution, he used it in 2017 to celebrate the grandeur of Russia back to Peter the Great with a huge naval parade in his hometown, St. Petersburg. And in February 2018, the Russian armed forces marked the centenary of the Red Army with a big display in Ivangorod, just outside the bridge from the Estonian border city of Narva. Putin, always the KGB man, showed he understood the power of history as intimidation. In 2016, he characterized the Bolsheviks' nationalist policy of self-determination as a disaster. They planted an atomic bomb under the building that is called Russia. In his view, Lenin got it totally wrong when he championed the independence of nations as part of his bigger scheme of spreading world revolution, because this allowed nations such as the Finns and the Baltics to leave the Russian Empire. And as he prepared for war, he rehashed this argument at his Security Council meeting on 21 February 2022, where he extremely angrily and passionately argued that Lenin was to blame for, I quote, separating and severing what is historically Russian land. And he described as just crazy what he referred to as Gorbachev's decision to give Ukraine the right to become independent of the Soviet Union without any conditions. None too subtly, Putin's words on Lenin's mistakes and history then leave a question mark too over Baltic independence once more. With his act of aggression against a neighboring country, Putin has lifted the curtain on a new era of uncertainty and instability. In this, power and the classic instruments of power politics will occupy a central position. Imperial thinking in Moscow is back, not just in words, but in deeds. And once again in European history, the continent's fate is being determined by a great power struggle for control over key strategic borderlands. His demands for security guarantees from the United States over the head of the Europeans, and his choice for war in 2022 has already woken Germany from its 30-year geopolitical slumber. For now, Germany's awakening gives the whole of the EU greater unity and strength. Furthermore, the institutional West, which is deploying its economic and military power for a geopolitical purpose, does for the first time in history include the small countries of the east and northeast of Germany. Whether this institutional framework of EU and NATO will help secure the Baltics' existence remains to be seen. Also, whether these three small but perennially strategic states can help defend the normative European regime in which their statehood and the Western order is anchored. For our generation, after what we have seen and heard in the last few weeks, Ukraine will never be a faraway country inhabited by people of whom we know nothing. And now, the Baltic states are moving from periphery to center stage. So watch this space, because it's a moving target. Thank you.
That's absolutely magisterial keynote and set us off brilliantly. Thank you so much. And thank you for linking the subject of this symposium to the challenge of today. Our sessions during the rest of the day would address some of these themes, but we've got about 5 minutes before our next session. So are there any points or comments anybody would like to raise and put to Kristina? While you're thinking about it, perhaps I could just chuck in one for myself. You mentioned the alleged NATO guarantees about moving east. which Putin refers to. Could you just comment a little bit upon the historical background to those suggested guarantees and to what extent you think they did or didn't exist at this time?
Absolutely. I mean, we need to really look at the diplomatic record, and we need to see that when there is talk about betrayal over something that was being legally promised, relates to 1990. And we have to remember that, of course, in the conversations, especially in early 1990, this was the talks over German unification. And that actually the biggest fear everybody in Europe had was not NATO, but actually a revived, stronger, unified Germany. And what I want to just pick out, because it shows a little bit this problem with the lonely fact, is that, first of all, the conversations really revolve around resolving that German question and how Europe should be secured. One of the issues is that in very early 1990, the thinking was also on the German side, amongst Kohl and Genscher and others, that because unification was probably 5 to 10 years still away, it's more likely that Europe will unify and then the German question will be resolved within a unified Europe. But of course, within weeks, that turns around. And then it becomes really important to consider, as one thinks about how Germany is unified and how Europe secured around it in that order, that there are lots of preliminary conversations going on in early January, and those are conversations that, amongst others, Yeltsin and Putin have gone back to. But we have to think, who are the people who sign the treaty and what is actually in the final treaty? So first of all, you cannot pick, wordings from conversations where you can see that these are open questions. And the one theme that always crops up in the one phrase is, not 1 inch eastward. And that is a wording by James Baker in a meeting with Gorbachev, but it's James Baker, it's the foreign minister, when actually on the next day Helmut Kohl goes to talk to Gorbachev, by which point he has received instructions from Bush that what one really should talk about is how one negotiates over a special status for the East German territory once that Germany is unified. In other words, Germany will unify. Because Germany unifies along the way, that what was began to be expected, namely that West Germany effectively absorbs the East German terrain by East Germany joining the existing West German state structures, the West Germany that is already a member of EU and NATO will simply continue to do so with a larger territory. But then comes the question, how then this larger territory is being defended, where Article 5 of NATO to be applied, and there you have to consider, how do you negotiate Red Army troop withdrawal from East Germany, from Eastern Europe at large, later on even from the Baltic republics. That will be, it turns out, in the actual treaty, a 4-year process. And furthermore, how will that particular territory be defended? And it was then in the 2+4 treaty clarified and defined that territory will not have Western nuclear weapons, it will not have permanently deployed foreign non-German troops, and therefore this territory would be under special status, if you so wish, in perpetuity. Furthermore, Germany would never have ABC weapons. And that, I think, is a very important first marker, because when we later look at the NATO enlargement into Eastern Europe and into the Baltic republics, you find, and that is, of course, one of the debates today, the eastern flank precisely needs to be reinforced now, because, of course, there are no permanent bases there either for foreign NATO troops, and there are no American nuclear weapons stationed there. So that in terms of deterrence, these territories were always weaker, that was part of the concession made, than the old Western NATO members up to 1990. And I think that is really important to bear in mind, and that in any case, the NATO enlargement in the 1990s does not come from an internal institutional NATO drive, but very much from 1993 onwards by the pressure of Balts and of the other countries, what one could call the Europe in between, the smaller, middle-sized Eastern European countries, who didn't look for securities guarantees in Russia, which they considered, chaotic, no law and order, Putin, Yeltsin, and then the Zhirinovsky factor, talking about the near abroad. There was great anxiety, also considering the war in Yugoslavia. So rather than looking east, they looked west for security guarantees. And that agency in the current narrative, I think, is written out. That it's not just a story about America and Russia, it's actually a story about Europeans' agency. And if you think also about the demand, as I said before, for Russia seeking security guarantees from America, what NATO should or should not do, completely writes out what, including in the Baltic area, the NATO members wanted when they actually first sought that membership.
That's fantastic. I think that gives a clarity to this particular allegation which has been going around. So thank you so much for doing it. But more generally, Kristina, thank you so much. You've kicked us off in a tremendous way. We look forward to talking through the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charles.
And can I now ask Professor Jonathan Haslam and Mart Kuldkepp to come up and take seats here for the next panel. So this panel takes that conversation which Kristina kicked off into a more substantive and detailed discussion on the international preconditions for the freedom of the Baltic states and the collapse of the Soviet Union. We have two panelists, Jonathan Haslam and Mart Kuldkepp, and I'll kick off by introducing Jonathan. He's probably already very well known to many of you. He's very distinguished, emeritus professor in the history of international relations here at Cambridge and many other universities, including Princeton, in his history, and recently author of The Spectre of War, International Communism and the Origins of World War II, which received a good deal of critical interest and acclaim. Jonathan, we're delighted that you're giving us this today. Thank you very much for coming, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say.
I'm going to try to keep away from current events because as an obsessive historian who works from archives, I always see the danger of the present overshadowing the past in the same way as we see with present events, the past has overshadowed the present. So I'm going to revisit a lot of the history we've already seen. And the first point that I wanted to make was when we run back to see the emergence of the Baltic states as independent entities, there's an amount of goodwill from the great powers at the Paris Peace Conference, where the liberals in favor of national self-determination pushed the case for the Baltic states. Ironically, one of the main characters in that process was E.H. Carr as a young diplomat in Paris. There was that. There was the accident of the, if you like, historical accident of the Bolshevik Revolution, which meant that Russia was in chaos when the Paris Peace Conference took place. So that the states that were coming into being, no one really had any idea whether they could find a firm and permanent place on the map. That was up to the politics that would follow. And of course, what followed the Bolshevik Revolution was in fact a revolution not in Russia itself, but through the Russian Empire, so that the Baltic states were taken up in the war of the whites against the reds, as was Finland. So the outcome of the struggle for Bolshevik domination of Russia was also an issue about the outcome of the makeup of the Baltic states. But of course, there was a British war of intervention to overthrow the Bolsheviks, which became very much a reality in 1919, so much so that the Bolsheviks, some of them, thought they were actually going to lose because the Royal Navy came into the Baltic and promptly bombarded Leningrad, what became Leningrad, Petrograd, and took control of various areas of the Baltic states. So in a sense, Britain saved the skin of the Baltic states in what became the Baltic states in 1919, using naval power. And what the Russians did was under Lenin, very smart move, which was really to withdraw from the Baltic and leave the Baltic states where they were. This was the first supposed example of peaceful coexistence. But this was sort of for the time being, as it were. Everything that was done at this time was for the time being. Britain then removes itself from Europe effectively, except Western Europe, and this is locked in 1925 with the Locarno Pact, And the Baltic states are left to themselves. Even at moments of high tension when Britain broke off relations with Russia in 1927, the Baltic states, there was a lot of gossip about whether they should form some sort of alliance, would the British help them? The British were simply not interested in anything east of Germany. There was no commitment to any security east of Germany. The British were more obsessed with the security of the empire against the Communist International than dealing with what they regarded as distant areas of Europe. But the Baltic states had one value for them, as for the Americans, which was a sort of what Hong Kong became in relation to China. This is where you could do from the outside looking in on Soviet Russia. So E.H. Carr, who became a diplomat in the Baltic in Riga, used to complain about MI6 constantly picking up gossip and relaying it to London about what was going on in Russia. And George Kennan received his training as a diplomat in Riga a few years later. So it was a sort of training ground to get your Russian going, rather like Hong Kong was a training down to get your Chinese going, at least your Cantonese going. So the Baltic states were left to themselves, and as Kristina has described, became sort of focal point of the larger powers in the area, obviously Stalin's Russia. And after Kirov was assassinated and Zhdanov took over Leningrad, Zhdanov was particularly keen to deal with the security of Leningrad, because if you've been out there, you'll know that to get into Leningrad from the Baltic Sea, you could be shot at from almost any direction. So they wanted to control the access to Leningrad, and this eventually led to the war with Finland in November 1939. The attitude to the other Baltic states in 1939 was basically, well, we are going to put our troops in garrisons in your country, but we'll leave the social system as it is. We're not interfering with it. That was the initial start out. But when the war went badly, after the Nazi-Soviet pact, Hitler took rather more advantage of it than they expected. They found the need to secure that frontier, which meant taking the Baltic states lock, stock and barrel, as you know, in June 1940. And what they then did was move the frontier outwards so that the Russian Empire's frontier became Soviet Union's new frontier. And then we have the war, which will take us any amount of time. At the end of the war, they come back in to repossess the Baltic states as they had taken them in 1940. But then there's this transformation, and I don't think we should forget this. What happened to the Baltic states? As we've heard, there was a huge outflow of people, the largest number, tens of thousands of people left Estonia, for example, for Germany. And given the conditions of Germany in 1945, that was a desperate move. Some 40 or 50,000 went across the Ostsee, as the Swedes call it, not the Baltic, to Stockholm. But then what happened? Essentially, the Russians colonized the Baltic states, and I'll just mention some of the statistics here. Estonia in 1939 was 92% ethnic Estonian. In 1989, it was 62% ethnic Estonian. Latvia, 1939, 77% Lets. 1989, 52.5% Lets. Lithuania was the only part of the Baltic which remained ethnically more or less the same as it was 1939 to 1989. But more than that, what the Russians did was they moved a vast defense system out into the Baltic, because Leningrad was one of those areas of heavy defense industries, and the Baltic became the sort of outward shield against the West. And this is where they deployed the notorious SS-20 missiles from the mid-1970s to hit forward-based systems, American forward-based systems in Britain and throughout Western Europe. So in other words, the significance for the Baltic, if anything, increased rather than stayed the same as the Soviet Union developed into the 1980s. Another point was the British, although they never wanted to commit themselves to defend anybody beyond a certain sphere, when the Cold War seemed to be getting underway from 1946 to 7, MI6 launched a series of operations to pull the rug a bit from under feet of the Russians in 3 areas: Belarus, in Western Ukraine, and in the Baltic states. This was an enterprise run from the Northern Department of MI6 by Alexander McKibben. And people like Daphne Park, I don't know if you've ever met Lady Park, got involved in this when she was actually working in the embassy in Moscow. She was running some of these enterprises from a distance. And what they did was they sent in those who had come out of these countries at the end of the war. They sent them back in armed with radios and all the rest of it. Well, the Russians were waiting for them, greeted them, gave them a choice, and turned them around. And from 1947 through to 1957, the Russians played what they called operational games with MI6 against these incoming expatriates who thought they were working for the liberation of their countries. But in fact, MI6 preferred them to spy rather than start shooting up villages and killing off commissars. But that was really the extent of Western involvement. Britain, like the United States, but unlike Sweden, had not recognized Russian control over the Baltic states. So this was left open, so that when the events begin to unfold, as we get to the end of the 1980s, the legal position of the Baltic states is such as to put Gorbachev, who's engaged in perestroika, in a very difficult position vis-a-vis the West. Now, if I could run into this, jumping ahead, there are 2 very interesting proposals that were presented to Gorbachev in the process of reconstructing the Soviet Union in April 1989. In a very long memorandum sent from the Institute for the Economics of the World Socialist System, which is a bit of a mouthful, Vyacheslav Dashichev, former colonel in military intelligence, who was head of the International Relations Department, put forward the proposals for the reunification of Germany and the evacuation of the Baltic states. These were the 2 red-hot items in this memorandum. They came from the Institute to Anatoly Chernyaev, who was Gorbachev's foreign policy advisor. Chernyaev had been a classmate of Dashichev in Moscow University, where they both did German at the end of the war. These proposals went in, they completely clashed with the Foreign Ministry, with the Central Committee, where Valentin Falin was head of the International Department, and Shevardnadze, although he was trying to push foreign policy in the direction of perestroika, met enormous amount of obstructionism from within the Foreign Ministry. But events unfolded, and in the summer of 1989, Dashichev presented his proposals on German reunification to the Soviet embassy in Berlin, where the ambassador Kochemasov was interested in hearing it. And afterwards, no one mentioned a word, because this was, what on earth is this man doing, talking about taking away our safeguards during the Cold War, except the main KGB man at Karlshorst, who then got into long conversations, and they both agreed that East Germany was about to collapse, which of course what happens in November 1989. Now you have to set the Gorbachev's situation in that context. That's to say, you know, the main safeguard against NATO is falling apart in front of your eyes. Gorbachev does nothing to stop it, but he doesn't push it either. This makes any other event, it almost obliterates the significance of any other event. And the last thing Gorbachev needed at that stage was perestroika, which he had pushed onto the more advanced, what they regard the more advanced people of the Soviet Union were always the Baltic. The Baltic states were where you got the best carpentry. If you wanted something built in Moscow and have it done to Western standards, you brought in Baltic workmen. This was the opening to the West, if you like. But they took perestroika in their hands and, of course, used it for national liberation. So in a sense, perestroika turns into something Gorbachev didn't want. There was the KGB man who was partly responsible for the massacre in Vilnius in January 91, had a title of an article he wrote later called Perestroika ili predateljstvo, perestroika or treachery, because for people like him, and today with certain people in charge of the Kremlin, this was treachery. Now, what did the other powers, what were their reactions? The Swedes, which we will hear about shortly from my colleague, the Swedes, as I say, they call the Baltic Sea the Ostsee. You know, this is just around the corner. They thought they, being a neutral country that had actually recognized the Baltic states, could deal with this situation gently. But the United States had absolutely no idea what to do about the Baltic states. This was under George Bush. George Bush came in 89. He had little idea about these issues and events, and essentially tried to allow events to take their own course. They were most disturbed by the idea that Gorbachev's whole structure would collapse, and in the place of it would be some awful military KGB dictatorship. So they were anxious not to rock the boat, and particularly once the Berlin Wall collapsed, it was a hands-off policy all round. And this was their attitude on the German question when Dashichev's memo got into the hands of the Office of the Secretary of Defense. It's a long story. They didn't want to touch it with a barge pole. Events were left to take their course. So ironically, with the Baltic states, they liberated themselves without any direct help. When there was direct help in the 40s and 50s, it was a disaster. And although the Swedes have claimed perhaps a slightly greater role that they're entitled to the liberation of the Baltic states, this was essentially a self-made enterprise.
Jonathan, that's absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm going to go straight to Mart, and then I'll see what questions we get from the floor. And please do be thinking about questions. I found that really fascinating. Thank you very, very much indeed. Now, our next speaker is Mart Kuldkepp, who's an associate professor for the School for European Languages, Culture and Society at University College London. He graduated from Tartu University and is the author of Baltic Crisis, Nordic and Baltic Countries during the end stage of the Cold War. He published that relatively recently and makes it very relevant for this presentation. Mart, we very much look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the kind introduction. And also thanks to Kristina and Jonathan for already setting the scene for much of what I'm going to be talking about. So, as has already been mentioned several times, alongside with Eastern Europe, the Baltic Sea region was one of the focal points of international attention during the last years of the Cold War. Around the whole world, states and international organizations, they were keeping a close eye on the USSR's Baltic borderlands, and they were widely considered to be a likely flashpoint where the tensions inherent in the USSR's either renewal or disintegration, who knew, might come ahead. And this wasn't true just about the big European capitals or the US, it was also, of course, true about the states in the immediate regional neighborhood of the Baltics. including the Nordic countries. Whether they were neutral or members of NATO, they also had to come to terms with the threats and opportunities that were inherent in this fast-changing international situation, just on the other side of the Baltic Sea. And in hindsight, we can say that from the Nordic point of view, the disintegration of the Soviet Union and the collapse of the whole bipolar Cold War-dominated world order was a formative moment. Finland and Norway were no longer going to be the frontier states on the boundary between capitalism and communism. Neutral Sweden suddenly found it had nothing left to be neutral about, so what would it be its future foreign policy? And so the participants of the so-called Nordic balanced security configuration, which had been very stable throughout the Cold War, had now fundamentally come to rethink the basic tenets of their foreign policy, which was a very difficult process for states that had sort of settled into their foreign policy positions already by the late 1940s, early 1950s. After the Second World War, the Nordic states had domestically focused on building up their welfare states. And this was coupled with a steadfast cautiousness in relations with the superpower neighbor, and we can say it resulted in a kind of regional isolationism, committed above all to not upsetting the status quo. And this policy of careful balancing, which was facilitated by their fast-growing economies and a relatively stable security situation, was widely seen as an international success story. The Scandinavian states and Sweden in particular, they built up an international reputation as a successful example of some kind of a third or middle way between the two competing superpower blocs. But at the same time, of course, and from the Baltic point of view, amongst others, they also turned a blind eye to human rights abuses in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. Now, by the onset of the economic recession in the early 1990s, a widespread domestic pessimism had already set in the Nordic countries regarding the sustainability of their so-called Nordic model of welfare state. Because changes in world economy were putting increasing pressure on their high tax and high spend economies, and thereby also their welfare states, and the process of European integration, which the Scandinavian states had participated in only to a limited extent, Denmark being an exception, and that was widely considered to be incompatible with their third way or middle way ethos, was becoming ever more important. And the end of the Cold War also eroded this internationalist brand that Scandinavia had built up during its decades of active engagement with the Third World, as the Third World itself was now changing. At the same time, of course, there was still light at the end of the tunnel. Because while the gradual lifting of the Iron Curtain reduced the predictability of the regional security environment and stoked fears of the fallout of a possible disorderly breakup of the Soviet Union, there was also quite a bit of hopefulness, about the future. Because the decline of traditional security concerns seemed to be opening up new and exciting prospects for the spread of Western and Nordic values, democratization, cultural exchange, expansion of markets and investments, and environmental activism to the other side of the Baltic Sea. And the re-emerging Baltic states, they were more than willing targets and recipients of these ambitions. So it is fair to say that in the early 1990s and maybe up until 2004, the Nordic states played a very important role in the post-Soviet transition of the Baltic states. Why did they do it? It is possible to argue, in my view, that there was some kind of realist political calculation behind this decision, because certain center-right Scandinavian politicians, such as Uffe Ellemann-Jensen in Denmark and Carl Bildt in Sweden, seemingly thought that proactive support for Baltic independence was a way forward also for the Scandinavian states, because in this quickly changing world, it was more advantageous to be active rather than passive. It was good to sit there with the others around the table when networks of influence were being set up. It was rather the ability to create such networks and to exercise one's soft power through them that emerged as a major political asset. However, there might also be reasons to not to overemphasize the break with the previous policy tradition, because international activism and norm entrepreneurship, as it's sometimes called, they were, after all, not entirely new for the Scandinavian countries. As I already mentioned, even during the Cold War, they had often been the actors who had stepped in the interests of peaceful conflict resolution, democratization, the rule of law, and their foreign aid budgets per capita were, of course, the largest in the world. Now, what was truly unprecedented, though, was the fact that such activities would now be directed at the Baltic countries. Because historically, Nordic attitudes towards Baltic independence had been characterized primarily by a large degree of passivity and cautiousness. In the aftermath of the First World War, the view that was very quickly adopted by both the left and the right in Scandinavian politics was that the Nordics should remain devoted to its successful neutrality policy that they had already exercised during the First World War, and not become entangled in the question of the future of Russia, because the question of the Baltic states was, of course, also a question of Russia. And the idea was that the future reassertion of Russian territorial interests in the Eastern Baltic was inevitable. And it wasn't, of course, just the Scandinavian states who thought that. Almost everybody thought that, including the Baltics themselves to some extent. And of course, when this proved to have been right, as became evident during the events that led to the loss of Baltic independence in 1939 to 1941, they felt vindicated in their previous policy choices. And this lasted for most of the Cold War. So therefore, when considering the Scandinavian policy shift from Cold War era passiveness to post-Cold War era active engagement for Baltic independence, I think it's not enough to base the narrative only on the realist aspirations of the new center-right governments that were seeking to retain status and influence in the changing world, but we also need to take into account certain ideational factors. We need to consider their feelings of guilt and shame over past behavior and optimism for future cooperation, which increasingly made inroads into the public consciousness in the Scandinavian states by the late 1980s, early 1990s. And in this connection, I would say that Sweden is perhaps the most interesting Nordic country to consider. So in the second part of my presentation, I will focus on Sweden. I think it's fair to say that the enormous change in Sweden's geopolitical security situation when the Soviet Union eventually collapsed in 1991 was in some ways similar to the change that had taken place at the end of the World War I. Again, the developments were very favorable in principle because the implosion of the USSR and the end of the bipolar superpower rivalry meant that Sweden's security situation improved in very sudden and very unforeseen ways. And just as in 1918 to 1920, a row of small independent nation states emerged on the other side of the Baltic Sea, further shielding Sweden from any remaining Russian threat. But in this case, in the late 1980s, early 1990s, the Swedish response to these events ultimately proved to be different. It was active rather than passive. It was enthusiastic rather than skeptical. And to explain why this was the case, I would argue for the significance of three factors. Firstly, the security-related concerns around the easing of superpower tensions and the future of the USSR. Secondly, the move to the right in Swedish domestic politics and, by extension, foreign policy. And finally, the Swedish tradition of activist internationalism, now morphing into what has been called adjacent internationalism, and I will explain what this means. Going back to 1988, though, I think it's fair to say that the looming changes in the international security situation were a cause of a lot of concern in Sweden. And also a lot of optimism, because the need to appease the USSR, which during the Cold War had made any close engagement with the Baltic states impossible, now had the potential to become less relevant, thanks to the apparent liberal policies of the new Soviet leader, Mikhail Gorbachev, and the demonstrable unwillingness of the USSR to prevent the communist regimes in Eastern Europe from being toppled. But nevertheless, this line of thought did not lead to any immediate policy change for Sweden. In 1988, for example, the Swedish Social Democratic government felt that irrespective of the outcome of Gorbachev's reforms, the superpower confrontation would still go on, making Swedish neutrality policy also a necessity for the foreseeable future, and any part that Sweden could play in furthering the new détente was still thought to lie in its role as a neutral, acting through international organizations. The assumption that the Cold War would go on made any rash political changes seem like threats to international stability and thereby also as threats to Sweden. The latter, later recalled by Örjan Berner, the Swedish foreign minister Sten Andersson had reacted to the 1989 events in Eastern Europe with much anxiety, rather than seeing them as any cause for celebration. And even though we don't have the documents to prove it conclusively, because I don't think they've been released yet, it is very likely that the Swedish Foreign Ministry's initial response to the events in the Baltic states must have been quite similar, since it intensified instability so close to Sweden itself, and might have led to some kind of a disorderly breakup of the Soviet Union, which posed a considerable threat. The experience from 1917 to 1920 had shown that the dissolution of the Russian Empire had sparked war and violence in its former borderlands that was in many ways just as traumatic as the experiences of the First World War itself, which had led to the Russian revolutions in the first place. And so in the age of nuclear weapons, any reoccurrence of a similar scenario would have been very dangerous. At the same time, though, the potential magnitude of this crisis also meant that Sweden could not remain a complete bystander, however strong its actual pacifist and neutralist inclinations were. At the very least, it would need to be informed about the ongoing developments, and this was the reason why Swedish diplomatic presence in the Baltic states was prioritized from fairly early on. If Sweden wanted to ensure continuing regional stability and security, it obviously needed to know where exactly this security and stability could be found, whether it was in the hands of Gorbachev or whether it was somewhere else, and what exactly Sweden could do to promote it. And for this reason, the so-called Swedish offices were set up in Tallinn and Riga already in December 1989 and May 1990. Nominally, they were called departments of the General Consulate in Leningrad, but in reality, they were sort of proto-embassies. And Swedish diplomats became very frequent visitors to the Baltic capitals. They were very well informed of the facts on the ground, and they relayed those facts to Stockholm, where the foreign ministry was much more skeptical about everything. Secondly, the lead-up to the end of the USSR coincided with important domestic developments in Sweden itself, which created a space and expectation for new ideas and policy innovation. Because, as I already mentioned, the Nordic model of the expansive and expensive social democratic welfare state that was predicated on stable economic growth and high taxes had, by the late 1980s, entered an increasingly deep crisis due to structural changes in world economy, in other words, globalization. And by 1990, Sweden had fallen into its worst recession since 1929. At the same time, there was an intensifying right-wing criticism of both domestic and foreign policy, and the legacy of having been the party responsible for those Cold War-era high-tax, high-spend policies made it very difficult for the Social Democratic cabinet to come up with effective and innovative political solutions to those problems. And this led to the subsequent electoral success of right-wing parties and the new government of Kaarel Piirimae, entering office in October 1991, which, because it lacked this policy baggage, was in many ways better situated to deal with those problems. But this preparedness for policy change was more than just a matter of party politics, because in fact it had been the incumbent Social Democratic government of Ingvar Carlsson that took one of the most radical steps towards Swedish foreign policy renewal, namely the abandonment of old neutralist reservations about Sweden's participation in the process of European integration. And this was publicly first demonstrated in August 1990 by Prime Minister's statement of intent to apply for membership in the European Economic Community, and subsequently the lodging of the actual Swedish membership application in July 1991. And this was really the decisive break with neutrality-focused foreign policy of the Cold War era, and this move would have been completely impossible just a few years earlier, because, after all, from the Soviet point of view, the EEC, which then became the EU, was nothing but an economic arm of NATO, a very partisan Western alliance. But now, as the Soviet policies were changing and its power and influence were waning, the pressure to follow the policy of neutrality decreased, and more room for policy maneuver became available for Sweden. And so I would argue that Sweden's new interest in the Baltic states was actually yet another facet of this broader policy shift and shared some of its causes. the decisive move to the right in Swedish politics in autumn 1991, it already had a pro-Baltic effect, because in Swedish politics there is a traditional sort of historic preference for regional rather than global international commitments on the right-wing side, and the opposite on the left-wing side. And so it had been a kind of typically conservative policy stance. Originally, it had only applied to Finland, not to the Baltic states, but it was fairly easy to extend it to the Baltics. In the longer run, though, the Baltic states came to benefit even more from Sweden's new engagement with the process of European integration and its willingness to lend the Baltic states a helping hand as well. Thirdly and finally, Swedish foreign policy and foreign service were politicized in a very particular way. As I already mentioned a couple of times, from the 1960s onwards, Sweden had developed a worldwide reputation for the promotion of internationalism, solidarity, global norm entrepreneurship in areas such as peaceful conflict resolution, democratization, redistributive justice, and so on. And these values and activities, which by the 1980s had become an integral part of Swedish liberal progressivist identity and a point of national pride for most people in Sweden, really, had primarily been directed at the developing world through international organizations, especially the United Nations. Now they could also be directed at the Baltic states. And this tradition, which was social democratic in origin, probably did much to eventually bring the Swedish political left over to the side of the Eastern European and Baltic liberation movements. Even Sten Andersson, who was famously skeptical of Baltic independence, had in the early 1980s argued that Sweden had a duty to facilitate Poland's transition to democracy, I quote, when the time is ripe. And arguably the time was ripe at that point. So now, when the Cold War bipolarity was collapsing and third world communist or neutralist regimes were faltering, the ground was being laid to the idea of expanding Sweden's international tradition also to its immediate geographical vicinity, the eastern part of the Baltic region, which after decades of Soviet occupation was of course in dire need of catching up with the democratic West. And this partial rethinking of Swedish activist internationalism, which Annika Bergman has christened adjacent internationalism, required Sweden to completely abandon its previous regional security policy that had been focused on its small state security needs and take on a kind of much more moral and much less realist view of the Baltic states. So for this reason, it could make a full breakthrough only after the collapse of the USSR, when, as I said, Sweden and the other Nordic states took on a very active role in facilitating Baltic post-Soviet transition. And at that point, the long-standing internationalist foreign policy of Sweden was brought in line with its stated goals in areas closer to home, and arguably also fulfilled an important identity function for a country that was looking for a new role in the world stage after the era of the Nordic model and Nordic balance seemed to be over. Out of the three factors I mentioned above, it was certainly the first one, security concerns, that played the most important role in motivating Swedish engagement with the situation in the Baltics in 1989 to 1991. It did not in itself change Swedish foreign policy from Cold War era cautiousness to post-Cold War enthusiasm. We can see that reading the sources, the years of 1989 to 1991 were in many ways a period of doubt, indecision and non-policy in Sweden, and a decisive shift would only take place when those other two factors rose to policy-shaping prominence in October 1991 with the assumption of office of Carl Bildt's cabinet. But by that time, the shift had already been several years in the making, and it did take a convergence of a number of different factors to enable Sweden taking on an active role in Baltic Sea regional politics, perhaps for the first time in the modern era. By now we can say that unlike in 1917 to 1920, they did place their bets right in 1988 to 1991. The Baltic states have prospered, have once again been reintegrated into the Western community of nations, and Sweden was on the right side of history. Thank you.
Mart, thank you very much. That was another absolutely excellent presentation. Now, we've got about 15 minutes for questions, comments and discussions. And so what I'm going to do is see who'd like to ask a question or comment, maybe 2 or 3 people, and then ask the 2 panellists to respond. Who'd like to kick off? James, James, can you just introduce yourself as you ask the question?
Thanks, Charles. I have multiple affiliations, I guess, but I'm here primarily because I work with the Geopolitics programme. I was very interested to hear Jonathan's thoughts about the intelligence operations of the 1940s. That coincided with the Forest Brothers operation in the Baltic area and, of course, the continuing violence in Ukraine at that time. Do you think, had Philby, McLean, etc., not compromised the Operation Jungle and the other operations so severely that there could have been any wider progress? Was there any chance at all that something might have come out of that? Ultimately, it failed. Could it have succeeded?
Thank you. Other comments? Yes, there. Neil Taylor. Neil, can you introduce yourself, please?
Question really from Mart about Olaf Palme. His wife's family, his mother's family were from Latvia. He went to Latvia a lot before the war, but seems to have forgotten Latvia completely during his role as Prime Minister. And I'll contrast this with President Kekkonen, who manoeuvred very effectively to get to Tartu University in 1964, spoke in fluent Estonian and gave a speech that's still remembered 50 years on. And I wondered why he absented himself so much from Latvia when he could have had a tremendous influence. Obviously, well before Perestroika, he was assassinated, I think, in 1983, was it? But,
Thank you, Neil. Third one, and then I'll come to the panel, then do another round. Ross.
Ross Allen, I'm the UK ambassador in Estonia at the moment. A question for Mark, if I may. It was really interesting hearing your assessment of sort of Nordic, Scandinavian views in the run-up to the period that we're looking at. Are there any lessons that you draw from that in terms of how they view the sort of situation currently, the developments of the last few weeks? To some of us, it looks like quite big shifts in terms of their stance towards Russia and their sort of willingness to intervene and to sort of take bold steps internationally. So what lessons would you draw from the period we're looking at to current events?
Thank you. I'll go Jonathan first and then Mark. Jonathan, what comments would you like to make?
I'll leave the others to Mark. On the Philby, if Philby at MI6 hadn't...
You are in Cambridge, you know, so walls have ears when you're talking about Philby.
had not alerted the Russians to these operations, would it have been very different? These are difficult to assess, but I would say, particularly with Western Ukraine, where the complications of reforming Ukraine as a as a republic of the USSR after the war, when territories were incorporated from, as it were, more territories were added to Ukraine from Hungary and elsewhere. We're waiting for the Hungarians to ask for this back. Certainly the Russians took it extremely seriously, and Ivar Shutin, who became somewhat notorious later as deputy head of KGB, and then he became head of GRU, military intelligence, after the Penkovsky affair. He, as Minister of the Interior of Ukraine, basically, had a policy of shoot and kill on sight, but it took him until 1952 to deal with what were sort of marauding guerrillas. The Americans did some airdrops and various other things. I can't evaluate those, but certainly those territories did represent a very serious problem. And remember, Ukraine was in a ghastly famine, 1946 to 7. It was cannibalism. It was like back to 1920. In these conditions of huge scarcity and excessive Russification, and the problem being that these weren't Pravoslavny elements, they had their own confession, there would have been serious trouble. Whether that applies also to the Baltic, I can't say, but certainly in that area.
Thank you very much. Mart, a couple of questions to you.
Thanks, Neil. It's very interesting, and I think tells us a lot about the different situations that Sweden and Finland found themselves in during the Cold War. I mean, Olof Palme, yes, obviously would never ever get engaged with the Baltic states, wouldn't ever, publicly take a stance towards anything that was happening there. And I remember once reading an assessment of an exile Estonian of Swedish policy in the 1960s and 70s, that they were more than happy to prop up communist dictatorships all around the world, at the same time sort of completely turning a blind eye towards the human rights abuses that were very close to the home. And this, of course, they did because Swedish security policy was all about avoiding conflict with the Soviet Union. So they absolutely could not go against that. When it came to things happening elsewhere in the world, that was fair game, and Olof Palme famously went to demonstrate against the Vietnam War in front of the American embassy in Stockholm. But Kekkonen is a slightly different case. It's sometimes said that Finnish foreign policy has always been characterized by kind of arch realism, that they rarely have their hard security interests in mind, whatever they do. But of course, Kekkonen was very close to the Kremlin leadership, and he was not a threatening figure for the Soviet Union, and was not seen as one. So he could do more. He could allow himself to do more, and he could do a little bit of what's now called virtue signaling, right? Engage with the Estonians and go on a skiing trip and give a speech in Estonian. So he was able to do that, but because Sweden wasn't as close, because Sweden didn't have a friendship and mutual assistance treaty with the Soviet Union, Olof Palme could not. So this would be my assessment. In terms of lessons, I'm definitely one of the people who thinks that the understanding history is very important when we want to understand current politics. And this, I think, is also the case with Sweden's behavior, amongst other things. And the Baltic states have had a multifaceted policy impact on the way that Sweden behaves that's completely hidden and is not very often talked about at all. So, for example, where do the very well-known Swedish positive attitudes towards refugees come from? Well, we might want to ask who were the first major refugee group that made their way over to Sweden. That would have been the Estonians and Latvians in the late 1940s. And this was a success story. They were very well integrated into the Swedish society, laying the foundation for future refugee groups to arrive. And I think the positive experiences that Sweden had with the Baltic states in the 1990s and early 2000s probably must have played a role in facilitating its current engagement with Ukraine and their willingness to take on a more active role. To some extent, of course, this is just bandwagoning, because it's really difficult to be the only country not arming Ukraine if everyone around you is doing it. And Sweden, as a small state, well, it has a small state identity, even if it's more of a mid-sized state. It's always very sensitive to what everyone else is doing. But I do think there is genuine sympathy for Ukraine in Sweden and the other in the other Nordic states as well. And to some extent, we might be able to explain it with their experience with the Baltics.
Thank you very much. Next round of points. Here, I've got three down this line, so 1, 2, 3 first.
So William Wells from Rothschilds. To what extent is there any consideration to the neutralisation of Leningrad in the late 80s?
Very interesting question.
Question to Professor Haslam.
Kaarel, could you just introduce yourself?
Kaarel Piirimae from University of Helsinki. Professor Haslam, you have written an excellent book on H.C. Carter, and you mentioned it in your talk. I'm also taking interest in Carter. What's your assessment of Carter's change of views towards the Baltic states? Because, as you mentioned, the Baltic recommended them First World War, but then he came out as a kind of realist and said that, you shouldn't worry about occupation.
Thank you.
Yes, John Peake, the economist. I know we were talking about Britain and the Baltics a bit later, but I'd just like to ask Jonathan Haslam, you mentioned Bush a couple of times. Bush, of course, is an early enthusiast of German unification and also quite an early supporter of Yeltsin. And I just wonder what he thought about the role played by Thatcher and Mitterrand at the time, because they were both against German unification and they were both strong supporters of Gorbachev, and whether that played an influence in saying we actually didn't want the USSR to break up.
Thank you. Jonathan, will you kick off?
Okay, well, I'll kick off with the easiest one, which is the last question. Yeah, I mean, bit of background. When Bush came into office, he saw his main job as clearing out everybody who had worked for Ronald Reagan. This is not unusual because a vice president suffers so many humiliations, and under Reagan, particularly the second term, they were unconscionable for someone like Bush. And so everybody hid under their desks in the Pentagon. And when news came in of Dashich's memo, it was picked up by Phil Peterson. Phil was at the Office of Secretary of Defense. He was in charge of the order of battle of air for the Soviet Union. And Phil took a trip to Germany and bumped into a so-called German journalist who was BND, who told him about Dashichev's memo for reunification in April 1989. And I bumped into Phil in May at Peterhouse, actually, at a reception. It's amazing who you'll meet at a reception in Peterhouse, even in those days. And Phil said, "What have you been doing?" And I said, "Well, I've just had this chap Dashichev with me for a week at King's." He said, "What?" And he said, "Where is he?" And I said, "Well, I just took him to Heathrow." He said, "I must see him. I must see him. I need proof, proposals for German reunification, take back home." Anyway, he went back and he saw Andy Marshall, and Marshall gave him permission to go to Russia and see Dashichev in Moscow and get hold of the memo, etc. And he brought it back, but his boss was hiding under the desk and would not pass it up the chain of command. In the end, Phil broke the chain of command, and they broke him. They destroyed his career. So the attitude of the Bush administration, there wasn't one in the sense that they were obsessed with their own problems, and then they had the German reunification happened, as it were, without, it took everybody by surprise, and it was a hot potato. They were chucking it around, and then, of course, Mrs. Thatcher makes clear that Mr. Bush has got to get a handle on things. You can see it in Bush's diary. She's come, and she wants me to do things. And he was as terrified of her as Mitterrand was, being handbagged. Mitterrand's a bit of a mystery because, as you know, when there's the coup against Gorbachev in August 1991, he wants to recognize the people doing the coup. So he's problematic stuff. But anyway, Bush essentially didn't want trouble. He was not a risk taker. He'd taken a risk in World War II, flying these dangerous aircraft off carriers, and for the rest of his life he played very, very safe. He appointed Brent Scowcroft, who was the safest, quietest man you could ever, boring, I would say, as National Security Advisor. And the only thing Brent did that was scary was to bring Condoleezza Rice into the Pentagon for a while. Kaar. The Baltic and Kaar is interesting. Kaar as the manifestation of the great liberal, 19th century liberal, wanted Baltic states, all these little states, as he called them, should have their rights, and the Jews. And then he transitioned and came out of it in the 30s as a man, as a Machtpolitik man par excellence. And his experience in Riga wasn't a wonderful one. Riga was so boring in 1926, 1927. Nothing ever happened. But he learnt Russian from a priest for 2 years and passed his exams at the highest level. Leningrad, I don't know anything about any proposals on Leningrad. You must remember this was...
Kaliningrad.
Sorry?
Kaliningrad.
Kaliningrad, sorry, Kaliningrad. Kaliningrad is a problem today. It's filling up with Germans. And the Russians are very worried about that because they know it's not theirs. They know it's Königsberg. They know that it's Immanuel Kant's favorite pub place. And any proposals there were are unacceptable. If there's one thing they're going to hang on to, it's that. It's like these islands out, some of the northern islands in Japan. They're not going to give them back. Even if you strap them in a chair and put a knife to the throat, they're not going to give it back. It's humiliation. And I'm afraid this is, I don't know how long this will go on for, but recovering territory is now taking place, but not giving it up is...
And do you think there might have been a different settlement around Kaliningrad after the Second World War? It could have ended up in a different place to what it was, or was that...
Nobody's going to argue with the Soviet Union after the Second World War. The army was too big.
Yeah.
12 million.
Okay. Mart, is there anything you'd like to comment on those three questions?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. We've had a fantastic panel. I firstly want to ask you to thank our two panellists, Jonathan and Mark, because I think it's been a tremendous success. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back and congratulations on following the COVID rules discipline. I visited both the bar lounge and the Lubbock room, and it all seemed very nice and very comfortable. So thank you for fitting in with what the organisers were looking for. I think you will all agree that we've had a tremendous start to our symposium this morning, with tremendous contributions from the various people concerned. Our first panel now is the contribution of the independence campaigns in the Baltic states. And for that, we've got two tremendous panellists, Professor Stefan Hedlund and Professor Kaarel Piirimae. Let me introduce first Professor Hedlund. He came to my attention as an amateur in this field because I discovered the book which he wrote with Christian Gerner, published in 1993, so very recently after the events we're talking about, called The Baltic States and the End of the Soviet Empire. And though we've got a number of great books from great authors on our platform, this is the title which most narrowly approximates to the subject of this event. So Stefan is the perfect person to be involved here. He's professor at the Institute for Russian Eurasian Studies at Uppsala University and author of this book. Stefan, we very much look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much, Charles. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of us who are old enough to remember the late 1980s, this really is going down memory lane. And when I was trying to piece together some notes for this, it just struck me what a really fascinating story it was, how these three small Baltic countries really contributed massively to breaking the Soviet Union. And that's what I'm going to try to convey, my main impressions of how that was done. Obviously, within the background of Gorbachev pursuing perestroika and teddy bears, drive tanks and all of that. But there is a strategic game here that is really exciting. And I'm going to try to outline it in three main stages, where the first one is what I like to call mobilization. I will focus on Estonia, mainly because it's the country I know best, but partly also with due respect to the neighbors, that Estonia in some cases was the driving force, at least initially. In social science, it's very unusual to be able to say that an important process of social change started at this time, on this date. In this case, I think we can say that. It happened on February 25, 1987, when the Estonian nature program Panda broadcast...
Stefan, could I just interrupt 1 second? Could I just ask the audio-visual people if you could take down this slide, which is for Kaarel's next presentation, so it doesn't cut across what you're saying. You're almost as handsome as Kaarel, but not quite. And I don't want any confusions to arise. Sorry to interrupt you, Stefan.
Thank you.
I just thought it would be good if we could do that.
The Estonian program Panda broadcast a program about a company called Eesti Fosforiit in the Estonian city of Maardu, which was producing mineral fertilizer for Soviet agriculture. And what was told in this program was that they were planning an expansion of 2,000 square kilometers that would devastate a large part of open strip mining, a large part of Estonia. This was associated with the publication of a cartoon I still remember. You see a Soviet peasant shoveling fertilizer on a Soviet field, and the fertilizer looks like the map of Estonia. So the point is that it all started green, with ecology, people mobilizing, many for other reasons, but focusing on ecology as sort of the bandwagon to jump onto, where you really tried to escape the Soviet Union. It was associated also with presentations of the oil shale mining at Kotlajärve, a place which I visited and it looked like something out of Dante's Inferno. It was really awful. So people coalesce. People are really disgruntled with Soviet reality, and they coalesce around green matters, which sort of mobilizes discontent. This happens in Latvia with hydropower problems, and in Lithuania with the Ignalina nuclear power plant. But gradually, ecological concern sort of morphs into concern over what Kristina talked about with ethnicity, language, and the fact that due to Soviet labor migration, the industrialization of Estonia and Latvia, and not of Lithuania, meant that Estonia and Latvia were in a situation where they were threatened by becoming minorities in their own countries. So suddenly, out of ecology and green concerns comes this concern with ethnicity and language, which then sort of boosts the mobilization against Soviet power. And I remember I think it was in April 1988 when the University of Tartu in Estonia had a cultural festival or manifestation, which was the first time, I think, when the old Estonian flag was first flown. That had been preserved since the first time Estonia became independent. And it still can be viewed in the National Museum in Tartu, the old Soviet Air Force Base, now converted into a wonderful museum. Now, this mobilization then leads to my second phase, which I like to call subtle subversion. And of course, the Gorbachev and Perestroika sets the parameters for the games that are being played in the Baltic republics. And in Estonia, which is why I like to focus on Estonia, Estonian economists start thinking about a way to get out of central economic planning. And they produce a program that is called Ise Majandav Eesti, which sort of means self-managing Estonia. And the thought is that we can create autonomy for the Estonian Republic within the Soviet economic planning system, so we can have our own budget and escape from too much tight control. Not independence, not leaving, but still autonomy within the system. This obviously did not happen, but the acronym for Ise Majandav Eesti, EME, means wonder in Estonia. So it was a clear point of mobilizing economic thought in the direction of independence from Soviet economic planning towards market economy and living with the West. In Moscow, this was viewed as sort of, Kristina referred to this, they are good workers, Estonian carpenters and all that. But I remember Soviet sociologist Igor Klyamkin writing an article in Sociologiические исследования where he rediscovered Weber's Protestant ethic. So there was this sense that if we give the Balts a long leash for reforms, they will support perestroika. So it's not a threat to us. That's why I call it subtle subversion, because the Baltic nations managed to convince Moscow that it's not really a threat, we just want to help you with perestroika. And obviously, this purpose is furthered by communist rhetoric like popular fronts. The Eesti Rahvaraine, the Estonian Popular Front, is founded to support perestroika. So we're still in business with the Russians. We want to help you. We want to help Gorbachev with perestroika, although maybe we want to just leave the show altogether. And the deciding moment comes, some of you may remember the 19th Party Conference in Moscow, where cable TV was just new. I remember, I think I watched 20 hours of television during that week. And that was the last stand for the Soviet grip over the Baltic states. Because when they tried to send delegates from Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania to the party conference in Moscow, the Communist Party still had a grip and controlled who got to go to Moscow. Now, when the People's Congress arrived in Moscow, it was a 180. Then the Popular Fronts got to select their own people and send them to Moscow. So this sort of is the line of division where subtle subversion moves into defiance. Obviously, then we get this sovereignty parade. Our law is above USSR law, and this sort of game of matryoshkas. You have one law and then another law and then another law. And I always remember a cartoon from the time where you see two peasants, a man and a woman, saying, "We proudly pronounce the sovereign republic of Ivan and Olga." The point being that sort of when Estonians and Latvians and Lithuanians pursue autonomy, that is to become independence, they are doing it within a framework where similar processes are taking place all across the Soviet Union. Because if the Soviet Union outside the Baltic sphere had been totally homogeneous and none of this had been going on, I don't think it would have worked. So it's sort of exploiting weaknesses, fooling Moscow into believing, but guys, we're on your side, we just want to help you. And playing that game very skillfully and very successfully got the Baltic states into a situation where they can move on to my third line, which is what I like to call defiance. And it's all about important dates in the Baltic Republic. So the date when we proclaimed sovereignty, and the date when we did that, this and that, but most importantly, obviously, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, August 23, an incredibly important date in all the three Baltic republics during this time of mobilization and attempted secession from the Soviet Union. On August 23 in 1988, there were large-ish demonstrations where the Soviet authorities cracked down very hard. In September 1988, 300,000 Estonians gathered at the singing field outside or inside suburbs of Tallinn for what would become known as the Singing Revolution. And 300,000 people singing in a population that is close to 1 million. That's an incredibly powerful tool of mobilization, that all Estonians are now behind this project, that we want no more Soviet power. We want to run our own house and we want to get out of there. And I think this was the first day when I wasn't there then, but when I saw this was the first day when I realized that there is no way Moscow is going to put an end to this. And of course, the following year, on August 23, 1989, which Kristina showed on the initial slide here, at 7 p.m., 2 million people from Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania joined hands in what was known as the Human Chain or the Baltic Way or whatever. It spanned from Tallinn through Riga to Vilnius, 675 kilometers or 420 miles. Friends of mine who were in that chain tell me that there were a couple of places, wooded areas in Latvia, where it was not completely locked, but otherwise 2 million people from Estonia down to Vilnius in the south. The Soviet Air Force did some low passes over it, but otherwise they did nothing. And that was when I became convinced that this is going to end well for the Baltic republics, not for the Soviet Union. And I remember I was invited to a seminar with the Swedish Defense Committee when I told them you have to prepare for a collapse of the Soviet Union. They just looked at me like something a cat had dragged in. In March 11, 1990, moving down to Lithuania, Vytautas Landsbergis proclaims the restoration, not the proclamation, but the restoration of independence for Lithuania. Gorbachev responds with the blockade that fails. Lithuania was the first of the 15 to proclaim independence or to restoration of its independence. Then comes what I call the final spasm, the final attempt by the hardliners to block this. The tragedy on January 13 when Lithuanians converged on the TV tower in Vilnius and Soviet forces cracked down hard on them. There was something happening in central Riga also with the OMON troops shooting people. Not very many dead, but they never got to Tallinn. Why, I don't really know. We know, or we think we know, that the authorities had made up lists of prominent people in the Baltic republics who were to be arrested and deported, much as we believe they have done in Ukraine today. When the Soviet forces cracked down in Vilnius, Landsbergis tried desperately to call Gorbachev on the phone, but he was out to lunch. Lithuanians would then call this the longest lunch break in history. What sort of sealed the fate of the Soviet power was that Boris Yeltsin flew to Tallinn in the midst of this crisis. Always a very bold man, never miss an opportunity to make a stand. And in Tallinn, he signs a joint statement of mutual support with the leaders of the 3 Baltic states. And also said that maybe it's time for Russia to declare independence from the Soviet Union. And that is when it's no longer in the hands of the Baltic republics. Now it has become a case of a struggle between Russia and the Soviet Union. And it is said, I've heard at least somebody say that Yeltsin returned to Moscow by car because he was fearful of being assassinated by Soviet security forces on the way back. Then obviously, as we all know, August 1991, game over, and Gorbachev resigns. And sort of my takeaway from this is that it's really amazing how 3 small countries with incredibly skillful strategic plays against the Soviet Union could contribute in a very major way to breaking, of course, with a lot of interaction with what was happening in Central Europe. But still, what I took away when I was reading up for this presentation was that it really is a unique story of David and Goliath. And it ended well for the Baltic states when in 1992 they got the opportunity to restore their independence once again. I think I've just about...
You're okay if you want another minute?
No, I'll cede the floor. Thank you.
Stefan, thank you for that gripping account of the events of that time, which would have brought back for many in the room memories of their own recollections of this time. Sorry for the discussion right at the end. I thought we'd had a discussion beforehand. You were saying you were long over the time, and so I wanted to give you the opportunity. It was tremendous. Thank you very, very much indeed. The second, and of course this afternoon, we will be having a session on responses in Moscow to events in the Baltic, where Archie Brown and Vladislav Zubok will talk about how they saw it from their end, as it were, the Moscow end of this very same conversation we're having. But our second contribution for this panel is from Professor Kaarel Piirimae. We welcome you very much, Kaarel. Kaarel is the Associate Professor of Contemporary History at the University of Tartu and a project researcher at Helsinki University. He's written many things, but his articles include Gorbachev's New Thinking and Estonia Has No Time. And we really couldn't have a better commentator on this than Kaarel. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present here. In the collective memory of the Baltic states and also history writing, there is the perception that we did it, basically, that the Baltic movements, independence movements, were central to the Soviet collapse. And even if this is not precisely what all authors think, this is the impression that one often gets from histories that are focused on national or regional themes within the larger story of the Soviet disintegration crisis. So, wanting to avoid that impression, I want to emphasize that in the final analysis, it was not the Baltic independence movements that decided the fate of the Soviet Union. I agree with the scholars, many of whom are also here actually, who direct or redirect the focus to the Union center. This is, for example, in Vladislav Zubok's recent book, The Collapse, which I think is really an admirable accomplishment, academic accomplishment. Although I must say, and I may be wrong when reading that book, I don't want to criticize, as Zubok does, Gorbachev's unwillingness or inability to use force. I do agree with Vladislav that Gorbachev was probably an extraordinary ignorant leader, blind to some of the most obvious facts of life. Zubok describes him as merely bobbing on the surface of a revolutionary deluge, and I think he's correct. But I still think that his ethical choices were admirable and makes him a great leader. As to the importance of one factor or the other, I think Zubok's assessment that the exit of Russia, or Rexit, as he said in our recent seminar at Helsinki University, was the main cause in the collapse, beside the utterly misguided economic reform policy and even the defection of Russia, about which Sergei Blokhy has written so well, was not decisive for that matter. Mark Basinger, who has presented probably the most comprehensive analysis of all the various nationalist protest groups emerging in the Soviet Union and assessed their cumulative effect on the crisis, has concluded, in the end, it was not the Baltic, Transcaucasian or Moldavian governments that took the final decision to abolish the Soviet Union. Rather, the decision was adopted by the Russian, Ukrainian, and Belarusian governments. In this quote, Basinger refers not only to the Belovež Accords in December 91, but to the importance of non-Slavic republics more generally. And I think this is correct. It was the traditional core of the empire that threw away the imperial legacy, or the imperial mission, if you will. In the brief historic moment of circa 1990 to 92, Russia turned against the very empire it had created. However, Basinger also notes that those decisions in Belovež forests and the many similar decisions leading to that were not taken in a sort of vacuum, but in the context that he characterizes as a widespread notion, a sense of inevitability about the Soviet disintegration. Independence of the Union republics, which had seemed unthinkable only 2 years earlier, and for which popular support was quite modest even in March 91 during Gorbachev's referendum, seemed in late 91 the most sensible way out of the crisis. In creating that sense of inevitability about the dissolution of the unitary state along the borders of Union republics, the Baltic states played a very important role. This also is acknowledged by most authors. Referring again to Basinger, who has studied the rise of Russian nationalism, he came to the conclusion that it was the Baltic independence movements that inspired mass mobilization also of the Russians. And there were three waves, according to him. First, Russian-speaking minorities in the Baltic republics mobilized in reaction to Baltic separatism. These groups could be characterized as conservative and Russian nationalist. In the Baltic states, these are referred as the interfronts. Second, starting from early 89, that wave of mobilization spread from the Baltic republics to Russia proper, but not as a conservative movement, but rather as a liberal and democratic movement, supporting the Baltic freedom struggle rather than fighting against it. And it was that movement that, for example, in January and February 91, crucially organized mass protest demonstrations against the use of force in Lithuania and Latvia. This was important not only to avoid further violence in the Baltic states, but also to signal the opposition of the Russian people to the use of force in general, and may have helped deter the Soviet military from going along with coup d'etat later in August. Moreover, the Baltic republics were not merely an example to follow, but the Balts were actively spreading the form of mobilization and resistance which had proved its worth in the Baltic to other republics, in order to build a broad coalition of republics against Gorbachev. In this regard, nationalism in the Soviet Union was not a parochial movement, as many scholars would like to think, but an open transnational movement. The organizational form that the Balts were exporting was the Popular Front, first established in summer '88 in Estonia. It allowed for the mobilization of broad sections of the public for what was seemingly a program supporting perestroika. And Gorbachev and his closest advisors surprisingly believed these movements were supporting perestroika, but in actual fact included all the most important objectives of the Estonian national movement. It was a pragmatic program avoiding the radical demands of the dissidents and therefore avoiding obvious risks for people getting involved. But the Popular Front is only one example of innovative political, social, and economic thinking that came from the Baltic republics and most often from Estonia. There was also, for example, politics of history, the condemning of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, very, very important. Other ideas included contractual work, the self-accounting of enterprises, and eventually even of republics, which led to the idea that republics should be sovereign within the union according to a new union contract still to be negotiated. And this was almost 3 years before Gorbachev went along with that idea, when it was already too late. So in general terms, I think that that kind of thinking was directed at making the devolution of power in the Union seem the most natural and sensible course to follow, and Gorbachev's team largely bought it, at least in the beginning. Nevertheless, I think ideas can explain perhaps half of the importance of Baltic republics. And two things stand out for me. First, there was very broad societal support for those ideas. And second, there seemed to be a special urgency about turning these ideas into practice, which was not that visible in other republics. So why did the Balts push ahead of everyone else? I think the most common answer would be that Estonians, Latvians, and Lithuanians were simply the more developed parts of the Soviet Union. Their experience of communism was shorter, and a lot of people still remembered or had first-hand experience of pre-war republics. And for the Balts, at least, Soviet life never was a normality, which has been very well written about in Alexei Yurchak's book, Everything Was Forever Until It Was No More. For example, when a British diplomat visited Lennart Meri in 1981 in Tallinn, in Meri's home, Meri played a recording of the funeral of Winston Churchill, which he had recorded from the Voice of America in 1965. And the diplomat concluded that this is something that we experience only in East Central Europe, not in the Soviet Union. And in autumn 1990, when Meri asked for audience with the British Foreign Secretary, they discussed it and said that, we ordinarily don't meet on the high level with Baltic politicians, but we'll make an exception because he obviously is a person who has something important to say. But this, in general, I think is only part of the answer. Yes, technocrats in the Baltic republics were known for their innovative thinking. The Baltics was prized as a laboratory of reform long before Gorbachev imagined it as a testing ground for perestroika, before Yakovlev, who inspected the situation in Riga and Vilnius in August 1988, came to the conclusion that it was all meant to support perestroika. It is important to stress that Baltic leaders were not only men of ideas, but also, or even more importantly, men of action. Ideas could be borrowed. For example, the Popular Front idea was borrowed from Russian discussions, self-accounting from Hungarian economists. But the Balts excelled in putting those ideas into action. The British diplomat David Manning, who observed Baltic affairs from the British embassy in Moscow, noted this: Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania had outstanding leaders whose bravery was combined with a great sense of time. And the most important lesson that Manning drew, looking back 2 decades later, he wrote that in the 2000s, was that the Baltic states did not postpone decisions, they did things which were politically possible immediately. And he refers not only to the independence struggle, but also to the Baltic return to Europe, including the joining of NATO and the EU. So why were the Baltic leaders so brave, and why were they desperately trying to grasp the moment? It was because they believed Gorbachev presented a unique window of opportunity. Perhaps many other people understood this as well, but the Balts had a very good reason to struggle for independence. They feared that their nations were facing an existential threat, so long as they remained in the empire. And we can see that existential fear, the very moment that the Estonian intelligentsia came into open for the first time since the Second World War. In 1980, emboldened by the events in Poland, 40 Estonian intellectuals sent a letter to 4 Soviet newspapers. Of course, the letter was not published, but it was meant primarily for the ears of the Soviet authorities. And the letter also spread as samizdat. And in that letter in 1980, it was stated that the Estonian nation was becoming a minority group, ethnic group, in the near future. And this, they said, was the main reason for social unrest spreading in Estonia after the Olympic Games. Authorities dismissed the existential anxiety as a capitalist propaganda ploy and suppressed all opposition. And it was only in 1988, with Glasnost in swing, that the Estonian intelligentsia could again raise the nationalities question in public. In April 1988, there was a plenum of cultural associations where Lennart Meri, a writer and a filmmaker and later foreign minister and president, expressed the feeling of everyone present. And quote, "For the Estonian nation, the situation is critical. Our first duty is to free the nation from the fear of biological and social extinction." Now, there is no time here to discuss whether that perception reflected demographic realities or not. In 1989, and that has been discussed already, the proportion of immigrants was circa 40%, but the immigrants had the largest share of young people in fertile age. But what mattered was perception. Existential fear was a social fact, having an effect on people's expectations and their willingness to take great risks in the present to change the situation. And that threat perception was shared by a large coalition of Estonians, from Communist Party members to dissidents. For example, Vaino Väljas, who became the first secretary of the Estonian Communist Party in 1988, as Gorbachev's close ally, shared the concerns of the nationalists and bandwagoned with the nationalist cause, all the time assuring Gorbachev that this was happening to support perestroika. And under direct supervision of Väljas, in November 1988, the Estonian republics declared sovereignty, an innovative move that led to the parade of sovereignties within the next 2 years. And the Estonian Reform Communist government closed Estonian borders to mass immigration and declared Estonian the official language of the republic, strikingly so by 1989. And this was part of the effort to save the Estonian nation from biological and cultural extinction. But the Estonian national movement was not satisfied. It was determined to press ahead as long as and as much as Gorbachev was allowing. With time, the facade of perestroika fell away, giving way to open confrontation or defiance. Lithuanians led the way with their March 1990 Declaration of Independence, Latvians and Estonians trying to be more tactical. As a writer and filmmaker with an acute sense of time, Lennart Meri best expressed the Estonian, and I assume also Baltic, concept of time. In an internal foreign ministry memo in autumn 1990, Meri said, Estonian foreign policy has less time than the other European nations, because in Estonia, time determines whether the nation will survive or perish. In autumn 1991, Meri wrote, 50 years of hard times have brought us to the situation where we must admit time is working against us. It's like a Marxist way of thinking. These destructive processes are intensifying, and turning these processes around will take immense efforts. Incredibly, he wrote this in a government white paper immediately after the Declaration of Independence in August 1991. So the government did not consider independence as an endpoint, but just as a beginning. The end was the return to Europe and the securing of the nation against extinction, which the Estonian elites thought was accomplished only after joining of NATO and the EU. It will always be a matter of debate whether the use of mass violence would have prevented the separation of the republics. There is also the interesting question whether allowing the Baltic republics to leave would have strengthened Gorbachev's hand in dealing with other more pressing issues. The Baltic leaders definitely argued for this point of view, but Gorbachev thought, perhaps thinking as a lawyer, that Baltic independence would set a dangerous precedent. I would think that allowing the Balts leave sooner rather than later would have saved Gorbachev from some of the trouble that the Balts were able to make inside the Soviet Union. Thank you.
Kaarel, thank you very much. That was really fantastic. Really fantastic. We've had two great presentations. For what it's worth, not very much. I've always been of the view that if Gorbachev had done that at that time, it would have been different. I was involved with Labour politics at the time, working with the then leader of the opposition, Neil Kinnock, and in fact, I met in Tallinn the secretary of the Estonian Communist Party you were talking about in August 1988, and had this conversation. And I think a more flexible approach by Gorbachev might have led to very different situations. But I emphasize my ignorance in this in front of the historians assembled here. Okay, we're going to go through the rest of the session. We've got about 20 minutes. In the same way we did earlier on this morning, I'm going to ask for questions in threes and then ask for comments, responses from the panel. Can you introduce yourself, Eva, please?
Hello, my name is Eva, and I'm director of the conference. I have a small note and a question to both the distinguished speakers. The first was that it was under discussion about how in Estonia it could have been prevented the bloody events in January, what happened in Ukraine and Italy. And I think that in one of the things that prevented wider military intervention and bloody events in Tallinn was also when Yeltsin came to visit. He made the appeal to military leadership in Tallinn, saying that they should not turn arms against their own population. And I think that it was one part really what was important. And the second question for both the speakers is that we are here discussing the collapse of the empire, and that it was really succeeded in bloodless way mostly. And my question is that if we take into account what happened in 2008 in Georgia, what is the situation in Transnistria, what is going on in Belarus, and now the war in Ukraine, that can you actually tell that the chapter is closed and it is the end of the empire and that it has been bloodless?
Thank you very much. Very sharp question. Yes?
Hi, my name is Archie with the Latvian Embassy, but this is a purely academic question that I have. We just were learning about how the Baltic nations were engaged in kind of a sabotage. We also learned about motivations against the Soviet Union, and kind of showing that the Soviet Union ended up crumbling because it was almost like a paper tiger. And recently I heard a Latvian expert refer to today's Russia and their invasion of Ukraine as, again, being revealed as this paper tiger, and all that we've been fearing is the fear itself. That's kind of an argument, so that's the provocation in this academic argument. Maybe you have a bit of a comment. Is Russia a paper tiger, and is it relevant today as well?
Okay, third question, right at the back there.
Good morning.
Well, I'll come to you in just a second.
Yeah, hi. Kristina Spohr from Estonia, University of Clarke, and thank you for excellent speeches. You both talked about mobilization, that the power of mobilization these countries had. And my question is, how much it was connected directly to social capital within the society, and how much to other factors, and your reflections, why actually mobilization worked on so high a level as you both pointed out? Thank you.
Thank you. I will take Vladislav before going to the next round, because he was commented on a great deal. So Vladislav, what would you like to ask?
Well, that's a question. Thank you, Kaarel Piirimae, for plugging my book. The question. Sadly, would have been all safe from much worse scenarios by Gorbachev letting the balls go. And this was repeated by many other sources in the 2008s. On what terms and conditions? Pretty much unconditionally, like with all Soviet bases, the territories and Soviet military industrial complex. So no negotiations, no conditions.
Thank you. That's four great questions to set you both going. Off you go, Stefan.
Thank you. Let me begin with the question of why there was no bloodbath in Tallinn, and there's obviously several reasons for that. But I think one important reason is that troops were kept in the barracks. And I would like to remind you of the base commander of the Soviet Air Force base in Tartu, Jihad Dudayev, who in the middle of this mobilization made a parachute jump, and when his chute opened, it had the Estonian colors. That's a powerful sign of support from the Soviet military inside Estonia. How much clout he had over other formations inside Estonia, I don't know, but I think there must have been some sort of talk amongst them that we don't get involved in this. And then, of course, we all know what happened with Dudayev and the Estonians selling all the rubles to Chechnya and all that, but that's a different story. End of the empire.
30 seconds.
I'll start crying if I try to answer that, so I'll just refrain. USSR, a paper tiger. Well, paper tiger with nuclear weapons. Yes, is it dangerous? The power of weakness we sometimes refer to, and I think this is what we're seeing now. An extremely, sort of in game theory, there's a famous story of a man turning up at your door in the morning, and when you open the door, he says, "Give me $100,000 or I'll kill myself." That's the strength of weakness. And I think that it's very difficult to deal with situations like this. More academic when it comes to social capital. I mean, I think, never really thought about that, but I mean, the answer is very obvious, that the social capital must have been there, otherwise this type of mobilization and this incredibly skillful, I mean, the Isämäenda Viesti program of autonomy, and then how smoothly these people blended into Western or European American assistance programs. It didn't just happen in 1987. I mean, it must have been building over some time, although this is just speculation on my part, but that really has to be the answer.
Thank you, Stefan. Kaarel.
Yes, very interesting questions. About the bloody January events, yes, it was very, very important that Yeltsin intervened, and whether it avoided it was the reason why there was no bloodshed in Estonia is another question, but obviously Yeltsin was interested in stopping that military involvement because it could endanger also the Russian democratic movement. So there was they shared that interest with the Baltic republics, and that alliance went back to '89 during the Congress of People's Deputies. There was cooperation in that Congress between the Balts and the Russian Democrats, who were a minority actually in that Congress. And in general, one should note that Yeltsin fulfilled all his promises towards Estonia, for example, up until the withdrawal on Russian troops, and we should be really remembering that. And whether dictatorships are paper tigers, in some sense they all are, but can be very dangerous paper tigers, and we never know when they crack, but when they crack, that happens very suddenly, and it's almost impossible to predict when they do, I think. And power mobilization, very good point, that these leaders about whom we spoke, they had obviously a lot of social capital. For example, intellectuals had a lot of capital, social capital in those days, which I doubt they have in that much nowadays. And very good question about possible divorce of the Baltic republics and Soviet Union. If Gorbachev had been more strategic, he could have got a divorce with conditions. The divorce that happened in August '91 was without almost any conditions, and he could have got military bases or almost anything, I think, when he would have negotiated in 1990, for example.
A fascinating what if. Next round of questions. Yes? Yes? Okay, you first, Patrick.
Thank you. Patrick Salmon, I was in Tallinn in June 1991, and it was a very strange sort of contrast between relative normality on the one hand and extreme tension on the other hand. I remember they put concrete blocks in the street to stop the tanks. They eventually came. But what I'm really asking about is this long period between the violent events of January 1991 and the actual coup in August. What was happening in that period? There was still violence, obviously, attacks on customs posts and so on, but it's a sort of normality which could continue, I would have thought, in some form or other, if there had been no coup. What was going on? What might have happened?
Thank you. And there's somebody there, yes.
Mary Gajewski, I'm journalist, former foreign correspondent. You said that if, it's another what-if question, I'm afraid. You said that if Gorbachev had acted more strategically, then he might have given the Baltic states independence and saved the rest of the Soviet Union. From the opposite side, what if the Baltic states themselves had acted more strategically and maybe combined their efforts? Because when I was a correspondent in Moscow and covering the Soviet Union at the time, one of the things that struck you was how very individual and how separately the Baltic states were generally acting.
Thank you. Have I got another question just at the moment? Yes.
Yeah, I'm happy to throw something into the mix. I'm wondering, when you had this question of social mobilization, whether you think, or to what extent you think it was important that you had these lobbying groups in the United States, in Britain, in Germany, because of the people who had escaped, resettled, but of course they kept the close links, and because they were, of course, in the Soviet Union, unusually for these three republics, culturally also those very close links across the Baltic Sea region. How important was that? If you combine it also, and I think you really must not forget that if you talk about the peripheral republics or the newly independent states after the collapse, that precisely because it was due to 1939 that they got incorporated, that it made them different, and that Gorbachev in that sense could have dealt with them differently on the basis of the re-establishment of independence versus the secessionism on the basis of self-determination under Lenin.
Thank you. I'll start with you, Kaarel, to those three questions.
Okay, thanks. Yes, I think I totally agree with Patrick that the period from January to August '91 is a very interesting period. There was a lot of hope or the feeling that independence is almost there. The Baltic states were trying to act as being already independent, but they were still tied in 100 ways to the Soviet Union, and it could have taken this could have taken a long time, and all this mobilization towards independence could have, in some scenario, actually withdrawed out or somehow. So this coup was saved the situation in many ways. But it's an interesting question. Combined efforts. The Baltic states. I haven't got that impression from my reading that they acted separately. Certainly there were some differences, like Lithuania decided to declare independence immediately in 1990, and it's a long, one can debate whether that was a clever decision or not, but certainly to some extent you can argue that it was a good decision. And they had this, the Balts had never cooperated that much in history before as during that time. So I think there was a lot of cooperation actually, and it continued into the 90s. And then again during the accession to NATO. And the last question was
the question about lobbying groups in the United States.
Yeah, I think that
important were they?
This is something that the Baltic states were different, very much different. Armenians perhaps had a community in the US, but not that active as the Baltic community. I think, and a very important aspect is also that already the communist government decided to normalize relations with the exiles early on. So the exile community helped the all sorts of organizations in the Baltic states, and of course in the US Congress and so on. So it was very, very important.
Thank you. Stefan.
Yes, I'd like to make two responses. One, on the point of advice from the outside, I was recently asked to review a book manuscript. I hope the author is not present here, about various lobby groups having impact and influence in the Baltic republics, and my answer was do not publish. And I think the problem with all these lobby groups...
Are you always as gentle in what you say to people?
Sort of. The problem is that much of this advice that came, and I was pretty much involved with this in Russia in the early days of shock therapy and such, much of this advice was not very good advice. Some of it was pretty awful advice. Obviously, there are exceptions, and I'd like to say one thing in favor of my disgraced country, in the sense that there was one Swedish commercial bank that did a lot of good in Estonia because the senior manager of the bank was of Estonian extraction. And even during the Soviet days, they intervened, probably against the law, even in Sweden, to help build a central bank in Estonia. And a very good friend of mine then became the first manager of the Central Bank of Estonia. So that was good advice, and that was on the ground. But otherwise, this sort of flimsy-flumsy advice about neoliberal reforms and all that, I think on balance, it may have done more harm than good. The other point about the Baltic nations acting separately, my immediate reaction is that when people talk to me about how do the Scandinavian countries feel, I always say, what do you mean Scandinavian countries? Okay, let's take NATO. What is the Scandinavian position on NATO today? I mean, these are three countries, Finland being a fourth, not Scandinavian, but Nordic. These are countries with very different political cultures. Three of them are united by a semi-similar language, but not very much else. There's a lot of animosity between these countries. And I also recall that in the 1920s, when the Baltic nations became independent the first time, there was talk about joining Estonia with the Nordic bloc and Lithuania with Poland, and there was never really this sense of it. I think it was only in the 1980s became a good marketing tool to talk about the Baltic republics, because then it's sort of easy to put it on the map. Okay, we're going to help not Estonia, Latvia, but the Baltic nations, and then the Americans can get it, right? And I think that is probably my short answer. I have a longer one, but that will be a different thing.
That's great. We've got just 2 or 3 more minutes, more questions or comments. Yeah.
I'm Donald Kovacs, a student of this university. I would be interested in your assessment of US foreign policy's impact on the Soviet collapse, especially considering its sort of balancing game, manifesting, for instance, in Bush's Chicken Kiev speech, but then sort of a support for Baltic independence. So how would you assess this, perhaps also the triumphalist approach of US foreign policy?
Okay, thank you for that one. Looking for more? James.
Perhaps it might be worth expanding a little bit on the diaspora, but because the Baltic countries had legal existences and they had active foreign representations that had some degree of legal standing, that I think made a bit different. So if you were sort of elaborating on that, I know you have some points on that.
Okay, so would both of you like to comment on the 2 questions, but also make any general summary remarks that you'd like to make? Stefan.
Well, when it comes to Bush and foreign policy and this Chicken Kiev thing, which was kind of funny, I think the main problem with U.S. foreign policy was, I think somebody already referred to it, was try to don't see it, don't hear it, don't talk about it. And with the U.S. pulling back from what was happening, the stage was set for private contractors. So this is when you get all these Western advisors who come in and make a financial killing under shock therapy and working together with the Russian oligarchs that were plundering the state and making off with the fortune on themselves. So there was really no U.S. foreign policy presence in the first crucially important years when the agenda was set. So my take is that even if we didn't help, it wasn't really necessary to help the Russian oligarchs plunder the country, which is what the West did by not moving in with state programs, but allowing all kinds of private contractors to move in instead. I didn't really get your question, James. Could you?
Really the role of the diaspora using the legal functioning embassies, for example.
Yeah.
Because James making a point, because of the legal status of the Baltic representations abroad, which differed from other countries, that meant that they could organise the diaspora to some extent.
Probably very important. I have never thought about it, so I don't really have anything else. But you probably have a very important point there. I mean, it's sort of my sort of cynical remarks about economic advice and that. There is obviously the other helping mobilize and helping organize, which is different from economic advice on economic reforms, and that the help in creating mobilization was probably more successful, and their embassies and things may have been much more helpful. But
thank you. Kaarel.
May I take only the second question?
You don't want to talk about foreign policy.
There's an interesting story about the Estonian embassy in London that maybe is good to remember, that as opposed to the United States, Britain did not recognize a successor to the Baltic diplomats. So we couldn't name a successor, so there was no minister or ambassador anymore, but there still was the house in a very predominant place in London, central London, and then it cost a lot of money because the Brits, because it was not recognized as an embassy, it was now taxed because it had a council tax. And then the Estonian consul general in New York decided to sell it. But then the British government had to decide what to do with the money. And now they did a very interesting thing. I think it was 88 or 89. They said that we will not give that money back to the Estonian consul general, but we will keep it because the situation in Estonia can change. And then we can use it in a better purpose, give it to the legal government in Estonia. And that's exactly what they did. And Estonia printed their first own currency with that money. So thank you very much.
Yet another example of outstanding foreign policy leadership by Her Majesty's Foreign Office, which David can comment on at some point today if he wishes to do so. I think we come to the lunch break. I think you'll all agree we've had a fantastic morning, tremendous contributions. Firstly, can I thank Stefan and Kaarel for tremendous contributions in this session. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're almost at the time for starting. In fact, the clock on this computer says 1400, so perfect. Thanks very much, as before, for obeying the general guidance on where to eat your lunch and so on, which I know is a bit boring, but it seems to have worked very well, and thank you very much indeed. We've had a tremendous morning, as I said earlier, and the afternoon is essentially three main sessions. Firstly, the session we're now going to go into on responses from Moscow to these events in the Baltic. We've heard a number of angles from what people thought was going on in the Baltic, but what did people think was going on in Moscow at this time, the other way around? And I think there's an important interplay which we're about to discover between the perceptions from the different angles about what was taking place. The second session this afternoon, how Britain dealt with events in the Baltic at this time. Most of you here will recognise the supreme wisdom of British foreign policy at every point in its history. So it will come as a shock to discover there are one or two aspects which weren't quite as smooth as one might like in that situation. But we've got a session then on how Britain dealt with it, which will be very interesting. And then the final session this afternoon, we've changed our schedule because of events in Ukraine, is going to be on contemporary implications of interpretations of the history of 1991. And as I said right at the beginning of the morning session, the fact is, as we've seen dramatically and horrifically in relation to Russia and the Ukraine, interpretations of history play an exceptionally important role. And one of the things that we hope that we can do as a university is produce a reasonably independent, objective understanding of history, which sometimes will run in contrast with some of the state-sponsored versions of history which are around. So that final session is taking the lessons of that historical process and pushing it forward to now. But the first session this afternoon, we're really honoured to have Archie Brown and Vladislav Zubok. I'll introduce Vladislav in just a second. Archie's going to kick off. He's a name who I know from what many of you have said to me is very well respected and known in this field. So we're very grateful, Archie, that you've been ready to come today. He's the Emeritus Professor of Politics at Oxford University and author of an enormous range of works on the subject, of which one of the most recent is The Human Factor, Gorbachev, Reagan and Thatcher, and the End of the Cold War. He won't mind me saying to you that the paperback of this is coming out tomorrow. And so if you want to have a lighter weight version of the heavyweight words, it'll be available to you tomorrow. I also should just say, Archie, we're so grateful to you for coming, because I know it's your 59th wedding anniversary today. And the fact you've come over from Oxford is very, very generous of you. Thank you for coming to join us this afternoon.
Lennart Meri was mentioned several times in the previous session. At one point in the 1990s, I found myself sitting next to President Meri, as he was then, of Estonia, at a high table in my college in Oxford. I couldn't get him to agree with me that if Gorbachev had not been elected the General Secretary of the Soviet Communist Party in March 1985, he would not be holding his present high office, but would still be living in the Soviet Union. Nevertheless, there was nothing preordained about a Soviet leadership refraining from the use of force that was at the disposal to stop those vociferous tendencies. Indeed, had any other member of Chernenko's Politburo succeeded that colourless apparatchik, expectations would not have been aroused in the first place, and the everyday levels of coercion of the post-Stalin era would have sufficed to keep all 15 republics within the USSR. Nevertheless, the three Baltic republics were always potential flashpoints in the Soviet Union and important for the breakup of the Soviet state. Indeed, a different way of looking at it would be to say that if the three Baltic republics, the three Baltic states, and Western Ukraine had not been brought into the Soviet Union in the first place as a result of the Hitler-Stalin Pact, then the Soviet Union would not have broken up. That point is made by the Ukrainian-American historian Serhiy Plokhy, and so, if we agree with him, and I think there's a lot in what he says, then the person who was ultimately responsible for the breakup of the Soviet Union was none other than Stalin. Understandably, Plokhy's emphasis is on Ukraine, and he points out that in the late 1980s, Lviv became the center of nationalist mobilization for Ukrainian independence. And it was as difficult to imagine Ukrainian independence without Lviv as it was to imagine the Soviet Union without Ukraine in the fall and winter of 1991. Ultimately, though, what made the breakup of the Soviet Union certain was not national separatism in the Baltic republics or even pressure from Ukraine, because as late as March 1991, over 70% of Ukrainians voted in the Soviet referendum to remain within the USSR, a Soviet Union which was being reformed and with a lot of power devolved to the republics. What was decisive for the breakup of the Soviet state was Yeltsin's assertion of Russian independence from the Union. It was a curious position for a Russian leader to take, since Russia had been the dominant partner in that union, and many Russians took pride in the Soviet Union's superpower status and international significance. For the leadership of the Russian Republic to refuse to accept Soviet jurisdiction had far more to do with Yeltsin's ambition to be the supreme leader in the Kremlin than with concern for Russia's national interest. However, that's not to deny a crucial role also to Lithuania, the most vociferous, Estonia and Latvia. Without the campaign first for greater devolution of power and later for full independence from the Baltic states, Georgia and Western Ukraine, it would have been unthinkable for Yeltsin and his advisors to demand Russian independence from the Union. For opportunistic reasons, they mounted a bandwagon that had been set rolling in the Baltic states, resting there on long-held and legitimate desire for independent statehood. But for the fate of the Union, there was no comparison between the Baltic states attempting to leave the USSR and Russia opting out. There had been a Soviet Union, after all, before the Baltic states became members of it, and there could have been a union without them. The Russian Republic was in a totally different category, occupying 3/4 of the territory of the Soviet Union and constituting half of its population. When Yeltsin supported the Baltic states in their demand for national sovereignty in early 1991, it was not because he cared deeply about them, but rather part of his struggle for power with Gorbachev and the Central Soviet authorities. That support was important, however, for by this time Yeltsin was the most popular politician in Russia and in the USSR. Contrary to post-Soviet Russian propaganda, it's not true that Gorbachev was popular only in the West and never in Russia. During his first 5 years in power, according to the best survey data at the time, gathered by Tsiom, headed by Tatyana Zaslavskaya and Yuri Levada, Gorbachev was the most popular politician both in Russia and in the USSR as a whole for his first 5 years. The point at which Yeltsin overtook him as the most popular politician was in May-June 1990. But in 1990-91, the economy was going from bad to worse, and that, together with the national unrest and the vociferous tendencies, produced a steep decline in Gorbachev's standing, to the benefit of Yeltsin, who by early 1991 represented a political force to be reckoned with, capable of bringing 100,000 people onto the streets of Moscow to demonstrate against the all-Union authorities. A great many educated Russians, especially those who self-identified as belonging to the democratic intelligentsia or liberal intelligentsia, shifted their support from Gorbachev to Yeltsin. And many, though not all, of them followed Yeltsin in opposing any violent crackdown on the pro-independence movements in the Baltic states. And that obviously was a source of encouragement for people in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. A hugely important part of the context, both for Moscow and for the peoples of the Baltic republics in 1991, was what happened and what did not happen in 1989. By that I mean, of course, the East Central European countries becoming independent and non-communist, and the Berlin Wall coming down without a single shot being fired by a Soviet soldier. If Hungarians, Poles, and Czechs could get away with it, why, thought Estonians, Latvians, and Lithuanians, could not they? Gorbachev in 1988, especially in his speech to the United Nations in December of that year, which was more noticed in the outside world, said more than once, and especially in that speech, that the people of every country had the right to decide for themselves what kind of political and economic system they wished to live in. He did not at that time think that this applied to the multinational Soviet state, for he believed, wrongly as it turned out, that even the most disaffected nationalities within the USSR would see the advantages of remaining within a democratizing Soviet Union and one in which federal forms were being given federal substance. Gorbachev did, however, have the countries of East and Central Europe in mind, though events there moved faster than either he or Western leaders expected. In January 1989, Vadim Medvedev, a Gorbachev ally in the Politburo, warned the Soviet leader that there would be what he called a crisis in Eastern Europe. And Gorbachev's response was to say, Whatever it is, they will have to decide for themselves how they will live. His actions and crucial inactions remain true to those words throughout a year in which the geopolitical map of Europe changed dramatically. What made the biggest impact on people in the Baltic states in 1989 was that Soviet troops were kept in their barracks. Gorbachev, however, in the winter of 1990-91, displeased almost everyone. The new tolerance and the new political pluralism had provided the facilitating conditions for the growth of national independence movements, although the breakup of the USSR was very much an unintended consequence of perestroika. But forcible repression was an option for the central authorities, and it would have taken far less bloodshed and destruction to restore the status quo ante than the Putin government is currently inflicting on Ukraine. One thing Vlad Zubok and I agree on, we disagree on quite a lot, but this is one thing we do agree on, is Gorbachev's hatred of bloodshed. Alexander Nikolaevich Yakovlev, who became critical of Gorbachev in many respects, has acknowledged in his untranslated memoirs that those who later mounted the coup against Gorbachev tried to link him with the killings perpetrated in Vilnius and Riga, but that Gorbachev, in Yakovlev's words, had gone into history without blood on his hands. The violence, except in Baku, where Gorbachev did authorize the use of lethal force to end a pogrom of Armenians, though not the indiscriminate killing of Azeris that followed, was halted by Gorbachev each time after one night. He lost many of his liberal supporters because he failed to remove from office those responsible for the violence and for not instantly condemning it. Gorbachev was making a tactical retreat that would satisfy neither side in an increasingly polarized society, and that's to speak only of Moscow. A long meeting took place between Gorbachev and the American ambassador Jack Matlock in the Kremlin on the 24th of January 1991. Matlock came with a letter from President Bush expressing concern about what was happening in the Baltic states. Bush said he'd been very restrained when speaking about the Baltics, but that he was coming under increasing pressure. Nothing compared with the pressure Gorbachev was under, I would add. Gorbachev told Matlock that Russia suffered from what he called a low political culture and the absence of a tradition of compromise. His task in a time of high tension was to prevent civil war, and there would be zigs and zags. For Matlock, it was important that Gorbachev was saying, in effect, that this was a tactical retreat, not a change of course. But he also concluded that Gorbachev was, as he puts it, all but blind to the dangers of encouraging and cooperating with the hardliners. Gorbachev was overconfident in believing that he could make concessions enough to keep them on board and ultimately outwit them. His explanation to Matlock was enough for the US administration not to deploy the sanctions they were under domestic pressure to impose. Much more crucially, Gorbachev did not impose the so-called presidential rule or martial law senior party state officials were pressing on him. For a majority of members of the Politburo, no longer the highest executive body in the land, and the Cabinet of Ministers, the time was long past to reimpose order. Within the ranks of the Siloviki, the Army, Military Industrial Complex, Ministry of Interior, KGB, there was fierce opposition to losing any part of the Soviet Union following the loss of Eastern Europe, which had been a bitter enough pill for them to swallow. Western journalists and politicians focused more on the demands of the separatists and those who presented themselves as radical Democrats than on those who intended to crush them. Gorbachev had to take full account of both. And it was not the movements in the Baltic states or the movement called Democratic Russia that contained the big battalions in the most literal sense. That power belonged to the KGB, the troops of the Ministry of Interior, and the Army. If Roderick Braithwaite had been here today, I would have liked to ask him, and I will ask Vlad Zubok also, if he has any more information on something he mentioned in his book Across the Moscow River, and more fully in his unpublished diaries, which I've read and Vlad has read also. He refers there to learning in July 1991 about ultimatum delivered to Gorbachev, a handwritten letter delivered to Gorbachev in January 1991, signed by 20 Soviet marshals and generals, including Akhrameyev, a warning of the consequences of losing any part of the Soviet Union. I've not seen the text of that document, but if it indeed existed, it would also help to explain why Gorbachev was making a tactical retreat at that time. A coup mounted against Gorbachev in early 1991 would have had far greater chance of success than that in August. By then, Yeltsin had been elected president of Russia in a free election in June of that year, and so had achieved electoral legitimacy. A coup on a cold January night before Yeltsin had achieved that electoral legitimacy, and before Gorbachev had renewed, as he did in April 1991, the attempt to hold the Soviet Union together through negotiation and agreement with representatives of the republics, a coup then in January would have had a far better chance of success. There was nothing inevitable about the breakup of the Soviet Union, and the idea that if it had not been Gorbachev who presided over its dissolution around that time, it would have been someone else, is, in my view, the sheerest nonsense, though it is a nonsense that came to be widely believed through a retrospective determinism. Perhaps it will have taken Putin's brutality in Ukraine to bring about a realization that the Soviet leadership still had the coercive force at their disposal to put a stop to the vociferous tendencies had they possessed the political will to use it. Gorbachev's power by 1991 was on the wane. Transformative change of the Soviet political system, including a conscious abandonment of democratic centralism, had enabled Communist Party members to compete against one another in elections on radically different political platforms and to differ fundamentally in the new legislature. And this, of course, undermined the top-down power of the General Secretary. Yet even in 1991, Gorbachev still mattered. He was president, head of state, party leader, and commander-in-chief of the armed forces. If he, rather than the putschists, had established a state of emergency, the clock would have been well and truly turned back, just as it's being turned back as we speak in Russia today. Of course, Gorbachev would not have lasted long if he'd given a veneer of legitimacy to the crackdown. Those who less than 8 months later took matters into their own hands would never forgive him for undermining their hitherto unaccountable power and for destroying the pillars of the system and of the Union. It would be a topic for another day, but if Yeltsin had become General Secretary, though he couldn't possibly have done so, he wasn't even a candidate member of the Politburo in 1985, but if he had been General Secretary, there would have been no hesitation about crackdown. Thousands, Russians and Chechens alike, were killed during the destruction of Grozny in the mid-1990s and again in late 1999 when, lest it be forgotten, Yeltsin was still president, even though he had appointed his latest protege, Putin, as prime minister. So my final word is that for the people of the Baltic states, even Gorbachev's zigzags and compromises may have been a necessary evil. And Gorbachev's aversion to bloodshed was for them an unmitigated good. Although those in power in Moscow today regard as treachery his refusal to preserve the Union by force. It matters who is top leader in any country. In Russia, it matters more than in most. Thank you.
Fantastic. Archie, thank you so much for absolutely fantastic presentation. Very much appreciated. Our second panelist is Vladislav Zubok, Professor of International History at LSE. And his book, I don't know if it's coming out in paperback as well, Collapse, the Fall of the Soviet Union, has had incredibly fantastic reviews recently, just recently published, based on the most recent of archival research and a serious understanding of these questions. Vladislav, we're delighted that you've been ready to come today. Thank you very much, and we look forward to what you have to say.
Very honored indeed to be here in this audience and speaking after Archie Brown, whose work formed my original understanding of Gorbachev's era, and ever since I've been elaborating on my knowledge, sometimes disagreeing with the master, sometimes veering from the right path, but that's what we historians do. So let me start by saying that whatever the Balts think of Gorbachev these days, I know some people consider him a sorcerer's apprentice who didn't know what he started, he couldn't put the end to it, but ultimately I should defend Mikhail Sergeyevich because I seem to criticize him too much in my book, so that it's appropriate to balance it with defending him. I think without Gorbachev's reforms, without Gorbachev's perestroika, it would have been infinitely harder for the Balts to mobilize themselves and create instruments for ultimately what was their independence. Not only they took advantage of Gorbachev's reforms to legitimize their national discourse, organize political movements, ultimately nationalize the party structures, they also exploited the fact that the Soviet Union was originally a confederation. And yes, this confederation, as it was conceived by Lenin, against this vehement objections of Joseph Stalin, of course, was a confederation only on paper. For Gorbachev, as a legalist, and he was graduated from a faculty of law at Moscow State University, it mattered, as I will show in a few minutes. So the Balts took advantage of the fact that the Soviet constitution allowed every republic to take an exit without the Soviet Union, although legal mechanisms for this exit were not, of course, guaranteed and specified. Gorbachev and the Soviet government, of course, began to dismantle the system of central party controls in Moscow and elsewhere, and introduced unprecedented decrees on state enterprises and cooperatives that set in motion economic decentralization of very destructive kind for the Soviet economy, as I argue in my book, but nevertheless very important for the aspirations of every republic to get more economic autonomy at the time. So not surprisingly, as we know, the Balts were in the forefront of supporting those decrees and offering the central leadership, we should go forward and show other republics the way. Also, to conclude, the Balts profited from Gorbachevian massive purge of the Brezhnev-era cadres, and it's because of this purge that such leaders as Algirdas Brazauskas in Lithuania, Anatoly Gorbunovs in Latvia, and others, such as Edgar Savisaar, who were anti-Stalinists, and of course some of them were closet nationalists, could become leaders of the parties and the leaders of political movements in their countries. So very early on, and it should be stressed, the Baltic pro-independence actors realized that the most viable strategy for them to gain independence would be to promote independence of all titular nationalities of the Soviet Union, including Ukrainians, Belarusians, and Russians. So for them, without liberation of the Slavic core of the socialist empire, there would be no liberation of the Baltic states. That was a very, very sensible strategy that ultimately worked, although I should immediately say the realities, the results, surpassed even the boldest imagination of the Baltic national activists back in 1987-88 when they began to think about the strategy. So, if we see that the Balts early on began to develop a highly effective strategy for deconstruction of the Soviet Union as a unitary state, Gorbachev and his entourage in Moscow on the contrary, lacked a counter-strategy to oppose the designs of separatists. When I use the word separatists, I usually encounter some opposition, particularly from the Baltic side. We didn't secede. We were incorporated and we gained our independence. But here I'm talking from the viewpoint of the Soviet leadership. For them, any exit of any republic is an act of secession. And we discussed earlier in other panels what could have been a compromise if, let's say, Gorbachev would have let the Baltic states go. It was very difficult. Gorbachev was, again, a lawyer who understood that the Soviet Union was a confederation where, for all the history we know, the Baltic republics were equal to other republics in all rights, all responsibilities, on paper, of course, but constitutionally it was important. So to let 3 republics go in any imaginable way and hope that the rest of the Union would not react to it, other republics would not react to it, Gorbachev could not conceive it. So there was an interesting attempt at the end of 1988, just as Gorbachev, in his very narrow circle, shockingly narrow circle, began to discuss constitutional and political reforms in the Soviet Union when they confronted this problem. And one of Gorbachev's lieutenant, Anatoly Lukyanov, who would later become known badly during the coup of 1991, but at that time was completely loyal to Gorbachev, Lukyanov proposed to create a legal firewall to prevent probable Baltic secession, with an eye on other republics, by the way. So he was absolutely convinced that the exit of the Baltic republics from the Union could trigger a constitutional crisis on the Union scale. The way to proceed, Lukyanov argued, was to create the Congress of People's Deputies in Moscow as a sort of all-union body, as a powerhouse that would be able to cancel Republican laws when they clashed with the Union laws. So here's Lukyanov, here's Gorbachev, 2 lawyers. Okay. Yakovlev, Medvedev, and other Gorbachev's aides, they all protested this design. Such a proposal, they argued, would lead back to a unitary Stalinist state that went against the principles of democratic socialism and would be applauded by Russian chauvinists, fascists, and Stalin's admirers. Gorbachev also objected, so the project was buried. Why did Gorbachev object to this and others? Because of the fear at that time that reforms launched by an extremely small group of people in the Kremlin were very fragile. They lacked mass support. They lacked, support in the majority of course, nomenclatura, the party leadership, the KGB, and so on and so forth. So they needed allies. And from Gorbachev's perspective, such allies could be, for instance, the Baltic movements. So in February '89, Shakhnazarov, who was Armenian and one of Gorbachev's aides, wrote to Gorbachev that the only alternative to conflict in the Baltics was the incorporation of people's fronts in the Baltic republics into the emerging political system, where they would serve as a check on the party conservatives. Now, that was, in my view, one of the grand delusions of Gorbachev himself and the party reformers around him, because they just thought that with some concessions, the Balts would stay allies to the reformation of the entire Soviet Union, while the Balts already made very clear choices they wanted out of the Soviet Union. However, we historians, of course, recognize that history consists of such illusions, delusions, inability to understand quite obvious things. I cannot resist temptation to tell you a personal story from that time. In the summer of 1988, I traveled to Lithuania and, for vacation. And before it, of course, I was very active in Glasnost and created a discussion club in Moscow. We discussed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact quite freely in the spring of 1988. There were, of course, KGB agents in the audience. Nobody did anything to us. We felt exhilarated, how progressive and liberal we are, and how much we contribute to glasnost. When I went to Lithuania, there was this missile base, and my family, we rented a room from a Lithuanian captain, who was a captain of the Soviet army, of course. And we had a drink. So after one bottle and a half of vodka, all of a sudden, this captain told me, I know, you're Russian, I'm Lithuanian. Listen, if tomorrow they create any alternative political party, alternative to the Communist Party, would it be Nazi, fascist, doesn't matter. I would join this party. So for me, it was a shocking realization, being from Moscow, being liberal intelligentsia, that things are not working so simple with, aligning with the balls, bringing the balls into this wonderful pro-reform camp against our conservatives. They perhaps want to have their own conservatives, but they want out of it all. But it was a realization that sank very slow. I remember myself at the time in 88 and 89, I guess my imperial mentality coming from my Moscow position at the time really mattered. So that was probably Gorbachev's situation as well. Fast forward to the first Congress of People's Deputies in May-June 1989. We know very clearly that the Baltic representatives, who were almost 100 of them at this Congress, and they aligned with the Russians there, with the Moscow intelligentsia, to defend perestroika, but they had their own game. Of course, they approached Matlock, Ambassador Matlock, US ambassador in Moscow, with specific request for the United States to recognize their independence. Matlock was quite shocked by that. It came as a huge surprise. So essentially, it was also the surprise of the Balts when the US ambassador told them, no, we cannot recognize you guys. The surprise was mutual. So when did Gorbachev's eyes open on this problem? Most likely only in August 1989, after the Baltic Way, because we know that in late July, Gorbachev was preparing a new union treaty, very liberal, with an emphasis on a confederation becoming reality. And then after the Baltic Way, he shelved this proposal, and he issued a very hardline declaration of the Central Committee that described the Baltic Popular Front as a conspiracy of anti-Soviet, anti-national elements. So much out of sync with what he said before, that the Balts suspected that this document had been concocted by the party hardliners behind Gorbachev's back. In fact, it was Gorbachev who wrote this document. So for the first time, the architect of perestroika felt he was squeezed between the conservative and Russian nationalist forces on one hand, Soviet structures of power as well, and the radicalized forces of secession and a minority of liberal intelligentsia on the other. So he began to zigzag in an increasingly desperate effort to avoid polarization, violence, and which meant the end of his reforms, probably. Then, of course, the sudden fall of the Berlin Wall changed the whole situation and revolutionized it. Gorbachev made a pledge to Bush at Malta in December 1989 to proceed in a very light touch way on the Balts to the extent possible, not to use violence. However, Lithuanians thought differently, and encouraged by, of course, the parade of peaceful revolutions in Eastern Europe, declared an open secession. So Gorbachev was in real trouble, and I should stress, at this point, the Baltic states were not central to his agenda, just like the Baltic states were not central to the agenda of the Western powers. They wanted to settle the German question to begin with, as Kristina, of course, wrote very well, and they wanted to get this Baltic problem out of their way, at least for half a year, maybe a year. So, Mitterrand, I think, was on record by saying that, this Baltic question exploded in Gorbachev's face 12 months too early, or 6 months too early. I forgot. But, the message here is clear. So here we have Gorbachev facing two alternatives. To ignore this issue, he could not, because there were plenty of hardliners in the Congress, Alksnis, future arch-nationalists, fascists of sorts, who demanded action. He had to send General Varenikov to Lithuania to prepare for something. But of course he didn't want to use violence, as we know. So he ultimately found the third option between do nothing and use force. He used blockade. So, we praise John Kennedy for using quarantine in the Cuban Missile Crisis. We probably should praise Gorbachev at this point for using the blockade against Lithuania. However distasteful it was at the time. I know Washington prepared for something worse, but under this situation, Gorbachev chose probably the most, realistic way. By the way, the decision to go to blockade angered very much the Minister of Defense of the Soviet Union, Marshal Yazov. I quote, "For how long we can wait? We can fix the Baltic situation, in 3-5 days, maximum a week." It's almost Shoigu speaking to Putin about, we'll fix Ukraine. Okay, and Nikolai Ryzhkov objects to that with Gorbachev nodding. No, this may end up in a civil war. So in fact, we know the blockade of Lithuania lasted for 4 months, and it was a classic opportunity for Gorbachev to buy time, but of course not to resolve the problem itself. Okay, very quickly on the last sort of year of Soviet history, 1991, I would not dwell on the bloodshed in Vilnius because so many people, of course, spoke about it. I think this crisis came out rather unexpectedly, and according to some, at least I know one authority, Condoleezza Rice, who happened to be at that time in the White House, it was the moment when, had Gorbachev supported the use of force at the time, the Soviet Union could have still been preserved by force. But what Condoleezza Rice continues, this was probably the last moment when such an attempt could have really succeeded, because after Gorbachev stepped back and did not support the bloodshed, the military and KGB camp was quite demoralized. This cancellation of the special operation, of course, resonates with today's situation as well, was kind of debilitating for the conservative camp. It gave rise to a new hope in the Baltic states, and at least two Baltic leaders, Arnold Reuter and Leonard Merry, came to the White House to talk to Bush about their new strategy. The best way, they said, to help Gorbachev survive would be to support Russian democracy and Yeltsin, to support Yeltsin as basically in the course of seceding from the Soviet Union since June, July 1990, to support secession not only of the Balts, but of the Russian Federation as well. Because Gorbachev, they said, is a prisoner of many, many generals, 7,000 generals, so they counted. And these forces, if Gorbachev gets support from Yeltsin and from us, the Balts, he would overthrow all these generals, get rid of the KGB, and everything would be honky-dory. It would be wonderful. Bush was genuinely puzzled by this and didn't know what to say. For him, it didn't look realistic at all. So, fast forward to the situation of the coup. When the coup happened, when the emergency rule was announced, the first day, when you read all the documents about what happens in the Baltic states, in Georgia, in Ukraine, is absolute quiet. Nobody protested. Nobody went out in the streets. That was the day of a complete success of the coup. Complete success. The Baltic republics were suddenly quiet. They were under total military control. It was only a surprising resistance of Yeltsin in Moscow. The scene on the tank, CNN, all these things that we know that broke this spell of fear. Maybe it would have happened later, but it was Yeltsin who broke the spell. Kudos go to him. So for the Balts, the melting of the coup in Moscow was a moment of golden opportunity. The Western countries hesitated to extend recognition to the independence of the Baltic states. They were uncertain how Gorbachev and Yeltsin would proceed about it in Moscow. There was, of course, a widespread fear about Soviet and Russian nuclear weapons, Ukrainian nuclear weapons, and so on and so forth. So, again, the Balts decided to take the matter into their own hands. On 22nd of August, Reutel, who was a personal friend of Yeltsin at this point, called him to congratulate him on his amazing democratic victory. And on the next day, he planned to meet with Yeltsin. That's, of course, the anniversary of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, expecting Yeltsin to sign the declaration of recognition of Estonian independence. It took a little bit longer. Yeltsin was busy with consolidation of his power in Moscow, but on the 24th they met. And essentially, Yeltsin took the draft from the Estonians, composed completely by Estonian legal advisors, and signed it off without even reading it. That was an amazing act of not a divorce, but basically, have a happy independence, guys. A birthday gift of sort, a birthday gift from the Russian leader, or future Russian Tsar, to the Balts. But of course, we understand that just like Gorbachev, Yeltsin had a much broader game in mind. He wanted actually to leapfrog over Gorbachev into Europe, into NATO, into European structures, and what Gorbachev failed to achieve, the common European home, Yeltsin wanted to achieve. That explained his act of amazing generosity. So, to conclude, it may sound like the happy end of the story, but not all Baltic leaders were convinced. On September 6th, that is, 24th, Yeltsin signs this document. And it did open a floodgate of Western recognition of the Baltic states. Well, if the Russian Democrat and the Russian leader elected by all Russian people does it, then of course there's it's no-brainer that everyone else should recognize it. But the Baltic leaders, such as Edgar Savisaar, were not sure. Savisaar attended the meeting of this makeshift Gorbachevian State Council, the new sort of government, out of fear, essentially, because at some point the deal could still fall through and fall apart. The second skeptic was President George Bush, because he and his close friend Brent Scowcroft talked about themselves, about the possibility of Russian nationalism or Russian fascism in the future, to argue that the Baltic independence was imposed on Russia under duress. They wanted, as Scowcroft wrote very frankly in his memoirs jointly with Bush, to make the solution of the Baltic question permanent. And this could only be done if not only the Russians around Yeltsin, but Gorbachev and the Soviet structures would recognize the Baltic independence. So that puts the story of heroic Baltic mobilization in a proper historical perspective, without diminishing, of course, the role of this movement. But context is everything. So we should not allow ourselves to go too much into triumphalist discourse and telescope the Baltic experience of liberation into just 1, 2, 3 very easy game. We should recognize that at every point there were pitfalls and dangers. And yes, to conclude, the Soviet Union was not a paper tiger at all. Thank you.
Well, what a tremendous presentation. What a tremendous presentation from both of you, Archie and Vladislav. It's really tremendous. We've got about 15 minutes for questions before the tea break, but just before going to that, I do want to welcome the arrival amongst us of Professor Brendan Sims, who's come off his sickbed to sit at the back. He's hiding behind a hiding behind a mask. But he was he really has been quite ill, but he's very keen just to have a sense of the day. So, Brendan, we're delighted both with your whole contribution to making all this happen, but you've been able to join us at least for a bit, even if you can't socialise with any of us for fear of spreading your dreaded lurgy. Okay, to questions from all of you. Who wants to go first? Yes, there's one at the back there.
Yes, Kristina Spohr, University of Tartu, Estonia. And I have a question concerning your example you gave that Yeltsin was signing the contract without even reading it. And then you said that he had actually bigger picture in mind. And my question is, was it because like Baltic states didn't matter, or just to get away, or that doing this positive thing, he could gain something more? So what was, based on your experience, his understanding?
Thank you, Kristina. Was there someone up there? Yes, at the back there.
Yeah, Tony Barber of the Financial Times. I'd like to ask both of you about the way the Russian concept of the near abroad emerged soon after the breakup of the Soviet Union. It became a foreign policy concept quite quickly in what passed for a pretty liberal era by historical Russian standards. And where did the Baltic region fit into this concept of near abroad? Was it not part of it in the early to mid 1990s, or was it always an implication that at some point the Baltic states would be considered part of this near abroad?
Thank you. And third, David.
David Ellington, Chair of RUSI and former UK Europe Minister. Both presentations, I thought, focused very much on the personal decisions of Gorbachev and then Yeltsin. Did they both, at that critical moment, exercise real, almost untrammeled authority to take the decisions they did apropos the Baltics? Why was there not more obvious resistance to them within the Soviet system, particularly to Yeltsin? Was it just propitious that one moment, or did they exercise particular authority at that time?
Thank you. Three excellent questions. Archie, do you want to kick off, and then I'll come to Vlad?
Well, as I mentioned, Charles, I'm very deaf, so the first question I didn't hear. Did you?
Sorry, the first question from Kristina was about the decision of Yeltsin to, as it were, sign off without looking at the document he was signing about Estonian independence, and she was questioning whether that was really right and how that operated.
I'll leave that one to Vlad. I don't really have any further information on that. On the
Sorry, go on. Yeah. Go on. The second question was on the near abroad. What did this mean? And the third was David's on what was the power structure around these individuals within the Soviet apparatus?
Yeah. I think it was understandable that Russians, preserved a sense of a special relationship with countries which had been part of the Soviet Union, and that they were, for them, the near abroad. I mean, we say that now no country should have a sphere of influence. One could argue that the expansion of NATO is an expansion of a sphere of American influence, and so it's not too surprising that successive Russian leaders have taken a particular interest in former republics of the Soviet Union. So, obviously, I utterly condemn what Putin's doing and what Russians are doing at the moment in Ukraine. But the fact that Russians had lived together in the same state as these countries for a very long time seems to me to make entirely understandable that they should have a particular relationship with them. And near abroad also, for them means a sphere in which they wouldn't expect a hostile military alliance to make an appearance. I mean, this is perhaps going beyond your question, but I think that George Kennan and the others who said in the 1990s that if NATO were expanded, especially into the former Soviet Union, there would be a new Cold War, and even expanded to Central Europe. The Poles, for one, would regard it as directed against Russia, and which other country is it directed against? So I think that the notion of near abroad is not used so much now as it was, but it certainly was accentuated by NATO expansion. So I think it's a very difficult question to, where do you draw the line? You obviously draw the line against an unprovoked invasion of a neighboring country, but I wasn't too surprised that Russia interfered earlier in Ukraine in order to make it pretty well impossible for them to join NATO when the way they interfered in eastern Ukraine. So I think the notion of near abroad lives on, but in Russia, and now, of course, the total control of information in Russia means that there's an utterly distorted public opinion for the majority of the public now, it's become a reversal to straight imperialism. But the notion of near abroad for countries in which you lived in the same state for a very long time seems to be a fairly natural progression. The final question, oh yes, and Yeltsin and
it's on the extent to which there was a
the individuals.
yes.
I think the importance of Gorbachev is linked to the institutional power of the office. That I remember taking part in a seminar with the Putschists. It was arranged by an American organization. But Anatoly Gromyko said, to dispute the view of the General Secretary was absolutely unthinkable in the Soviet Union. It was unthinkable up until about late 1989. So the General Secretary had enormous authority. And even people who disagreed with him, the majority of his Politburo disagreed with him, but they, in the early years, they disagreed very tentatively, very politely. By 1990, they were actually berating Gorbachev in the Politburo. But by that time, they were the highest policy-making body within the party. They were no longer the highest policy-making body within the country. Gorbachev, by becoming president, had acquired an executive power of his own, independent of the party and the Politburo. So we've got to link it to institutional power. So it's a combination of finding someone with different ideas, a different mindset, and acquiring that enormously powerful office. Yeltsin, who became leader of the opposition, in effect, because Gorbachev created the conditions with a new tolerance, a new political pluralism, which made possible the very notion of an opposition. And then he acquired, eventually through a series of elections, including the election as chairman of the Russian Supreme Soviet, but above all, in a remarkably free election in June 1991, getting more votes than all the other candidates put together and becoming president of Russia. So then when the Putschists tried to speak in the name of the people, this became really absurd because Gorbachev had defeated their candidate in that election absolutely soundly. They did have institutional supports. Gorbachev, the whole party apparatus, until he himself undermined that power. And I think, he was conscious that he was actually undermining his own power in the process of transforming the political system. And Yeltsin acquired a different kind of power, and people, fed up with the way things were going, then projected their hopes onto Yeltsin. So those two people were, I think, enormously important. You can decry the role of the individual in history, and often leaders are not nearly as important as they think they are, but those two they were indeed enormously important.
Thank you. Vlad.
Very quickly, just to add, what was Yeltsin's larger game in August, September 1991. To understand this game, you need to realize how early there were at least two trends in Yeltsin's entourage and people who supported him. One trend was towards what one can loosely call liberal imperialism. That is, we have an empire, only liberal, because we're Russia, we're big. And then liberal integrationism that was very strong, extraordinarily strong at the time, integration with, of course, larger Europe and even transatlantic community. So you find that, of course, democratization liberates nationalism not only in the Baltic states and Georgia and elsewhere, it also does so in Russia. So you have the strong nationalist overtones at the time in the circles around Yeltsin. And Yeltsin had to deal with both of these things and kind of handle. Sometimes he made gestures towards Russian imperialist and nationalist declaration on Crimea, Ukrainian territories very early on. But ultimately, his game was integrationism. That was he believed that in this way he would overcome that curse of Russia to be always a prisoner of its past, its history, its sort of path dependency. And that was the moment. After August 1991, it was a moment. So he made consistently the decisions in favor of, if you like, rebellion against the Russian past. Everybody knew that, of course, Stalin annexed the Baltic states. So I'm Yeltsin, I recognize their states in the same manner, unconditionally, as Stalin took those states. So this is why. And what happened later, that's interesting, because, of course, integrationism is based on some kind of acceptance in the West. And here we may argue forever about whether NATO enlargement was good, bad, missed opportunity, not at all. But one negative aspect of NATO enlargement, without accepting Russia as a NATO member, is absolutely clear to me, at least. It undermines liberal integrationist trend. It utterly undermines and ruins this trend. This is what we see later on, from 1993-94 on. So this is, for me, almost indisputable. Why was no resistance? I would support Archie totally. Gorbachev was not only the general secretary. That didn't mean much in 1990, actually, because, the party was so unpopular. People began to leave the party. But he was a constitutional dictator. The Congress of People's Deputies, Third Congress, appointed him de facto a dictator of the Soviet Union. He could use whatever means of power to do whatever he thought necessary for preservation of the state and reforms. So to oppose him on that was unthinkable. It's another matter that he didn't want to use this incredible amount of power that he had. Yeltsin, for all his electoral success, including in his elections in June 1991, had no executive levers at all, just zero. So we should speak about Gorbachev as a decision maker until the coup of 1991.
Okay, fantastic session. Thank you very, very much indeed. Archie, Vlad, really tremendous. You set it off in a tremendous way. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're now moving to our last two sessions of this symposium. I'm so pleased with the way it's gone so far. I feel the quality of what's going on, but also the camaraderie, if I can use that word, if it's not too old-fashioned word, amongst everybody here talking to each other and so on. It's really, really great. Now, our next session is on how Britain dealt with events in the Baltic at this time. We've had various references to this en passant as we've gone through, but we now want to focus on this for a little bit. Very sadly, Sir Roderick Braithwaite, who was British ambassador to the Soviet Union and then Russia during this period, isn't able to be with us this afternoon. He's had a flu, and he's just felt, I think, from the communication I had with him, it's a bit risky for him to come into a wider gathering. I understand, of course, but it's very sad that he can't be here. But we have two excellent panellists, and I'm going to have a little surprise intervention as well. The two panellists we're going to have, and I'll introduce them in a moment, are Bridget Kendall and Patrick Salmon, who look at this period from different kinds of angles. But I'm also going to ask David Lidington, sitting there, who was a former British Minister for Europe, but many other offices as well, Member of Parliament till 2019. He's a member of the Baltic Geopolitical Programme Advisory Committee, which we're very grateful for. But what I'd forgotten until earlier this afternoon, and I'm sorry to remind everybody of this, David, that he was the special advisor to Douglas Hurd, who was the Foreign Secretary during this time. So he knew what was going on inside the British Foreign Secretary's thinking at this moment. Now, he doesn't feel it's appropriate to be on the platform, and I respect that, of course, but I'm going to come to you after Bridget and Patrick, just to see if you have any thoughts on what they have to say. As I say, our first speaker is Bridget Kendall. She's already introduced herself to you earlier today as the master of this college, and her generosity has been tremendous. She had a small reception yesterday evening for people who'd arrived here in time for that yesterday. And Bridget, we really, really do appreciate your support for this. But the most important part of her history for the purposes of this session is she was the BBC Moscow correspondent from 1989 to 1994, which meant she was actively engaged in the discussions everywhere. Obviously, she couldn't speak for the British government, in fact, the very opposite, as a BBC correspondent, but she did know a lot of what was going on in Moscow, and she also knew a lot of what was going on in the rest of the Soviet Union, including in the Baltic states, which she visited on a number of occasions. So, Bridget, we're very much looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much, Charles, and what a great conference this has been so far. And I feel I have rather a small contribution to make to it, really, given what we've heard in the day so far. My perspective was as a BBC Moscow correspondent at the time, so I was based in Moscow and sometimes travelling to the Baltic states as well as elsewhere in Russia and other Soviet republics. I know that in the audience there are some of my former colleagues who are there doing the same thing at the same time, so they would be able to add to what I have to say. Because I was in Moscow, I wasn't actually looking at British policy. I was actually looking at what was happening in the Soviet Union and relaying it back. So my perspective was, as a British correspondent, the sort of things I saw and heard, and the sort of things that I was reporting back. So my presentation today is really some snapshots and vignettes of things that I think are illustrative and perhaps give a flavour of the time. The first thing I wanted to say is when I arrived as Moscow correspondent in July-August 1989, I quite quickly paid visits to all three of the Baltic republics several times over that summer. And I was struck by how, by then, all three were swiftly moving into a parallel universe with a different timetable and different terms of reference from what I was observing in Moscow. So, for example, I remember being in Tallinn in Estonia, and activists, I remember coming across them at a desk, and they were busy compiling a list of voters for upcoming elections. And I was a bit puzzled by this because there were no elections scheduled that I knew of, no important ones. There had just been elections across the Soviet Union for the new Congress of People's Deputies in Moscow, which you've heard about already today. So when I raised this, the Tallinn activists said, oh, no, these elections that we're preparing for are not Soviet elections. They'll be Estonian elections. They're nothing to do with the Soviet Union. They'll be to elect political figures to represent the citizens who live in Estonia or whose relatives lived there before 1940, before the Soviet occupation, excluding more recent Soviet arrivals, to prepare for regaining statehood. So that was my first sort of lesson, that if you were going to deal with the Baltic states, you had to deal with them on their terms, and actually this was a very different space from the rest of the Soviet Union. And that mindset was very much in evidence at the meetings of this all-important Congress of People's Deputies, which Gorbachev launched in the spring-summer of 1989, and then there was another session in the autumn in Moscow. Delegations from all over the Soviet Union, including from the Baltic republics. And what I remember that was significant about the Baltic delegates, we heard about the fact that it was important who selected the members of the delegations. And what I do remember is that on the whole, they did represent the leadership, who were therefore the leading communists, but they were still among some of the most radical voices at those Congress sessions. And they pushed the agenda into politically sensitive areas, so especially those that affected the Baltics. So obviously the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the repressions of the Stalin era, all the issues that we've been talking about the rights of republics in the constitution. And the point that I'd like to make here is I think what's really important about this was not just the way they pushed the agenda of that Congress, but we have to remember that these were such extraordinary sessions for people used to a one-party state, all public discourse being controlled by the Communist Party, that they were watched all over the Soviet Union all the time. They were live on television for 10 days straight. I remember being in small towns, and you go into a hotel, there'll be the old ladies who sit at the desks, who hand out your keys. They just all watched the Congress of People's Deputy all day, all 10 days. So the impact of what was on discussion there had a very powerful effect on what people felt they could talk about and what was up for discussion. And I think that the Baltic delegates did a very important job in pushing that discussion to open up new areas that had not been there before. Another point I want to make is that we've been talking about how the Baltic republics and their campaigns for the restoration of statehood were in the vanguard, but others were really not that far behind. And I noticed that Archie Brown very deliberately talked about Western Ukraine as another area that had been part of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which had ended up as part of the Soviet Union after the war. And I remember going to Kiev in 1987, so this is early, sort of only a couple of years into perestroika, and being very struck by what a repressive place it was. I remember even local dissidents who I managed to get interviews with were terrified that anyone should find out that I had been to visit them, and I had to cover my tracks. They were terrified of the secret police in a way that in Moscow by 1987 was not the case anymore. People were much more relaxed. Contacts with foreigners were quite possible. Andrei Sakharov had been released from internal exile. Censorship was being lifted, but Kiev still felt very much in the dark ages. Roll on to September 1989, and in the far west of Ukraine, Lvov as it was then, Lviv now, there was a protest meeting organized. And I wasn't there, but we heard the reports of it, and Ukrainian police set dogs on the crowds, and lots of people were arrested, a lot of people were bitten. And my editors asked me to go there for the following weekend to see what would happen. So I took the train out to Lvov for this rally, expecting violence again. But this time Moscow had intervened. There was almost no police presence, there were no dogs, there was a massive crowd of protesters who were therefore very empowered and erupted in nationalist fervour. I remember incredibly moving, a man just threw himself down in front of a crowd of us foreign journalists to sort of testify to the fact that he felt he'd been a collaborator with this Soviet regime all that time since the Second World War, and he now wanted to repent and speak up for a free Ukraine. It was sort of an overnight flip. And shortly after that, the first party secretary in Ukraine, Shibitsky, was removed, replaced by a more moderate figure. And almost overnight, it felt as though the lid had been lifted on Ukraine. So we've been focusing on the Baltics, but let's not remember that other places, Ukraine, also Georgia, which had, after all, had suffered a pretty brutal crackdown at a protest in April 1989, that they were also murmurings. And these national awakenings in Georgia, Armenia too, Azerbaijan, Belarus, even Kazakhstan, and of course eventually in Russia under Boris Yeltsin, they followed in the wake of the Baltic states, yes, but and the interesting thing was, though the Baltic states were always very clear they were not part of this because they were occupied, they were not really part of the Soviet Union, from the point of view of the other republics, they always thought of them as part of the Soviet Union. And so they did feel that the model that they represented in pushing for language laws and then autonomy and then in the end the right to decide their own sovereignty and independence was leading the way for them. We've talked a lot already about Gorbachev and how the Baltics were a red line and his fear that if they broke away, others would follow. I'm remembering that we ruminated a lot on the way that Gorbachev would warn that if the Soviet Union split up, there would be гражданская рознь, as he put it. Not гражданская война, civil war, but civil strife. And I remember that at the time, we foreign correspondents thought this was perhaps, in some way, we could understand what he meant, because there'd already been disputed regions in Nagorno-Karabakh, for example, which erupted between Azerbaijan and Armenia in around 87, 88. And after all, it was about to erupt again over Chechnya, but it seemed like this would be about small bits breaking off or within republics. I don't think that we thought that the breakup of the Soviet Union at that time seemed the likely outcome, or that civil war or civil strife or bloodshed on a grand scale was on the cards. I would even say that we might have thought that his warning was a little self-serving, that this was the complaint of a leader whose power was waning and who was worried he'd be forced to step down. But it occurs to me he's still in Moscow, now a very old man, and he may remember his warnings of civil war between republics now when he looks at what's happening with Russia and Ukraine and consider that in the end he was not wrong. The attacks on the Baltic states in January 1991. My main focus on this was on Lithuania. I wasn't there when they tried to take the television station and the parliament. Let's remember they failed because of popular resistance, people, which was more than they'd reckoned on. Think about Ukraine now. But unlike Ukraine, they didn't follow that up. They could have, because Gorbachev, not Putin, was in charge in Moscow. But I do remember a week or so after it happened, going to Lithuania. The whole place was under curfew. They were beginning to have alternate ministries, so the Lithuanian Interior Ministry versus the Soviet-controlled Interior Ministry and so on, so all over town. And going up to a checkpoint in the evening as curfew started and asking for an interview with one of the Soviet commanders there. And it turned out he was a major and he'd been one of the leading figures in the crackdown, which he was rather proud of. And he took me home to meet his wife and child, and actually we stayed in touch. So it was just interesting to get inside the mind of this person who had been part of this Soviet military operation, if you like. When the Soviet Union collapsed, he and his wife came to see me in Moscow, and he revealed that actually he was from Kiev, he was Ukrainian, and now he was joining the Ukrainian army. Although he said he was keeping his party card in the safe, just in case. So I have often thought in recent weeks, I wonder where he is now, and whether he's defending Kiev, or whether he's moved on, maybe moved back to Russia. But I think what that shows is how fluid the position can be of some of these people who were being given orders from Moscow. And that's something worth bearing in mind as we think today about what's happening in Ukraine. The other thing I wanted to mention was the importance of media coverage. When the crackdown happened in January 1991 in Lithuania, the attempt anyway, we were all very much in close contact with Baltic journalists in all three Baltic states. And so we had a warning from Vilnius that they thought something might be about to happen. So when it did happen, there were a lot of foreign journalists in Vilnius, I think also in Tallinn and Riga, reporting on the assaults as they happened. It couldn't be covered up. And actually, in my coverage of events in the Baltics in those years, really crucial to us was something quite simple, which was that in the national parliament in Vilnius or Riga or Tallinn, they had a direct phone line out. I think it was via Warsaw, so that you could phone direct to Washington or London. We'd take it in turns. We had the line open and we would file our copy. I remember doing it in Riga when they voted for the restoration of independence. We had the line open and I phoned the numbers through to the BBC newsroom and then went out onto the banks of the river where there was a massive demonstration. Of course, they were all singing, as they always do. And then I was walking around the crowd trying to count it, which is what we used to do as journalists, to see how big the crowd was. And a deputy came out from the Riga Parliament and said something in Latvian I didn't understand. And everyone started chanting BBC, BBC. So I asked someone, well, in Russian, well, what's going on? What's happened? And it turned out that a deputy had come out of the parliament to say, I've been listening to shortwave radio, and we're in the BBC headline news that we voted for our independence. So now we know it's true. So power of the media there, but the bigger point I wanted to make was that because there was this direct link to the outside world, this is pre-internet after all, and pre-mobile phones really, there was an immediate Western outcry about Lithuania. And I have often thought about the difference between what happened in Baku in Azerbaijan at the beginning of 1990, which Archie briefly referred to, when violence sparked between Armenians and Azerbaijanis led to a crackdown. Moscow had blocked Western correspondents from going to Baku. We knew something was brewing. We wanted to be there. We weren't allowed to. The usual catch-22 was you can't have a visa till you've got a plane ticket, and you can't have a plane ticket until you've got a visa. So there were no independent Western eyewitnesses in Baku, only indirect reports from local stringers, and very few pictures. It felt very distant, whereas the Baltics had always felt close, as though they were in Europe, and so there was much less attention of what happened in Baku in the Western press. And it's a parallel worth thinking about now with Ukraine, where we're so well connected and know so much about what is happening in Ukraine, and it does feel close to Europe, versus what Putin did in Syria or in Chechnya, which felt so far away and was we were much more cut off from. A couple more points. The Soviet collapse at the end of the Soviet Union, I would argue that the Baltic importance probably came more in 1989 and 90 than 91, because by then the Balts, in their own minds, had gone free. And they were acting as though they were independent. They were much less involved in the Soviet Union's domestic politics. They were no longer turning up for the sessions of the Supreme Soviet in Moscow. Their bloc seats were always empty. And arguably, Moscow was no longer focused on the Baltics so much either, although we have talked quite a lot about what Yeltsin did in 1991. But certainly from Gorbachev's point of view, his focus was on Yeltsin. I'll never forget in, I think it was in March 1990, May 1990, when Yeltsin, there was a session of the Russian Federation Supreme Soviet in the Kremlin to elect their chairman. And it was pretty clear it was going to be Boris Yeltsin. This was part of his comeback, having been kicked out of the Central Committee. He'd come back through popular elections. And at that first session, Gorbachev sat in a balcony. It was a long hall, and there was a balcony here. Gorbachev sat alone in that balcony all through the morning. Hours and hours of session as they talked, watching what happened to see if Yeltsin would be elected. An astonishing thing for a Soviet president to do, given everything else that he might have needed to do with his day. But it was a very visual indication of where his focus was now. And I think that certainly when I've interviewed Gorbachev since, he's always said that the collapse of the Soviet Union was about Boris Yeltsin and his ambition. As Archie Brown said, I would argue it's maybe a bit more complicated than that, but I do think it's important to bear his point of view in mind. And also that, as I said, the Baltics, it felt as though they were no longer part of the argument. So we've been discussing here whether the Soviet Union could have existed without the Baltics, and I think in a way, towards the second half of 1991, they sort of had gone, and everyone assumed they were out. What really mattered was what Yeltsin was doing. And actually, in my last interview with Gorbachev, which was in 2011, he also added, for the first time, besides Yeltsin, Ukraine's vote for sovereignty. So it was Ukraine as well. And so most important was what the three big Slavic nations intended to do. And so I guess you could argue that the Soviet Union could have survived without the Baltics, but it couldn't survive without Ukraine or Russia. But probably Ukraine or Russia would not have stayed in if the Baltics hadn't opened the door to leave. Thank you.
Fantastic. Bridget, thank you so much. You brought us almost back those years to your view of it all there. It was very, very moving and powerful. Thank you very, very much indeed. Patrick Salmon is our next speaker. Patrick's the official historian of the Foreign Office. He makes it clear he doesn't speak for the government on all occasions, but as it happens, being the official historian of the Foreign Office, his personal expertise has been in Scandinavia and the Baltic countries. He wrote a great book, which I'd commend to anybody, in 2014, about the Baltic countries in Europe. And so we're very fortunate that the historian of the Foreign Office is actually particularly well informed about the situation in the Baltic republics. Patrick, we very much welcome your explanation of what you think the British government was doing during this whole time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles. This is not quite the presentation I intended to give for one very obvious reason, that I thought I would be mostly commenting on Roderick, and he's not here. So I had to do some rapid rewriting, so please bear with me if it's slightly improvised. What I really wanted to do was comment on the experience of the people on the ground, like Roderick, on the basis of the British documents that I've had the opportunity to look at. I have to say it's slightly intimidating to be confronted with so many former and present ambassadors and Foreign Office officials in an audience like this. I can say, though, that on the subject of Roderick, I know fairly well what's been in his mind, because I spent a long time on the train with him, coming back from Milton Keynes in Storm Eunice. We sat for 2 hours outside Euston Station while the trampolines were blowing across the lines. And like others in this room, I have actually had the opportunity to read his diary, so I got a bit of an idea of what Roderick was saying, apart from, of course, what he was reporting from Moscow at the time. The documents I looked at were ones that are in the FCO 28 series at the National Archive. They're not there yet, or they might be there yet. I don't quite know. I saw them last year before they went from the Foreign Office Archive to Kew. In the short time available, I looked only at one section of that series. That was called The Baltic States General, several very fat files covering 1991. And of course, I missed hundreds of other files, including some very bulky ones on, for instance, the subject of Baltic gold. When thinking about policy, I think it's a very difficult thing to pin down anyway in any context, but perhaps particularly in the context of British foreign policy. I think what I'm going to do really is think of what the policy was in 1991. In other words, how they were responding to events on the ground between January and August. But then secondly, to try to think about what they were conceiving policy for the future should be. And they were thinking about this in very serious terms from September 1991 onwards. The policy, I suppose, was developing, and again, people who work for the Foreign Office in that capacity know more than I do, because I'm just a historian. I just sit looking at the files and so on. But I think you can see policy developing in a sort of dialogue between London on the one hand and the British Embassy in Moscow on the other. And I think at this point I should pay tribute really to the quality of British diplomacy in Moscow at that time. Roderick Braithwaite, I don't think I need to explain any more, but if you get the chance, as people will eventually, to read some of these documents, his reporting is outstanding, but also he would now and again produce long think pieces. And he was already producing one big piece about the Baltic states towards the end of January 1991, which is in the file. But then below him were people like David Logan, David Manning, who's already been mentioned, Tim Barrow, who is our present political director, and Sian MacDonald on her very first overseas posting, who is now our ambassador in Belgrade. And it was David Manning and Sian and Tim in particular who were going to the Baltic republics on a regular basis and making contact with Baltic leaders. There was a big issue actually about whether the ambassador should go or not. And this was of major importance, of course, because if he went, it would imply a particular view on what the status of the Baltic republics was. Whether it meant that we thought they were independent or still part of the Soviet Union, that didn't really matter. Roderick's view was, you have got to make up your mind what your view is before you send me. And he was quite actually deliberately reticent, if you like, about the idea that he should go. Others in London wanted him to go. He would not until it was absolutely clear. In London, I think you can see the key individuals really as being members of the Soviet department and the research analysts who are associated with that. The department at that time was headed by Roderick Line, who had just come back from being deputy head of mission in Moscow, and of course was again later to become ambassador himself. Then, of course, there were the ministers like Douglas Hurd and Douglas Hogg, who was then the Minister for Europe. And, of course, everybody else in London. And the big element, apart from the Foreign Office, of course, is number 10. And remember a very new Prime Minister, John Major. He hadn't been in office very long by that time. And he had his own preoccupations. One of the preoccupations, of course, was the Gulf War. But also his very newness, I think, made him hesitant and surprisingly lacking in confidence. This is the thing that Roderick picked up. But, you know, anybody would be lacking confidence if you're having to prepare for your first meeting with someone like Gorbachev. So there's that element as well. But I would say also one sees very much personal views here. And the big sea change, I think, is from Thatcher to Major. Thatcher was notoriously, of course, attached to Gorbachev and very much sort of not that sympathetic towards the Baltic states, I think one can say. Whereas I think with Major, you do see him really wanting to give very positive, visible support. Well, what were the priorities then, as I can deduce them from the files? Again, they're not at all surprising, most of these. There were global priorities, first of all. One was to build on the achievements of the ending of the Cold War, to avoid a reversion to confrontation, to iron out all those very big problems that still existed. The second, which was very important at the beginning but became unimportant very quickly as well, was to keep Gorbachev on side in the Gulf War. But that war had already ended by the 28th of February, 1991. Others, of course, were much more specific to the situation on the ground. And the key one, really, was to try to strike a balance between encouraging Baltic aspirations, on the one hand, and preserving what was left of the reformist movement in the Soviet Union on the other, and that would, of course, include keeping Gorbachev in power. Along with that was quite a strong urge to keep in step with our allies, the United States and the European community. And I think if there is a tendency in all these objectives, it's to not step too far out of line, to not go too far ahead of other countries, other important allies. If you like, a tendency to sit on the fence. But, of course, there is also a priority, perhaps the fifth one I've mentioned, and perhaps, again, the most interesting one, and that is, of course, you want to keep those main priorities in mind, but at the same time, you want to get ahead of the game if you possibly can. In other words, you've got to try to give the Baltic republics as much possible practical support as you can. And, if possible, to show that you're doing it. In other words, to make the United Kingdom visible as a supporter of Baltic independence. And, of course, that will cut across your other priorities, but that's part of the game. That's what you have to try to do. It's not surprising that if there were tensions in policy, they arose at the two flashpoints. One would be January, of course, 1991, and the other was in August at the time of the coup and the failed coup. It's clearer from Roderick's diary than it is from his telegrams that Roderick was wanting to be more vocal and quicker in condemning the military crackdown than London wished to be. And there's a classic statement in a telegram to our mission in New York, to the UN, 18th of January, "We would not wish to see Lithuania raised in the Security Council, above all at a time when Soviet cooperation of the Gulf is of vital importance." That was, the line. But at the same time, our ambassador could not help noticing that his American, French, and German colleagues were actually delivering démarches to the Soviet government, criticizing and condemning the action which he was not yet allowed to condemn. So he had to wait a couple of days before he was allowed to talk to the new Soviet foreign minister and express our own reservations. So there's a sort of time lag there, I think, which Roderick found frustrating. Yet, at the same time, it's not as if he was dissenting in any way from the broad lines of British policy. He wrote around this time, "Our policy has been just right. We condemn Soviet actions in the Baltics, but support Gorbachev as long as his reforms continue. So that was very much the line. And then there is an interesting, the lull I referred to in my intervention earlier is an interesting period actually, because although not much is going on the surface and the violence has not extended beyond January or to Estonia, the British were doing quite a bit actually to encourage the development and strengthening of the Baltic cause on the ground. The visits continued, for instance. Sean MacDonald started to produce a fortnightly review of events in the Baltic by February 1991 at the request of London. The historians, I can get them in now, the historians started to produce short analyses of the situation of the interwar Baltic states, and also analysing newly published documents on the Nazi-Soviet Pact of 1939. Looking at the events of the coup, we can see some of these same tensions arising. My impression is that both the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary were quite quick off the mark, actually, in wanting to demonstrate British support for the declarations of independence, or of the re-establishment of independence, that had been issued on the 22nd of August by Estonia and Latvia, following, of course, Lithuania's earlier declaration. David Manning was about to leave again for the Baltic republics on the 23rd of August, and he was, and I quote, instructed to tell Baltic leaders that the Prime Minister has asked him to go and see the situation and report back. And also he was told that the Prime Minister wished to visit Moscow soon and to meet the Baltic Prime Ministers when he got there. He had actually met Baltic leaders, representatives anyway, during his first visit to Moscow in March 1991, but he wanted to upgrade his contacts this time around. Douglas Hurd, meanwhile, still, the question of whether Roderick Braithwaite should visit the Baltics was still open, but he wanted something more high profile than an ambassadorial visit. He wanted Douglas Hogg, the Foreign Office Minister, to visit the Baltics as soon as possible, and that is what actually happened. And at that point, one sees, again, momentum stalling. And on the one hand, you see from Moscow, Roderick Braithwaite pushing urgently for British recognition. On the 25th of August, for example, he noted that a race among Western countries to get in first is already beginning, and he warned that the UK risked falling behind. And then David Manning, when he was in Riga, phoned that the Estonians and the Latvians were very grateful for the support that Britain has been giving them, but what they really wanted was that we could recognise their independence and give a lead to others. At present, he said, they regard us as ahead of the wave. The same message came from his meeting with Landsbergis on the following day when he went to Lithuania. In typical Landsbergis needling style, they all hated Landsbergis in London, as far as I could see. Landsbergis claimed that Britain was falling behind the other European countries. And of course, the Baltic leaders at this point were also very much reminding the British of the role they had played back in 1919, 1920, in helping them to achieve independence then. But as far as I can see, there was at no point at all did the British government think of going ahead of its European allies. And when recognition duly came on the 27th of August, it was simply taken for granted that we would do it in harmony with them. What we did get out of it was a little bit of credit, because David Manning, again, was able to phone, he was back in Moscow by this time, was able to phone the Baltic capitals early in the evening of the 27th of August to let them know informally that recognition was impending. And he wrote, judging from the surprise and excitement, we were the first to pass the news to the Baltic capitals. So again, they retrieved some credit from that situation, but it was slightly hard won. I'm going to have to get this thing going. Yeah, it's working good. What I want to do now is move really to the period after the coup and look to the point at which people had to really look to the future. This is really the period from September 1991 onwards. This avoided, among other things, establishing diplomatic relations with all 3 Baltic countries. That meant embassies in all 3. That was a matter of debate because, of course, between the wars, we'd only had one minister, not ambassador, accredited to the Baltic states, and he resided in Riga. But although Douglas Hogg originally favoured that idea, this was quickly abandoned in favour of 3 separate embassies. But there's also the bigger question of where the Baltic states fitted in the hierarchy of British foreign policy interests. And I think that's where I want to be. This was a question addressed by an interdepartmental political steering group chaired by John Weston, the FCO's political director, which reported in late September 1991. And I'm putting a quotation up there just to save me reading it out, but it's worth looking at. I think its most striking conclusion was that while paying homage to their long struggle for independence, it was really how unimportant the Baltic states were likely to be to British policy in the future. Russia, Ukraine would become the main focus of British interests. And you can see why this committee thought that. They thought that the EC would be the main channel of contact, that there weren't many people living there, they weren't a very big part of the world. They will aspire to EC membership, but it will take many years to attain this. Their economies are backward and must be restructured completely. They have few natural resources. However, they might be able to resume their former role as a natural entrepot for trade between Western Europe and the Russian hinterland. I think that's a fascinating statement because it's a real throwback to the sorts of discussions that were taking place in the early 1920s. And those discussions were actually also a throwback to the period before 1914, because that's when Riga really was the entrepot between the West and the Russian Empire. But that was a jolly long time ago, and it really said nothing about what the Baltic republics had done between the wars. Those priorities were reinforced by another paper looking at the Soviet Union as a whole. And again, it saw this as a loose confederation of essentially independent republics. They would gravitate in different directions. The Ukraine would look westwards, the Central Asian republics would look south. And again, you had a very pessimistic picture of the future of the Baltic states. Their independence would be constrained by the presence of Soviet armed forces and Russian minorities, as well as economic interdependence with the Soviet Union. And then if you read this quotation, you get Landsbergis coming in for the usual treatment here. And what it says is very interesting. The Baltic states will be of small importance by comparison, say, with Ukraine, of course, at this point, and we should deploy our resources accordingly. What they will do is look primarily to the Scandinavian countries for help and partnership and are natural candidates for a Nordic subgrouping. Well, of course, things didn't work out precisely that way. And by October 1991, British ambassadors had arrived in all 3 capitals and were... and I just thank you for that. I'm not even going to read them out, but this was the sort of practical problems they were facing. And that's the point, really. Thanks to some extremely enterprising British diplomats, and of course to the enterprise of the Baltic republics themselves, a successful bilateral relationship was established with all 3 countries. And those countries were benefiting in all sorts of other ways at this point onwards from British support. The Know-How Fund was extended to the Baltic republics. We were training the police. We were helping to reorganize the ministries of foreign affairs. We were providing advice on parliamentary practice and legal training. We were giving assistance to banks and businesses. The British Council was active. There were links with the universities like Bradford and Cease. And even the problem of Baltic gold was recognized by the British as very early on as a problem that just had to be dealt with in as generous a way as possible. And indeed, it was. So what was happening from late 91 onwards was the Baltic states were reconstructing their economies and orientating towards the West, precisely as they'd done in the interwar period. And it seems that in their preoccupation with grand strategy, some people in London had forgotten that particular lesson from history. But I suppose I should enter a caveat. that everything comes round again, and some of the thoughts that people were having in 1991 are perhaps more relevant than we would perhaps now find comfortable. Thank you very much.
Patrick, that was really tremendous. Thank you very much indeed. And I think it sounded like it was eye-opening to a number of people in the audience. I should just say, you mentioned John Major's role. I talked to him to ask him to come to this event, and he was very keen to do so, but eventually couldn't because he was around at that time, and unfortunately he couldn't manage it. But that was a hope that we had when we first organised this symposium. But in the foreign policy galaxy, which you described in London, looking at all this, Patrick, as I mentioned earlier, David Liddington, we're very grateful, David, for the fact you've associated with the Baltic Geopolitical Programme on our advisory committee. You have an immense experience and respect in the foreign policy world from your time as Minister for Europe. David finished as a Member of Parliament in 2019 at the last general election. But I discovered only earlier today, as I said, that during this period he'd been the special advisor to Douglas Hurd, the Foreign Secretary, who Patrick was just talking about. And for those of you who don't know the British political scene, the special advisors are people who, 2 or 3 of them in a given government department, who are appointed on a political basis, not a civil service basis, work closely with the Secretary of State at the day. It arises in each of the government departments. So David was a very close colleague of Douglas Hurd. And I just, genuinely, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I just wonder, you were laughing out loud there. You were almost leading the whole of the auditorium in loud laughter. What's your reflection on what Bridget and Patrick have been saying?
Thanks, Charles. I should say at the start that I was at the Foreign Office working for Douglas Hurd from his first day he was appointed on the 26th of October 1989 through until the early weeks of 1991, because under the rules I had to resign from my role when I was selected as a parliamentary candidate, which happened at the end of 1990. So I didn't see firsthand the developments through 1991 that Patrick has described. What both Bridget and Patrick said, I'm very relieved to be able to say tallies well with my own memories of the time. And I might use just a couple of minutes, no more, so just political reflection, gloss on what those 2 first-rate presentations have given us by way of analysis. And what those presentations reminded me of was a number of things. First of all, I think that institutionally, the Foreign Office was both thinking very often in terms of a sort of Russian sphere of interest, almost. That reference to the Baltics returning to their traditional role of being an entrepot between the West and Russia. I think that is something that rings true with my memory, probably going right back to the 18th century in terms of sort of institutional memory and practice. And I think that that was allied to, I think by 91, I think things had changed on the ground, the way Bridget in particular described, and Patrick too, in terms of the diplomats going out to the Baltics. But in 1990, and even in January 1991, my memory is that the department at senior level was surprised by the rapid emergence of nationalism and sense of assertive desire for independence, first of all in the Central European countries in the Warsaw Pact, and then within the USSR itself, and subsequently in Yugoslavia. And I can remember in the winter of 1989-90, don't forget, I come in with Douglas Hurd, I said, on the 26th of October 1989. On the 12th of November, the Berlin Wall came down. And I remember, I told this story to Charles earlier, that I sat with a very senior, very distinguished diplomat who was then in overall charge of the two Germanys. And I said, look, this has happened. I mean, is it even conceivable we could be talking about sort of German unity coming onto the agenda at some stage? I'd be very naive, but my job was to ask naive questions. And he leant back in his seat like a picture and said, well, David, perhaps in 25 years we might talk about a confederation between the two German states. And then through the winter, reading the telegrams from Prague and Warsaw and Budapest and so on, with these tones of real wonder and amazement from hard-bitten very experienced ambassadors reporting on what they were seeing and saying quite openly, I don't know what's going to come tomorrow, though the ambassador of Prague. It's said that Dubček will come tomorrow, you know, and there was this sense of astonishment. So that was then true of the Soviet Union. And I can remember a meeting in 1990, I can't, without going to Kew and checking the archives, put a date to it, but we were talking about Russia and the Soviet Union, and I can remember raising the question about Yeltsin, who was then the president of the Brazilian and the Soviet. And I said, look, this guy, he's clearly been independent mind. The British press was talking up as a sort of conceivable alternative. And the general response, from one senior official was, well, no, I mean, he's clearly ambitious, but he doesn't have control of any of the levers. The party doesn't have the party, doesn't have the military, doesn't have the security and the intelligence network. There's no way in which he can ever take power. It's not going to happen. And so again, I think events welling up from those parts of society that diplomats, good diplomats, but subject to the restrictive conditions of working in an authoritarian country, who didn't fully recognise at the start. Now, what was then happening, I think, was that, and I say my memory is very much of the Margaret Thatcher period. She had very heavily invested in Gorbachev personally. And from the first meeting in 1984 in Chequers, when he was one of two very new Politburo members along with Grigori Romanov, and the famous phrase after they met, I like Mr. Gorbachev, I could do business with him. And she regarded sustaining his authority as something that was critically important to the interests of the United Kingdom. And so through 1990, she not only was deeply sceptical about German unification, but she was very, very reluctant to give any sort of support to the push for Baltic independence. I remember a message coming back to one Foreign Office meeting where there was a delegation from Lithuania in the country, and they were trying to ministerial meeting, and it's been referred to number 10, and basically I think Charles Cole, her Foreign Affairs Private Secretary, basically sent the message saying, no balls. You know, and number 10's view, in Margaret's time, was actually this is too big a risk with the Gorbachev relationship and with Gorbachev's authority. And of course there were some good reasons for that. Gorbachev, we may look back and say this is mistaken, but Gorbachev was seen, first of all, he was vital to getting success out of the 4+2 talks on the future of Germany, where we had in early 1990 this accelerated push for German unification, but you had Soviet and other Warsaw Pact troops stationed in East Germany. How do we manage that? And so throughout 1990, that the German question was central to the priorities of the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister in the United Kingdom. Secondly, the Soviet Union still had a massive nuclear arsenal available to it. And if it started to look as if the Soviet regime was at risk of tipping over, what might follow Gorbachev? It was not guaranteed to be somebody who was more liberal or more friendly towards the West. And if you had a chaotic succession contest, then what might happen to those treaties that existed on arms control and to the Soviet nuclear stockpile in particular. And then, of course...
David, can I just bring you towards the end?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, the other thing I would say is don't realize that 1990, Gulf War, after the invasion of Kuwait, again becomes an overriding priority, and Gorbachev's Soviet Union is willing to line up at least as a non-participating supporter of the coalition that Bush and others have assembled. So I think that if you look at the reason for the change in UK policy, and I agree with Patrick that there was a shift when the Prime Minister's changed, I think it's partly the difference in the Prime Ministers and the generational shift that brought with it, but it is also the fact that when you get into the middle of 1991 and the real push by the Baltics for formal independence, the Gulf War has been won. It's seen as a triumph for an international coalition and the democratic world. The German question has been settled with Germany inside NATO and inside the European Union as a united German nation. And I think that means you have a political background that makes it much easier then for the UK government to be more friendly towards Baltic independence.
Thank you very much. I think that was extremely interesting as a political loss. Sorry for cutting across you, but I was good. But I think that was very interesting. Now, I think we've had three very, very interesting presentations. What I'm going to do is ask Bridget and then Patrick, if you've got any wind-up remarks you'd like to make before we go to the final session. I'm sorry I won't invite other comments from the floor because I don't want to shorten our final session. But Bridget, do you have any final reflections on this subject?
Thanks very much, Charles. The only added thought I'd have is the very well-made point by David Lidington about nuclear weapons. And I've always thought there's a slight mishmash from the beginning of perestroika that in the West, and perhaps Western governments, saw this partly through the prism, what Gorbachev represented was through the prism of what changed in foreign policy. So that it was possible for the US and Soviet presidents to meet, to discuss nuclear arms, those summits. This was a great achievement. This was the result partly of pressure of the arms race. And that the internal reasons for Gorbachev's reforms, the economic pressures from within the Soviet Union, the long history of post-Stalinization that had failed in the 1960s, and that generation had come back to have another go, if you like, Gorbachev himself included, that mattered less. And so I always felt that the focus on Gorbachev, I take all those points, but it was also about feeling that you needed a Soviet leader who could deliver a Soviet foreign policy for the West. So yes, Vlad also raised this, that the fear in the West was that what would come after Gorbachev would be worse, but I also thought it was slightly technical, that we spent all this time and all these summits in negotiating these arms control treaties for him. Do you want to throw them out of the window? That was how I always saw the Chicken Kiev speech. First, Bush went to Lithuania, then he went to Kiev to give his speech, and it was about, we don't want to throw this out. We've invested in this guy in foreign policy terms, and the Soviet Union in the end was a security problem first and foremost, rather than what was happening internally, or the future of the Baltic states, or democracy for Russia, and that was a priority. And the only other thought was, we were talking about how much Mrs. Thatcher had invested in Gorbachev, and I was always struck by my sense that George H. Bush did too. Even though he took a very long time to have his first meeting with him, he and Scowcroft mulled over what they should do. They thought Reagan had got a bit too pally. But I do remember I interviewed him in the mid-1990s, and we were talking about all of this, and he talked about my friend Gorby, and actually he had a tear in his eye. He had spent a lot of time with him. It's about FaceTime, and so people hadn't spent much time with Yeltsin, and they didn't know him. And they felt they got to know Mr. Gorbachev. And so there was a sort of personal element there too. So both the nuclear treaty on the one hand and a very personal aspect on the other.
Thank you, Bridget. And Patrick, final remark.
I won't add any more to this discussion. I will put in a plug for one of our publications, which I should have given a proper reference to. But just before Christmas, my colleague Richard Smith edited a collection of documents, reports from Moscow, the actual telegrams and dispatches reproduced in the original, with introductory remarks from Roderick Braithwaite, David Manning, and Sean McLeod, and it's available free on a website called Issue, which isn't spelled issue like we spell it, but ISSW, ISSUU. And all the foreign and Commonwealth historians' publications are there. The ones, apart from our main series of diplomatic documents, there's tons of material there. And this one was retweeted by Kaarel Piirimae just before Christmas, and I think it got 300,000 hits or something like that. This was Roderick's report on the fall of the Soviet Union. So I'd like everybody, please take a look at that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. More references. Well, thank you to the whole panel. Tremendous. Thank you, David, for being put upon to join us. Thank you very much. And can I ask Inga and Andrew to come to the stage, please? Thank you very much, Bridget. Thank you very much, colleagues. We're now at our final session of the day before food and drink and general celebrity enjoyment. As I said in the introduction, we've had a fantastic session, I think, the whole day. But we thought we shouldn't leave this subject without talking about the implications of historical understanding of important historical events. And it's so obvious that that is the case in relation to how Putin has developed his narrative in many ways which have been referred to throughout the day, and that has impacted upon his behaviour in relation to Ukraine. And it's really important that we try and understand what these relationships are. So that's what this final session is, contemporary implications of interpretations of the history of 1991. Throughout all of the day, the position of Russia has been a central issue that we've been discussing, and that's where the link obviously is. Our first panellist is Dr. Inga Zakšauskienė, the Assistant Professor of the Faculty of History in the University of Vilnius. She is the author of Discovering the Secret Listener, Western Radio Broadcasts to Soviet Lithuania, and she's really analysed this question of the importance of historical understanding very closely. And so, Inga, we're delighted you've been ready to come and make a presentation today. Thank you very much.
Good evening. So let's travel 30 years from 1991 to 2021 to Russia. And as a scholar who is working with information, with historical message, which was in different periods of history, for different audiences, differently packed and sent to the audiences, I am surprised how we human beings, are so fond of different stories. Getting back to Russia, we all are familiar with major narratives which are heard in different contexts. The Great Patriotic War, the omission of Stalin's Great Purges, the legislation of Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. We've noticed, especially like 5 years ago, we see that whitewashing this part of history, which maybe is not very convenient for Russian government. We presumed that since all the historical events, especially anniversaries and of that major significance as the collapse of the Soviet Union, had to all the mentality of the Russian Federation, that 1991 collapse of Soviet Union will attract additional attention from pro-Kremlin media. And thanks to a non-governmental organization, Debunk EU, which has developed open source monitoring tool who can catch all the possible textual and visual and video material which mentions in any way harmful content. I mean the pro-Kremlin's disinformation, misinformation, all information messages which are somehow represented differently than we are used to. We analyzed almost 1,300, a particular number is 1,309 articles with harmful content. That means that every single article was read through and analyzed, and based on this analysis, I can show you the major narratives which we had in 2021, and how the pro-Kremlin media was picturing and presenting this event. I guess this audience all remember 2005, very famous Putin speech where he said that dissolution of the Soviet Union was the greatest geopolitical disaster, and this narrative, of course, reflected in the message which was broadcasted, packed and sent to the audiences. Two hints maybe that all this media content, harmful media content, as we put it, was specified for inside audiences and for outside audiences. This debunk tool lets us count the total reach. It's the number we still need to have methodology to interpret. However, it's 256 million people who reached finally this message. So we can see the spread of pro-Kremlin and related sources of information is quite vast. So never before, no government, no message could ever have this kind of reach of the audiences. So, long story short, what are the basic findings from all these analyzed articles, which were some of them so boring to read, up to 45 minutes, and you need to take a break just to breathe in, because it's, of course, specific disinformation techniques are used to. So you don't always need to rewrite history. There are some techniques you can use for your message with a purpose, which just brings it in the way you need it. So more often in these pro-Kremlin pieces of information related to dissolution of the Soviet Union, you could see that very often was used this information technique as hyperbolization. That means that you just exaggerate either one side or the event. You just don't put in the same article the opposite opinion and exaggerate everything. The way, for example, the influence of Western powers in the dissolution. Yes, it's like disasters, constant killing the civilization of the Soviet Union, and etc. I quote. Yes, or for example, the negative consequences of the collapse of the Soviet Union, of course, also exaggerated. It's like Soviet civilization was ruined and etc. So this kind of hyperbolization is number one technique used in this content messages. Fact selection, also very convenient. When you omit the fact from the situation, you just mention intentionally the facts you need, very often used for the Baltic states' independence, especially while talking about the referendums on independence. The polls are called as illegal under the Soviet Union law. However, the fact that they were legal under the national constitutions, which were in power at the time, of course, is just silent and omitted from that all the context. And association, the last technique, which was extremely often used in this kind of information pieces, as we call them. It means that you just trust the whole article, the message, the commentary, political review, etc., on the ego documents, on the quotes of politicians who were in power at that time, or the people, for example, in Latvia today who are the Russian minorities, and they, of course, all complain about the life, which is getting worse and worse every day, and even worse tomorrow will be than today. So these sources are not analyzed retrospectively. They do not say that this is just some kind of memoirs or just vivid explanations of the people who might be in power at that time. So that association is also very often used just to give the message you want to the audiences. So hyperbolization, association, and fact selection, basically in every message you could indicate the use of these techniques. So, what's the major message that was put in this information campaign of Kremlin? First of all, you can see that the collapse of the Soviet Union was the result of traitors and enemies, active measures taken by traitors and enemies. So none of the inside situation of the Soviet Union is ever mentioned. No political problems, no social problems, no economic problems, nothing. Of course, it's just powers from the outside or traitors from the inside. Yes, the one who made the major impact and the one who were to blame in the collapse of the Soviet Union. So these enemies and traitors can be divided also in two groups. It's political figures and countries. I'll stick very briefly to political figures and then go to the countries, which is the most important for today. Gorbachev, Yeltsin, Yakovlev, Khrushchev, and I would move on to almost Stalin, because if you go through all that 1,300 articles, you would see that the only person not once mentioned in the dissolution of the Soviet Union was Stalin. Khrushchev, because he allowed more national movement, Brezhnev, because he was the stagnation and people in Politburo who didn't want any changes, and so on, and so on, and so on. Gorbachev, of course, mentioned like 2/3 or maybe even more times. And the description, presentation of Gorbachev as political leader is always based on emotional arguments, like he was weak leader, incompetent leader. He was the one who was taking country's ship where he lead the ship of this huge country to he didn't know where. He betrayed our ideals, he betrayed the country, and of course Gorbachev is the one who organized the coup of 1991, August coup. Very, like, I will not mention numbers, but oftenly mentioned that Gorbachev was the one who planned the coup, which is, of course, not true, as much as we know. So, along with Gorbachev, one more person, traitor of the country, often mentioned is Yeltsin, but absolutely you can feel the different picture of Yeltsin in these articles, who is basically called the puppet of Washington, who was just implementing the orders from the United States. He was fighting for power, and the only way for him to come to power was, of course, to break the old system. So Yeltsin, traitor, but a little bit slightly different than Gorbachev. Yakovlev, who was, of course, an ambassador in Canada for 10 years, and maybe he was the architect of perestroika and close friend of Gorbachev, at least at the beginning, is also mentioned as a CIA agent who was actively implementing just the orders from the United States, and he is the traitor. And Andropov also very often mentioned as a traitor because he brought Gorbachev to power. So again, all leaders except the political elite of Communist Party, except the Stalin, once or twice are mentioned as major traitors who brought the Soviet Union to collapse. So here I stop with personalities, the political figures, and go to countries which also mentioned either enemies as the United States. Honestly, I was surprised because I was thinking that it's the #1 enemy and that it openly, actively ruined the Soviet Union and led to the collapse in 1991. But the message is slightly different. Although United States are more often mentioned than other countries as a foreign powers which intruded and influenced the processes of the Soviet Union through the decades, but their role is presented as more secret, hidden, driven through the CIA agents who infiltrated the top-level Soviet politicians. Nice, right? Strange, absolutely different than we could think of. Maybe because the major traitor, the country, in all these messages you can see was mentioned Ukraine. Ukraine demonized through all the articles and political views and all the information items we analyzed. Maybe I didn't mention at the beginning that we analyzed directly articles from 2021, 1st August to January 2022. So it's quite short period. So you can feel that Ukraine was already on the focus of pro-Kremlin media. And if I read everything I've read after February 22, I guess I would read even more between the lines than I had. So Ukraine, as all the post-Soviet countries, is a traitor who didn't value all the benefits it had in the Soviet Union. What's new, also surprisingly, that all the Communist Party and Soviet Union leaders who had Ukrainian background also mentioned that they ruined the Soviet Union and started this process long ago, long time before it actually collapsed. I'm sorry. And this Ukraine background, politicians, is also quite new, and never, if you look at 2005 messages, it's absolutely nothing like that. Could be observed earlier in pro-Kremlin media. What else with Ukraine? Focusing every article, piece of information on the consequences of Ukraine treason to the Soviet Union. And here we have all that super emotional adjectives, verbs used to say how it destroyed the Soviet civilization, that life and stability in the region deteriorated after the Ukraine's not wishful thing to sign the Union. And what's absolutely for Ukraine, the message and the special narrative you can see is focusing on the fascist movements, which of course very often mentioned, and Bandera's Nazi ideology. That message, of course, is very obvious in every pro-Kremlin item, information item. And surprisingly, energy security of Ukraine, which is deteriorating. And familiar to us narratives, which of course were employed very oftenly in today's propaganda, that Russian-speaking minorities are discriminated, that this is a fake republic, this is a country which cannot survive without Russian help, and of course, puppet of European Union and NATO, which of course wouldn't ever exit Soviet Union if it was its own will. So this is the Ukraine. The second country, mostly often mentioned in pro-Kremlin media of this period, related articles related to collapse of the Soviet Union 30th anniversary, and the Baltic states. I guess if it was 10 years ago, as I said, so major number one traitor would be considered to be the Baltic states, although today you can see that they slightly moved and to that second place compared to Ukraine. If Ukraine is number one enemy with geopolitical disaster and destroying, ruining the Soviet civilization, the narrative for Baltic states is also different. Mostly focusing on the life after the collapse of the Soviet Union. That means that they are also economically can survive only being attached either to Soviet Union, either to Western countries, that minorities and Russian-speaking people are discriminated and their life is made difficult in the Soviet Union. And what alarmed me a lot, that fascist movements in the Baltic states are rising again. So this narrative, sub-narrative I would call, because it's not dominating in this pro-Kremlin article media pieces, was not so often, but still you can see and feel that the story is repeating itself. So to sum up, stories, people will like stories, and we all were raised on fairy tales, on sagas of Greek myths, and etc. But in wrong hands, stories can serve for wrong deeds and goals. As we see with pro-Kremlin media today, that you don't have to rewrite history, but some inaccurate usage can be used to legitimize some very dangerous geopolitical stances. So I will finish here.
Thank you very, very much indeed, Inga. That was fantastic. Really great. Many thanks. Our second panelist is Andrew Wilson, who is Professor at University College London. He's written very extensively on the Ukraine, recently Ukraine crisis, what the West needs to know. But I think I'm right, Andrew, your most recent book is Belarus, the Last European Dictatorship. He's exceptionally authoritative to such an extent that the British Secretary for Defence, Ben Wallace, who's got generally good reputation for how he's conducted through this period, has asked Andrew to advise him on some of these issues all the way through. And I particularly was keen to ask him to come, and I'm delighted you have, because I know he's been giving advice about dealing with these historical misassertions that are being made, which Inga's described so fully. So, Andrew, thank you very much for joining us. We look forward to hearing you.
Thank you. Hopefully my presentation will magically appear. Yes. It's called Ukraine in 1991. I'll talk a tiny little bit about Belarus as well. I will try and do three things, probably unwisely. Firstly, to talk about Baltic tutelage, the kind of contagion effect from one Soviet republic to another that was mentioned by many speakers in earlier sessions today. Secondly, the possibility raised by Vladislav Zubok in his book that a serious joint appeal by Gorbachev and Yeltsin could have kept Ukraine in some kind of union. Yes, although on the Moscow side, that would obviously depend on Gorbachev and Yeltsin having rather more common ground. On the Ukrainian side, it would depend on when such an offer was made and who exactly it was made to. And then thirdly, are there any parallels between the events of 91 and today? So firstly on Baltic tutelage. In the very early period, 87, 88, 89 even, the Baltic states were physically important. This is where small informal groups in Belarus or Ukraine physically organised themselves, printed their newspapers, etc. In fact, the first Congress of the Belarusian People's Front had to be held in Vilnius in 1989, kind of safe space. Secondly, the idea of the human chain, which in the Baltic states was 1989, was directly copied in Ukraine in January 1990. And note that it's from Kiev to Lviv, right? Not further to the east, not to Crimea, not to the Donbass. But this was making a particular historical point, not in reference to 1940, but to 1918, when the Ukrainian People's Republic in January 1919, when the Ukrainian People's Republic in Kiev had joined together with the West Ukrainian People's Republic post-Habsburg. And this is long known as Unity Day in Ukraine. Back a little. A related idea that was looked at, the Baltic idea, particularly in Estonia, of a citizens' congress, that Soviet power was actually illegitimate. It was really the exile governments who were legitimate, and that there should be no participation in Soviet elections, Soviet institutions, and that instead citizens of the 1940 Republic should be recruited and elections to a kind of parallel body take place, the Estonian Congress. Right? Slightly unused to this. There was a kind of small parallel effort in Ukraine. It was organised by a group of parties in the so-called Inter-Party Assembly, backed by émigré nationalists in the Organisation of Ukrainian Nationalists. And they managed to collect 729,000 signatures, which isn't that much out of a population of 52 million, and most of those signatures were in West Ukraine. But this was for the idea, again, that the legitimate government was really the exile 1918 Ukrainian People's Republic. So this idea had much more limited appeal, in part because it is even further back in history. So what Ukraine did instead was not build parallel structures outside of Soviet power, but a very different approach to bolt-on institutions within the Soviet system. And this was happening before the coup in August 1991. The Ukrainian presidency was created and elections were due on 1st of December 1991. You had a national bank, you had ambitions to take over the local economy. So finally, activating Ukrainian emigres, particularly in the USA. Previous sessions have talked about the role of Baltic emigres. They weren't so numerous, right, as, say, the Armenian diaspora, but they had this important legal argument. Now, the Ukrainian diaspora was actually more numerous, but that didn't really matter much. They had no power to stop Bush's notorious Chicken Kiev speech, 1st of August 1991. But by November 1991, for purely internal American political reasons, including a famous Senate election in Pennsylvania that the Republicans lost to the Democrats, where Ukrainians are quite numerous, Bush is worried about the 1992 election, which he ultimately loses. And so the Ukrainian diaspora was given much more influence for a very, very late period on the eve of the referendum in Ukraine. America announced it was inclined to recognize Ukrainian independence. The 1918 People's Republic is historically hugely important, but in a different way, not really about legitimacy. Interestingly, that exile government actually transferred its formal authority to post-Soviet Ukraine in 1992, more or less immediately. So that argument about legitimacy was killed. But 2017 and onwards, this is how the centenary was celebrated in Ukraine in a very, very different way to Russia. So, top left, a book, The Battle of Two Revolutions, it's called. Right? So the idea is that the Russian Revolution was something completely different from the Ukrainian Revolution. And top right, that says Nasha Revolucja, our revolution, framed in the colours of the flag and using the Ukrainian herb for the sh letter. So our revolution was completely different. It was about national liberation. It was also about social issues, but much more the former. And then finally, very important and very resident today, 1917 to 21, the Ukrainian Revolution, 100 years of struggle, that says, right? So 100 years, the struggle continues, 2017, and obviously 2022. And the symbolism of this kind of human chain and physical unity, still very important. So here you have a human chain, and it says in Ukraine, only together will we preserve our independence. Okay. Second question. Vladislav Zubok, page 384 of his book, a serious joint effort by Yeltsin and Gorbachev could have kept Ukraine in the Union. Possibly, yes, but it depends when that offer was made and whom the Russians would have talked to. Basic fact in Ukrainian political life, after the elections in March 1991, is that you have about a quarter of the seats in the Ukrainian parliament going to Ruch, the national movement. But the communists initially had a majority, 450 seats. They lose some of their original total, and they were known as the group of 239. That's a majority. But the Communist Party was increasingly split between so-called national communists led by the Chair of Parliament, and the hardliners in Ukraine called the Imperial Communists, Stanislav Horenko. And a so-called grand bargain. Right? You could argue about when this was consummated. I would say March 1991. By then, yes, in Gorbachev's referendum on the preservation of the USSR, 70% Ukrainians do indeed vote yes. But 80% vote for the question on a much, much looser confederacy devised by this alliance between Ruch and the National Communists. So if you'd have, to have a different approach, you would have needed to disrupt the logic somehow of that alliance. But there were possibilities, one of which was different communists. Right? So from September 1989 to July, the Communist Party in Ukraine had been headed by this guy, Volodymyr Ivashko. Right? So I've just replaced Kravchuk's photo with Ivashko's. Right? So he was very different. He was from Kharkiv, not West Ukraine. Kravchuk was actually born in Poland, in between the wars. Russian-speaking, very different kind of political animal. Unfortunately, he was also a very typical Soviet Ukrainian. So he accepted a job in Moscow to be Gorbachev's number 2, and allegedly, or actually, was in charge of spiriting the Communist Party's money abroad. Certainly, once he went to Moscow in the summer of 1990, the atmosphere was completely different. Could you have had a different Ruch? Answer, much simpler, no. By October 1990, its programme is independence, full stop. But there were other political forces. The most important was called the Party of Democratic Revival of Ukraine. The stress here is on the second word. Yes, we need revival, but not just national and cultural. We need democratic illustration of communists first and foremost. Interesting, most of the leaders of this party were also based in Kharkiv. A lot of them were Russian-speaking, although not all. Miroslav Popovich was a famous Ukrainian intellectual. But it only had 27 MPs. Right? And when its candidate stood for president in 1991, it won 4% of the vote. So crudely, the two forces that matter, the National Communists and Ruch, are the big ones. Communist hardliners are losing support. You've got the Democratic Revival Party in the middle, but it's too small. But the radicals on the right are pretty small as well. So third topic, Ukrainian independence was declared on the 24th of August. Now, I was in Kiev, 27th of August, was it Gorbachev's press spokesman, or Yeltsin's press spokesman, beg your pardon, cast doubt on Ukraine's borders. Right? So it's the same issue, Crimea, East Ukraine, as today. And a Soviet delegation flies to Kiev on the 27th. Crowds were much bigger on this day than they were on the 24th, which is interesting. And what do we learn from that? Yes, the same issues. Crimea was at the centre of the discussion, so was East Ukraine. You had some of the same rhetoric, some of the same kind of language. There was famous remarks, so you, hochli, kind of derogatory word for Ukrainians, have decided to be independent. Good luck. You had some of the same anti-Ukrainian language, but you also had anti-imperial discourse on the Russian side, particularly a letter by Afanasyev and Elena Bonner, we welcome the fall of empire. That's not really something that you get in Russia today. But Fundamentally, a very different type of discourse and politician, much more serious, much more dialogue. Nowadays, Russian policy is led more by people like Vladimir Medinsky. Right? Putin's Russia's court historian. So there he is with Putin. Here he is, crazily. These are the recent peace negotiations. Ukrainian side and Medinsky in the middle of the Russian side. He calls himself a historian, but he's not. He's a PR guy. He's what Russians call a political technologist. He's written books on the history of political technology in Russia. He says Ukraine doesn't exist. Why? Because he resurrects bad history from the 19th century, the worst, i.e. the theories of Mikhail Pogodin, that when the Mongols invaded in the 13th century, the local inhabitants of Kiev physically moved north and became the Russians, and the south was abandoned and empty. No evidence for that theory at all. So putting him in charge, it's an obvious political gesture, and not something that would have been done in 1991. A different type, as well as a different type of politician, a different type of politics. So yes, you had the same issues, but deals were done both internally within Ukraine. Kravchuk was very busy in the autumn of '91. He visited Crimea, he visited the Donbass, and it was possible to do deals, quite cynical deals, that basically local elites were left in power as long as they didn't raise the issue of separatism. But that worked perfectly well until 2014. But also between Russia and Ukraine as a whole, Russia was persuaded that Ukraine was indeed in the near abroad. There were plenty of tensions to get over in the early 90s, but once Russia was persuaded that it would actually have more influence within Ukraine if it accepted Ukrainian independence and avoided threatening to dismember it, it would actually have more channels of influence. And look at what was done in the late 90s, kind of golden era. Actually at the same time as when Ukraine was beginning to upgrade its relations with America, with NATO and with the EU, all at the same time. So it's not the case that Russia has always been over 30 years fundamentally hostile to these things. The Black Sea Fleet Agreement was sold. The Black Sea Fleet was divided. A hugely important state treaty was signed with very unequivocal language, much more so actually than the Budapest Memorandum about territorial integrity, inviolability of borders, etc. Russia was able to accept this because it thought Ukraine was not that far away. It was in this space. I don't like the term, but it did, as was said earlier, calm things down diplomatically, the term the near abroad. So, very limited parallels. I don't see 30 years of the same issues burrowing away and finally exploding in 2014, 2022. If you look at the chronology, there have been periods when Ukrainian relations have been pretty friendly, albeit before Putin came to power, but also in his early period as well. I'll stop there.
Andrew. Andrew, excuse me. Andrew, thank you very, very much. Two excellent presentations. We've got time for one round of questions, I think, to our two panelists about these very interesting situations. Can I? Yes, I'll go 1, 2, 3. Are there others? Okay, I'll stick with those three. First one.
To Dr. Zakšauskienė. Really great presentation. I wanted to ask you, how do you see the interaction between the narratives pushed and produced by the so-called Kremlin disinformation factories, right, whatever you call it, and then Putin's personally expressed narratives, his speeches, etc. How do you see those two meet? Do you see there's a trend Putin kind of saying down to the writers, this is how you write it, or is it a mixture of communication? Are they learning from each other? Are they the same? What's your take?
Okay, Vlad.
Question for Professor Wilson. You said that there was no continuity. Yes, in a sense, there was discontinuity between the 90s and zeros and today. But could we still find some elements of continuity? What I mean by that, the subterranean subcurrents involving Ukraine and Russia, according to which the two projects, the Great Russia and truly separate independent Ukraine, were incompatible.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is David Cairns. I help Charles and Brendan on the program. Thanks for fascinating presentations. I want to ask about storytelling. So today we've talked about 1991 and what happened there. We've heard Putin describe that as catastrophe in his lifetime. So Putin is born in 1952, he's 70 this year, and I understand from research that many people of his generation in Russia agree with that sentiment. But you have to be over 45 or over 50 as a young Russian to remember any of this here in life. So my question is the storytelling in the future. Do the people under 50, under 45 in Russia today agree with that Putin narrative, or do they think something different?
Thank you, Dave. Just before coming to the panel, are there any other questions anybody would like to raise? Because this will be the last chance. No, Inga.
Okay, thank you. That's a good question. It's hard for me to explain how this machine inside Kremlin and around the institutions dependent on the form the final message. However, if you look at Putin's articles, Putin's speeches, so we are directly in the same narrative. I haven't traced any contradictions. It's just one beautiful big story. So that would be my answer. And regarding the younger generation who are under 45 and 50, I didn't mention that in my presentation, but what you could track in these articles, it's a very high nostalgia for the Soviet period. And we also made one specific report a year ago about the nostalgia, even in the Baltic states now, regarding this Soviet period. So it's not a sociological, I can't say how the younger generation reacts to. However, the general mood is coming from that nostalgia. And maybe, these articles, long, as I said, 45 minutes to read. I am sure that it's a specific audience who sticks to that story and reads it. But again, that's the general mood, that was a golden age where all we lived. So I guess that would be the same answer in younger generation.
Thank you. Andrew.
Good question. When did the Ukrainian project begin? To some degree in 1991, but I would say to an even bigger degree, 2004, 2014, 2022. Right? Each occasion more important than the last. And the difference between the first two and the second two, from the Ukrainian perspective, is Russian aggression. Right? So what really drove the two apart is that. But I would recommend everybody watch Zelensky's brilliant speech to the Russian people. Right? He talks in Russian, it's very demotic, he talks about drinking beer in parks and so on. But he says, we are still friends. This is a war between us as a nation and Putin. Right? And we hope to be friends again one day. So all is not lost. And if you look at Ukrainian opinion polls, since 2014, there's always been a very careful distinction between blaming Putin, blaming the Kremlin, blaming the Russian political system, but not blaming Russians as a whole, and not changing your opinion about Russian language or Russian culture. That's from the Ukrainian perspective. From the historical perspective, I would say that Putinism always repelled. Right? Whenever the Moscow or Petersburg line has been that Ukrainians don't exist, right, that has a boomerang effect. But as in the Russian Silver Age, as in today, pretty much. There have been other areas when there has been a much more synthetic approach. 17th century, early 18th, from 17th century to early 19th, more or less. And to some extent under the Soviet Union, but this phrase about the Ukrainians benefiting from the Soviet Union, is only partially true. Some of them made a good career, but that obviously attracts elite loyalties and so on. So it has only become incompatible, I think, between 2014 and today. But if Putin fails and falls, there's still hope.
Wow, okay. I think this has been a fantastic session. It's taken our thoughts forward. It's emphasised the importance of good quality history being done, but then good quality history being transmitted as well in a world where there's a battle for narratives and storytelling of various kinds. I really appreciate Inga and Andrew your coming today to help us do that. Let's just thank them for that contribution. Thank you very much indeed. We're now moving to a short final session. Perhaps Donatus, you could come to the platform. And there we go. Okay, in this final session, I want to introduce Donatus Kupčiūnas. Donatus joined the Baltic Politic programme at the end of last year. He's already transformed our ability to operate intellectually and in many other ways. He's Lithuanian in ethnic origin. He's now got a 3-year posting he's gained when he's here, and he's a key figure in the whole development of this programme. He's now a good friend, and the whole process of Donatus arriving in our organisation has been fantastically valuable. And we thought that before I give a short housekeeping final remarks, it would be useful to ask Donatus what his perception of the conversation today has been and how the Baltic Geopolitical Programme might address it. So we look forward to hearing you.
Thank you, Charles, for such a flattering introduction. First of all, I'd like to join Charles in thanking the conference panelists, the audience, and everyone involved for making this happen. But first and foremost, of course, very many thanks to our own Charles Clarke for leading the organization of this symposium from its very concept to its finest details. Charles is, and what I'm going to say is not negotiable, Charles is the best friend of the Baltic states among the English, and he's also the most enthusiastic promoter of Baltic studies in the country. There would have been no conference if not for Charles, and this fine lecture theatre would probably be hosting another crowd of people discussing things of lesser importance. So a big round of applause for Charles. Now let's wrap this up. At a glance, the topic of this conference might seem a bit pretentious. The role of the Baltic in the dissolution of the Soviet Union. After all, were the Baltic states really significant in such a seismic shift that the dissolution of the Soviet Union was? It is a fact in Baltic folklore, for instance, that it was the 3 Baltic states that brought the Soviet Union down. Now, it is true that by focusing on the Baltic alone, we are losing a great deal of detail. After all, the Baltic region, and especially the 3 Baltic states, were just small dinghies in a large ocean of geopolitics. There was, of course, the unlikely tandem of Gorbachev and Yeltsin,
There was a reunification of Germany. There was Lech Walesa with Solidarność and the Velvet Václav Havel. There were also other republics like Ukraine and Belarus. And we have heard today that there was simply no geopolitical will in Moscow to preserve by force the existence of the USSR, and that Moscow had all the means to crack it all down. Today we have heard in great detail how it all happened in Moscow and that there were pitfalls and dangers at any given moment. Last but not least, it was also a Japanese VHS recorder that brought the Soviet Union down. I mean, seeing Arnold Schwarzenegger on your own TV, in your own home, how cool was that? The opening of McDonald's in Moscow in the early 90s, there were queues and lines similar perhaps to the, those in Lenin's funeral. So, junk food more important than Lenin in the bloody Soviet Union. I mean, having said all that, though, I think that from what we've heard today, we can agree that the Baltic states mattered. They were, as it was said, a laboratory of reforms long before Gorbachev came to power, actually. And Moscow clearly underestimated the power of Baltic nationalisms. The fact that in 1990 everybody in the West was saying, we're not touching the Baltic states with a 7-foot pole, and this widespread concern that they were rocking the boat, perhaps this shows that they were really rocking the boat. Moreover, the Baltic states were important because there is a chance that they could have even saved the Soviet Union, as it was suggested today, if only Gorbachev let them go alone. Now to make a broader point of all this. The case of the Baltic states during those tectonic shifts shows that civilization matters. It's not an empty construct that needs to be demolished intellectually. It's real, and no one knows this better than people in the Baltic, who have been historically squeezed between the East and the West. The Balts could even define civilization in numbers. In the 19th century, for instance, when Lithuanian nationalists were making a case for independent statehood, they compared consumption of alcohol in Russia and in Germany. And of course, it was orders of magnitude less in Germany. And the conclusion was that we want to emulate that because they have got it right. I mean, Germans, not the Russians, although I could see how you could argue the other way around in this case. Same with comparing, for instance, levels of literacy in the Russian Empire and in the German Empire. Again, the Balts said, the West have got it right, and we want to be just like them. So in this connection, Baltic nationalisms were not mere tribalism. It was a conscious, well thought out civilizational choice. Finally, one cannot but think of the relevance of our insights today in trying to grasp the horrible tragedy that is now unfolding in Ukraine. Putin's attack on Ukraine is especially repulsive for people in the Baltic, as they instinctively see it as an attempt by KGB barbarians to destroy a functioning and more civilized democracy. And what the Baltic states were doing in the 19th century, the Ukrainians are probably doing today. They're saying, yeah, the Russian world, we know all about this, tell us about that. We love it to death, so no, but thanks, we want to be like them, not like you. And this is the main problem, actually. Now, the dissolution of the Soviet Union, now I'll speak as a historian a little bit. The dissolution of the Soviet Union could also mark the beginning of what historians like to call the fateful years. The cryptic time period that had an important and very bad effect on future events. So we say, for instance, about the period between 1919 and 1939, the fateful years. Today, one cannot but wonder if years between 1990 and 2022 were the fateful years. Again, some comparisons would be useful here. In 1991, Moscow saw the largest demonstration since the Bolshevik Revolution. Hundreds of thousands of Russians gathered in Manezhnaya Square next to Kremlin to support democracy and liberty of the republics. In 2022, more than 100,000 Russians, again, gathered at the Luzhniki Stadium to show their support for Putin's full-scale attack on Ukraine. In 1991, the Russians were moved by songs like "Не стреляй," "Don't shoot," by the DT. In 2022, in Luzhniki Stadium, they were proudly singing "Made in the USSR" by Oleg Gazmanov. Now, I'm not sure how familiar you are with Oleg Gazmanov's musical work, and I'm not suggesting that you go that way, but there are two interesting things about that song. One is that it has been stolen from the Americans. The Americans have, their own song, "Born in the USA," so they took that, changed the words, adapted it to the Russian terrain, as they say, as its tradition, and here you go. And the second point that's interesting about it is the last few words before the chorus, which read, "and the Baltics as well." So when they list all the lands of the Commonwealth, Sakhalin, Peter, Moscow, Caucasus, and the Baltics as well. The Balts love this song. How come? And again, these are two peoples, but we also have two Putins. Putin himself is a good example of a staggering transformation during the fateful years. In 1990s, Putin, what was Russians called коммерсант, a businessman. He was happily laundering money with Sobchak in St. Petersburg. He was reported saying, "Бабки делать надо, бабки, we have to make some coin." After he came to power, he was delighted to schmooze with the Germans, the Italians, and others. He was having a bromance with Bush, the kid, in his ranch in Texas or whatever. And he even, in all seriousness, asked the Americans if Russia could actually join NATO. In 2004, and this is really important, it was him who led the Baltic states into NATO without firing a single shot. Now we see Putin in 2022. He's a bitter, West-loathing, vengeful man, waging the war against the whole civilized world. How come? And how did we get here? More importantly, is it all on them? Or have we also made mistakes in those fateful years? Was Russia's war with Ukraine predestined at the time of the dissolution of the Soviet Union? I think that this conference gave us a lot of food for thought about that. Thank you.
Well, Donatas, thanks very much. I thought that was a tremendous note to end on. I'm just going to give the housekeeping remarks for the end of today. I think we've had a very good conference. I really think it's been tremendous. We will all learn a lot. But I think we've all been concentrating here, and I think having a drink, a non-alcoholic drink, I think, Donatas, you were trying to encourage us towards, would be a nice thing to do. So we'll end this event just in a moment or two. We're followed by a drinks reception at the Graduate Hotel, which is really almost right next to this lecture theatre, but through the back wall. And we have, we're due to start at 5:45, so I'm going to ask people if they want to go route 1 to that reception, to assemble round the reception desk at about 5:35, 10 minutes before we have to be there. And at that point, Hugo Bromley, is Hugo in the room? He's not here, but Hugo Bromley has a card because it's a secret door. And if we all stick together, he will take us through that secret door. An alternative route, if you don't want the secret door route, is coming out of the main door here, turn left, 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 and you end up outside on the other side, and then you keep on going left until you hit the river, and then you turn left and you get to the main entrance of the hotel. So either you go with the guided party and Hugo Bromley leading us with his secret magic key, or you come out the back door of the college and walk round. But it's only about 2 or 3 minutes either way round. At the Graduate Hotel, our reception is in the lower Cam suite. And I'm delighted to say that the reception is being sponsored by the Icelandic Embassy. And Sturla Sigurjónsson is going to make a couple of remarks there. I'll introduce him, the Ambassador of Iceland, and we're very, very grateful for your support, Ambassador, in sponsoring the reception. And he will reveal to you the secret of the Icelandic contribution to the events of 1991. I have to confess, the reason I was so excited to invite Sturla to do this was when I first went to meet him to talk about this program, he told me this history of which I was simply unaware, I'm ashamed to say. Now, some of you will be very aware of it and you'll be bored by what he has to say, but more of you will be excited by what he has to say as he just tells us what the history of the Icelandic contribution at that time was. And it relates very germanely to the conversations running through the day about the contribution of small states and how they operate, actually, which is an interesting theme. So, Ambassador, we're very grateful for your sponsorship, and we look forward at the reception to 5 minutes from you on why this is it, why Iceland, what is the Icelandic relationship with the Baltic states. After that, there'll be dinner, and that will also be in the hotel. And then we're all over. That's the end. And I want to say again, thank you very much indeed. One final message to the colleague universities in the Baltic Geopolitical Network. We have a meeting at 12 noon tomorrow for a couple of hours. It's in Peterhouse, but just to say, we said it would be in the Lubbock room, which is the room we've been in earlier, but actually it'll be in a room called the Upper Hall in Peterhouse. I'll send an email around saying where it is later on, but just so you know. So, thank you very much, all of you. We look forward to seeing you for a drink over in the hotel in a few minutes. Thank you very much for the whole conference.